Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. Chapter 76, The Fifth Scenario. 1. None of the text used in this audiobook belongs to me. Please support the original author online. This is a fan-made project and I make no money from it. Join the Discord for a lot of more audiobooks too. Episode 16. Song Minwoo's blood dripped onto the ground. The feeling of my blood-soaked fist was dull. Song Minwoo was bleeding, but he didn't open his eyes or talk. The shattered flesh seemed to have given up on restoration. Han Seong muttered, "A scary guy, you killed a werewolf with bare hands." The other werewolves had already run away or were taken care of by Han Seong. I looked down at Song Minwoo and said, "He hasn't died yet." Now the fourth wall didn't shake when I looked at him. I didn't know if the trauma was resolved, but I could resist it more than in the past. The constellation one who overcomes the late trials sends encouragement to you. The constellation one who overcomes the late trials wants to give you his own stigma. Giving me a stigma? Really? The bounty scenario wasn't a single constellation request, so it was surprising to give a stigma as a reward. Of course, I appreciated it. The stigma self-rationalization has been acquired. The constellation one who overcomes the late trials smiles with satisfaction at you who has succeeded his stigma. You will now have a defense mechanism that won't be bothered by any trauma. Thanks. I stared absent-mindedly for a bit. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is grabbing his belly and laughing. Self-rationalization? What did this mean? Are you kidding me? Han Seong asked. Hey, aren't you going to kill him? Hey, I'm talking about that. I looked down at Song Minwoo in my hands. Should I kill him? There was no burden since he was an outside species. The backer of Song Minwoo is looking at you. The constellations of Baihyung's channel would like it if I killed him. Many constellations desire your revenge. I looked at Song Minwoo for a while before putting him down. Let's go. What? Really? Yes. Some constellations are disappointed with your hypocrisy. Many constellations are questioning your judgment. The constellation secretive plotter is watching your judgment. You really won't kill him? Won't this bastard have coins? Yes. Then can I kill him? Go ahead. But won't you regret it? Regret? I shrugged and walked towards her. To be exact, it was in the direction that the werewolf group had run away. Perhaps their origin would be at the end of this direction. If my guess was right, the meteorite was what helped transform them into werewolves. The meteorites must be collected to prepare for the disaster scenario. Han Seong looked after me with a suspicious expression. All of a sudden, the sound of footsteps died up and headed in another direction. It was in the exact direction of Song Minwoo, her avatar. Yes. I thought Han Seong would do this. I let her do what she wanted. In return, she would turn a blind eye to my hypocrisy. Then after a while, shit. What is this? Han Seong gave a terrible scream and shook. I could tell the messages that were appearing in her head. Perhaps they would be messages like this. The 6th grade outside species Song Minwoo has been killed and the Demon King Andras has noticed the murderer's presence. The Demon King Andras will remember the one who dealt the final blow. The Demon King Andras will search for the one who dealt the final blow. Final blow, Han Seong. Han Seong looked at me with a pale face and I laughed. I told you that you would regret it. Song Minwoo was a member of the 72nd Demon King Andras household. *****. The 72nd Demon King. The constellations weren't the only strong ones among the star stream. There were some strong people who refused to be subscribed to the heavens and traveled around planets. One of these superpowers was the Demon Kings. You are a really bad jerk. The Demon Kings sought their own households, just like the constellations chose incarnations. Corrupted incarnations could choose to join the household of a Demon King. The werewolf was one of his symbols and was located at the bottom of the 72nd Demon King Andras caste. It was due to Andras' blessing that Song Minwoo had the physical regeneration ability. Han Seong stuttered out, how can I? Don't worry. Some people I know were cursed by a Demon King like you, but they didn't die right away. Why are you saying it now? Come to think of it, Han Myung-go who was cursed by the Demon King, Asmodeus. I didn't know what happened to him. Was he still alive? I think it is good. Andras isn't a very high-ranking Demon King. If you are enemies with a demon king, you will get the favor of the absolute good constellations and get more donations. It is a good thing. Will the archangels care? Besides, I don't get along with sponsors and angels. Why? Was it also a demon king? I couldn't help thinking so when I suddenly closed my mouth. What did she just say? You don't get along with sponsors and angels. Han Xiang noticed my gaze and cursed. Damn, my damn mouth. Do you not have a sponsor? It wasn't impossible. I also had no sponsor. In fact, in the first scenario, many of the survivors wouldn't get sponsors. To be precise, they didn't have any choices. However, it was unexpected that a strong person like Han Xiang had no sponsor. I didn't choose one. Isn't it strange to choose from the beginning? I can only pick once. Well, that's right. If the sponsor selection could be postponed, it was better to postpone it. There were many good constellations and depended on how the person acted in a scenario, they could literally go from a turd to a Mercedes. The sponsor selection occurred once after the first scenario and were regularly implemented before the disaster scenarios occurred. The fifth scenario was a disaster scenario, so Han Xiang would be able to participate in the upcoming second round of the sponsor selection. I raised my hand and asked, who will you choose? Is there a constellation you are thinking about? Han Xiang made a confident expression at my words. Won't you be surprised when you find out? They are already interested in me. Who is it? Was it perhaps the great save the equal of heaven? Have you heard of the abyssal black flame dragon? The black flame dragon? The constellation abyssal black flame dragon is looking at your reaction. I hesitated for a moment before replying, yes. He is a good sponsor. The abyssal black flame dragon was the sponsor of the delusional demon Kim Namwon in the original novel. The delusional demon was one of the best fights along with the steel sword, so it wasn't a bad choice. The constellation abyssal black flame dragon is looking at you with a complicated gaze. This guy wasn't interested in me anymore. Han Xiang's eyebrows twitched at my nonchalant tone. What is with this sour expression? Who is your sponsor? No, it is nothing. I was just feeling envious. Really, the character Han Xiang has used lie detection LV1. The character Han Xiang has confirmed that the statement is false. Is this real? I didn't care about the abyssal black flame dragon. I just wanted her to get a sponsor. Han Xiang and this thug matched very well. The constellation who likes harems is cheering on you and Han Xiang. 500 coins have been sponsored. Han Xiang's expression distorted like she heard the same message as me. What is this again? Unfortunately, the wish of the harem constellation wouldn't come true. Han Xiang and I would only be together for the next 10 days. There was a moment of cooperation, but it didn't change that she was a threatening enemy. It looks like we've arrived. After a while, we reached the place that was probably the base of the werewolves. It was near a broadcasting station. There was a bloody smell coming from the narrow forest of buildings. I heard the cries of the werewolves and people in the distance, like a battle was going on. Han Xiang said, "It seems that we are a bit late. Is there a preceding visitor?" I didn't see any werewolves moving around as guards. Once we entered a bit further, a coin farmer that was bigger than Director Yoon's one was installed. The coin farms were the exclusive property of the destroyed world. I was tired of facing these sights all the time. It seemed like the coin harvest was over because there were no surviving people behind bars. Han Xiang was moving ahead when she suddenly grabbed her nose. Yuck, what is this? As we headed through the imprisonment area to the residence of the werewolves, a more horrifying sight awaited us. Severed human thighs were hanging from rubber bands. It was like pork in a butcher's shop, making the purpose obvious. The exclusive skill fourth wall has offset your emotional trauma. I read these scenes in the text, but this was my first time actually seeing them. There was a fixed way for humans to evolve into an outside species. Cannibalism, in other words, to eat their own people. Han Xiang cursed, "You fucking scum." Most outside species evolved accidentally. Those who couldn't clear the find food sub-scenario usually walked this path. Once they ate a person, they couldn't stop. Those who changed species would no longer feel guilty about killing humans. I stated, "You look upset when you see this." Of course. Who wouldn't be upset? The other prophet said you want to use your information to control the world. Who said that? Han Xiang sneered and added, "It is just as absurd as you calling me a plagiarist. World domination? It would be good. But my first goal is to prevent the destruction. Why else did I collect the apostles? The apostles were all trash. They were originally trash. Is that my fault?" Tang! 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 We reflexively held our breaths. There was a loud sound from in front of us. I would hear the sound of flesh exploding. Tang! No matter how I thought about it, this was the sound of gunshots. Wasn't the army already wiped out? We ran towards the building, towards the gunshots. Even if the army was still intact, it was ridiculous to deal with a werewolf with guns. But the sight in front of me changed the story. Bodies of werewolves were piled up in front of me like a mountain. All of the bodies had bullet wounds. Han Xiang and I talked almost simultaneously. Attribute bullets. A bullet with the divine attribute. I saw some people pointing guns in the distance. They were armed with modern rifles and unusually, they were all wearing prison uniforms. Han Xiang nervously grabbed my collar. "Hey, do you remember me telling you that there was someone like you in Sondimun prison?" "Yes, they are her forces." Han Xiang was pointing to a woman wearing a mask. It would be hard to know the sex if it wasn't for the long hair hanging down, covering most of the body including the face. She is the leader. It is obvious that she is a reader, but I don't have any information on her. I see. They were from Sondimun prison. Then why wasn't this force visible during the struggle for the throne? Han Xiang opened her mouth while looking at the mountain of werewolf corpses. They are also wanderers. They are quite powerful wanderers, the most powerful wanderers I know. A woman with a gun headed straight to this side. It wasn't the leader that Han Xiang pointed out. I pulled out Unbroken Faith while Han Xiang prepared Avatar. The gun of the woman approaching us moved. She leaned back and her muzzled headed to one of the mountain of werewolf corpses. Do. The dead bullets collapsed from the bullets. Then something hidden under the bodies were revealed. There was a glowing stone that was 2 m in length and height. It was one of the meteorites I needed to prevent the disaster. The yellow meteorite was here. This meteorite was also the source of the werewolf's strength. The woman gazed at the meteorite before slowly turning to me. "Are you Kin Dokja?" Chapter 77, The Fifth Scenario, 2. Looking closely, the woman seemed quite old. Based on the wrinkles, she wasn't in her 40s, but she was at least in her mid to late 30s. She knew me? How? I was a bit embarrassed, but I maintained my composure as I looked at the woman. "You must be mistaken. My name is Yo Zhongyuk. Kin Dokja is the name of the guy I hate the most." "Yo Zhongyuk." "Yes. So tell your leader not to talk nonsense. Just tell her, even if you're not sure what I mean." I looked to the side and saw Han Xiang watching me with an absurd expression. I winked at her. If it was Han Xiang, she would know what to do from now on. The woman opened her mouth. "I already know that you are Kin Dokja. Stop the unnecessary lies." The character Han Xiang has confirmed that the statement is true. Han Xiang nodded towards me. "This woman came because she knew for certain who I was. The king said that she will entrust this meteorite to you. It was unexpected. She knew me and now she was giving me the meteorite." "Who are you?" "We are the people of the Wanderer King. That woman over there is your king." The woman nodded. I looked at the tall masked woman in the distance. Looking closely, I felt a sense of déjà vu. But there was something strange. "King, you don't seem to have a flag. The king doesn't dwell on such things." What was with this answer? The woman continued speaking. "The king said that we will take care of the disaster in the north. But she will leave the other 4 disasters to you." Before I could ask anything, the woman turned and left like her words were over. Han Xiang shouted, "Hey! What are you suddenly saying? Shouldn't you explain it before you go?" Despite the shouts, the woman kept walking away with turning back. Han Xiang looked at me and asked, "What is this? Do you know that woman?" "How can that be?" I quietly activated character list. "This person isn't registered in character list. You can check the information of the person by updating character list." "Do you want to update it?" It seemed that the update cycle was back. I nodded. "The update has been completed. Some people will be added to the dictionary. Then a window popped up. Character information. Name, Cho Youngren. Age, 37 years old. Constellation support, first spiritualist of Joseon. Private attribute, escaped prisoner, general, officer of justice, rare. Exclusive skills, prison escape LV, 3, patience LV, 6, execution time LV, 3, shooting LV, 4, stigma, transformation occult art LV, 2. Overall stats, physique LV, 30, strength LV, 34, agility LV, 36, magic power LV, 28. Overall evaluation, the current comprehensive evaluation is currently in progress. Asterisk starter pack is currently applied. Asterisk a growth package is currently applied. Look at this, the first spiritualist of Joshin? The constellation first spiritualist of Joshin is looking at you with wary eyes. I didn't think there would already be a woman with Jian Wuqi as a sponsor. Jian Wuqi was a Taoist sorcerer during the Joshin dynasty. Wiki link. In addition, she had the fairly good attribute of officer of justice, although it was less than the judge. If the subordinate was this good, what was the king like? I immediately looked at the tall woman. The information of this person can't be read in character list. This person isn't registered in character list. The moment I met the gaze of the woman in the mask, a stinging pain flashed through my head. I reflexively looked away from the woman. My heart beat quickly. The fourth wall instinctively shook. The woman caused an even greater shaking than Song Minwoo. Despite having self-rationalization, I didn't want to take the risk because I wasn't sure of the stigma's performance. Han Xiang asked me anxiously, "Hey, what is it?" "Never mind." The fourth wall responded to people who had an important influence on me in real life. In other words, that woman was someone I knew. But there was only one person in this world who gave me a bigger trauma than Song Minwoo. I see. As expected, she survived. However, I didn't expect her to be in Seoul. It was why she was able to make a large force and why they were wearing prison uniforms. It was convincing if it was that person. The wanderers soon began to move. They aligned themselves and headed back the way they came. It was a march with no hesitation. A loyalty could be felt from the group. The leader moved at the forefront of the group. A crown like the tyrant king, a woman who was different from the king of beauty. I looked at the ruins that they moved through. There were the broken coin farms and the survivors they spared. They had placed blankets and necessities beside the survivors. The survivors watched the leaving wanderers with awe-filled eyes. I had forgotten. A person didn't need a flag or to sit on the throne to become king. In this kingless world, there was still a king. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After a while, I examined the yellow meteorite they left behind. A yellow meteorite. The meteorite, also called the moonstone, was usually a star pierce that hovered in other dimensions. It was truly the same as I read in the novel. It was from the exhilarating magic power felt when I touched it, the faint light from the opaque interior and the white stripes all over the meteorite. The yellow meteorite clearly had the power to counter the disaster. Then a system message was heard. The moonstone wants to provide you with a high-level strength. I refused the meteorite's offer and the power returned to the meteorite. The moonstone basically had the power of the night and the outside species would receive this power. Perhaps the cannibals who received the power of the night were able to evolve into the outside species, the werewolves. The moonstone gives off a feeling of familiarity. However, the real use of this meteorite wasn't simply to evolve the outside species. Even a few hundred werewolves couldn't prevent the future disasters. Of course, a few thousand would help, but then another disaster would come from the high number of outside species and the power of the demon kings. I feel like a volunteer. Hey, did you find something? As I was examining the meteorite, Han Xiang was taking care of the survivors lying nearby. It was a little unexpected, but she was probably targeting coins. The constellations of the absolute good system are touched by Han Xiang's good works. In a place filled with the Demon King's household, the dominations would be bigger than usual. Indeed, a human's double-sidedness was profound. Among the constellations of the absolute good system, there might be the abyssal black flame dragon. The second sponsor selection was coming up, so Han Xiang would be looking at him. I looked around and said, "The avatars are useful." Dozens of avatars were quickly organizing the surroundings. The corpses of the outside species were burned, while the terrible cages and human butcher stores were also demolished. She earned coins while getting a nosebleed. Han Xiang wiped the blood and asked, "When are you going to tell me?" "What?" "I'm talking about that." I realized her question wasn't about the meteorite. "Are you still worrying about that?" How can I not care? There were two types of readers that she didn't know about. In addition, there seemed to be a connection between the two. It was natural for Han Xiang, who was the last to get off, to pay attention. Who knows, don't you know? I only know the woman, the leader of the group, the Wanderer King. I nodded and said, that person isn't someone who got off. To be precise, she never read the original. What? Then how does she know the contents of the plot? By talking directly to me. Han Xiang looked like she had been hit in the back of the head with a hammer. You told others about the story? Why? I needed something to tell her when I met her. I gave her a moment before continuing. Because I had nothing else to say to her. Maybe she sensed my dark mood, making Han Xiang hesitate as she was about to question me. She probably had a lot that she wanted to ask me. Who was the woman and what was her relationship with me? Han Xiang was silent for a while before speaking again. I don't know what your relationship with that woman is, but is it okay to leave her alone? If there are more people besides us, who knows the future? I understood her concerns, but it should be fine. At the very least, that woman was a person with principles and she couldn't carelessly use the future information. I knocked on the moonstone and opened my mouth. Rather, there is something more important. From now on, we will wake this up. What? This thing? Han Xiang watched me like I was insane. You want to wake up the disaster? Why are you so startled? Didn't you do it before? Han Xiang had incited the Night of the Prophets and awakened the fire dragon, Lesser Enil. Hey! I picked a small disaster. This one. It isn't a disaster. Then what is it? It looks like you were negligent in your plagiarism. Don't you remember? Do you really not know what will appear here when the scenario starts? Han Xiang stared at me before turning on her phone and reading her own novel. Ah. This, perhaps. Have you realized? You copied it well. Shut up. But the main scenario hasn't opened yet. Is it okay to do this? Moreover, what if a plausibility request occurs? It won't happen. The intermediate Dokibi hates you. Then I will deal with him. Right now, he would be busy being reprimanded by the Bureau. We will start injected mana. Based on my calculations, it will hatch in 10 hours. I will take 4 hours and you will take 6 hours. Why do I have to inject mana for 6 hours? Isn't your magic power level higher? At this moment, the number of avatars decreased dramatically. I noticed something. Tell me honestly. What level is your magic power? Why should I tell you? It is information needed to clear the scenario. The provisions of the temporary contract will take effect. Han Xiang's expression distorted. Level 55. I was honestly surprised. I thought it would be over level 40 because she could control dozens of avatars, but level 5, this was almost approaching the scenario limit. Her physique and strength were relatively low, so she must have been putting all her coins into magic power. I will change it. I will take 2 hours. You will take 8 hours. Hey! That's unfair. And now I have run out of magic power. I opened the Dokibi bag and bought a few intermediate magic power recovery potions. Then drink this. What is this? Coin item. Is your sponsor huge? You are just giving something like this to me. I am the one who is big. Han Xiang glanced at me. Did you put anything strange in it? Then I'll start first. I touched the moonstone and started injecting magic power. 10 hours later, the guy inside the meteorite would wake up. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. How long was I asleep? I opened my eyes at the sound of someone waking up. Hey, get up quickly. That guy has started to move. Han Xiang shouted with a nervous face while touching the meteorite. The meteorite had started to crack. It was a phenomenon similar to when the fire dragon broke out of the meteorite. It wasn't an aggressive reaction, but if I said one word wrong, both of us might die here. A brilliant light emerged from the moonstone, lifting some of the darkness of the night. It was an awakening of a powerful presence that gave off a heavy pressure just looking at it. Chapter 78, The Fifth Scenario, 3. The broken pieces of moonstone fell to the ground. A being scattering a silver mane was hatching. If he was a cub, I could control him using that imprinting phenomenon. But this being wasn't such a naive creature. You have encountered a creature from a different world for the first time in this scenario. Affinity with the species from a different world has increased. 2,000 coins have been rewarded. You have received a bonus skill for smooth communication with the other world species. Otherworld Interpreter LV1 has been acquired. I could hear Han Xiang gulp next to me. It was natural to be nervous since the encounter with the otherworld species was the prelude to the fifth scenario. It was completely different from the previous scenarios. The slightest mistake in the fifth scenario could cause all of Seoul to disappear. The exclusive skill Otherworld Interpreter LV1 is activated. The effect of the item protection symbol of the Amayantar has increased understanding of the specific language. The item I got from the Fire Dragon would be helpful from now on. Automatic interpretation has started. I heard a voice from the Shining Moonstone. $# damn, already. The creature curled up inside the moonstone grumbled and raised its body. The silver mane reminded me of a wolf at first glance, but I knew he was different from a wolf. Above all, I knew the species of this person. They are 3 meters tall. The dominant species of the world, Kronos, that can transform using the moonstone at night. They are fighters with monstrous physical strength who use the power of the wind. One of the 5 dominant species of Kronos. I am the great first wolf. In Kronos, they call the first wolf Amayantar. I am Lycon of the Amayantar. There was a creepy breathing sound in the darkness of the night, causing the surroundings to be still. I made eye contact with him while Han Xiang hid behind me. Of course, I didn't back down. The exclusive skill, character list is activated. Character information. Name, Lycon Iparang. Age, 371 years old. Constellation support, Shadow of a Destroyed World. Private attribute, Noble Amayantar, Hero, Humiliated Survivor, Rare. Exclusive skills, Way of the Wind LV9, Advanced Weapons Training LV9, Roar of the Battlefield LV8, Sade's Insight LV4, Steel Skin LV8, Acting LV4, Stigma, Destruction Delivery LV1. Overall stats, Physique LV 75, Strength LV 75, Agility LV 75, Magic Power LV 75. Overall evaluation, one of the 5 dominant species of the destroyed Kronos. After losing his world, he invested in the star stream and became a guide in the scenario. He is characterized by always looking at the world with eyes filled with remorse. As expected, the hero of another world had great skills and stats. The average stats was level 75. He exceeded the current limit of the scenario. He was the goal of many representatives. Lycon's blue eyes looked down at me like I was interesting. You are the ones who woke me up. I nodded. I see. Is it finally time? Congratulations on clearing the tutorial scenarios, warriors of this world. It sounded like a tutorial. It was funny how he imitated the Doki 4 dramatic effect. There was no tutorial in this world. Every scenario was an actual event and the dead couldn't come back again. Then what type of tutorial existed? Those who are facing extinction. First, I deeply regret that disaster has come to your world. Lycon spoke while looking up at the sky. He was looking at the Great Hall over Seoul, Korea. A huge vortex reminiscent of a black hole was gradually increasing its volume every moment. Lycon would have also seen the Great Hall on the day his world was destroyed. All guides in the scenarios were those who lost their homes to the scenarios. Since I am here, you can rest assured. I am a guide to stop the destruction of this world. I will train you to prepare for the disaster and give you the necessary instructions. And, it came out quite hastily, but he was good at reciting the words. He probably got a manual Grom a Dokibi. Lycon suddenly stopped talking. By the way, you are the only ones who woke me up. It is just us. Strange. The 4th scenario isn't cleared. If it had been cleared properly, the 5 guides, including myself, would be hatched in the same place. Where is the owner of the Absolute Throne? He was right. Originally, the 5 guides, including Lycon, would gather as soon as the master of the Absolute Throne was born. I spoke to Lycon. We have no king. There is no king. Did the master of the Absolute Throne die? No way. At present, there is no way to kill the master of the Absolute Throne. Lycon expressed his disbelief in a threatening manner. There was no owner of the Absolute Throne from the beginning. What does that mean? We cleared the 4th scenario without getting the Absolute Throne. Flames appeared in Lycon's eyes. Are you lying to me right now? Such a thing is impossible. The 4th scenario doesn't end until someone takes the throne. There is also the method of destroying the Absolute Throne. Likon's expression stiffened. He seemed to grasp my words and his eyes widened. Perhaps the embarrassment of such a noble hero was really worth seeing. His silver mane quivered as he looked closely at me. The numerous constellations, surely you didn't destroy the throne. That's right. How could you do such a terrible thing? Likon let out many curses that I couldn't hear properly. Han Xiang looked at the bellowing Likon and whispered to me, "Hey, was it that serious?" "For you." Han Xiang also received other-world interpreter and heard the conversation. Likon screamed before I could answer. "Why did you do that? Now there is no one in the world under the banner of that great god. No. The star stream constellations didn't care about Kronos. Now this world is ruined. Living things with less intelligence than a kobold should do their jobs." I felt scorn as I watched the despairing Likon. Yes, this was the essence of these guys. On the surface, they were dispatched to help this world. However, they had a separate purpose that I would never let happen. Prince of the Imayantar, Likon Iparang. It is too early to be frustrated. The prideful Prince of the Imayantar immediately responded to the change in my attitude. He growled out angrily. "Cheeky human. Show respect in front of a great species. You don't know the weight of your sin. Likon, didn't you see anything when your world perished? The Imayantar were the ruling species of Kronos, not Earth." Likon's expression stiffened. I didn't miss this gap and continued. "There were 5 disasters that destroyed your world." "What? The southern continent of Kronos where you lived was destroyed by the dragon." "Right." Likon's eyes filled with disbelief. "How do you know this?" "Fire Dragon Enil. The disaster of burning hell. It is the name of the disaster that destroyed your world. The small disaster that I killed, Lesser Enil, was originally a disaster. A single flame could turn a small city into a sea of fire, and a single flap of its wings could destroy a lower species. The southern continent of Kronos was destroyed by him. The fire dragon that woke up from a meteorite." Likon gritted his teeth. "You are speaking like it is someone else's story. You will regret it. Pretty soon, your world will also struggle in that hot hellfire. Don't worry. Enil won't come down to this world." "What? I have already killed him. There will be no burning hell disaster in this world." Likon had a bemused expression, like he heard his home had been brought back. "That is the best joke I've ever heard. Is there such a joke in this world? Is it fun to joke about the world that will soon cease to exist? Well, of course not." I pulled out a blue-colored medallion. Then, like magic, Likon's laughter subsided. "The protection symbol of the Imayantar." Likon's shaking hands reached out to take the medallion. "Why, how do you have this?" The protection symbol of the Imayantar was proof that a person had hunted a disaster dragon. Likon of the Imayantar. Pay respects to the protector. Likon's body slowly fell. First his knees touched the ground, slowly followed by his head. There was a severe shaking of his eyes, like he couldn't admit it. Do it properly. Before long, his head touched the ground. He was over 3 meters tall, so it wasn't until he fell down that his eyes were lower than mine. I looked down at Likon. This was the useful part of catching the fire dragon. Han Xiang wasn't able to grasp the situation yet and looked at Likon with confused eyes. I was almost killed by Han Xiang's brutality, but she ended up making things easier. Likon spoke in a quivering voice. "Great Dragon Hunter. With the benefit of hindsight, I would like to ask you to forgive my rudeness. My name is Kim Dokja. Once again, I thought that my name wasn't that great. This would be a great scene if my name was Yozhongyuk." I added a quick remark to diffuse the awkward atmosphere. "Likon, there is something I need you to do." Likon carefully looked up. "Teach me the way of the wind, which is the secret technique of your people." Likon's eyes slowly became bigger. This was my purpose behind hatching Likon. The southern disaster of the fire dragon had disappeared, so the first disaster in the 5th scenario would surely be the east disaster. In order to prevent the catastrophe in the east, I needed to gain the secret technique of the Imayantar. Way of the wind. It was the only answer to the disaster of the east, the disaster of questions. ******. An hour later, I explained the situation to Han Xiang, who hadn't been able to follow the conversation. "Then the medallion you got from killing the fire dragon is an important thing for them." "Yes. I still don't understand. The fire dragon you killed at that time was one of the disasters." "That's right. Then in the 5th scenario, we have to prevent 4 instead of 5 disasters. You seem to understand yet not understand. Han Xiang frowned. I still don't understand. Didn't you kill that lesser Enil? Isn't he a deteriorated dragon, so why is he the disaster? Is this also a development of ways of survival? Everything that hatches from a disaster meteor is a disaster. That guy came out instead of Enil, so Enil won't appear in this disaster. In addition, Enil didn't appear in the original. Enil's hatchling came out. It is only the 5th scenario, so how can something like that wake up already? You speak well. Are you a spokesman for ways of survival? Are you actually the writer? The scenario difficulty was ridiculous, but it was adjusted so that it could be cleared if people risked their lives. Of course, the adjustment was carefully controlled. The lesser Enil, the deteriorated version of the hatchling, had annihilated the prophets, which could be called the elite troops at the time. Was that all? I was once killed by that dragon. If it wasn't for the king of no killing, I wouldn't be standing here. If lesser Enil had been released into Seoul and continued to level up, Seoul would have ended up the same as Likon's hometown. Of course, Han Xiang had no knowledge of such matters and was busy complaining. Anyway, aren't the disasters a bigger deal than I thought? I have a lot of trouble grasping the scale because of the way it was expressed in Ways of Survival. We were lucky with the fire dragon. The disasters that will come will be in their original state. Terrible beings will appear. It was pleasant to see the expression of the plagiarist writer at the word original. Then what should we do? We have to use that guy. I looked at Likon, who was preparing for the training in a distant place. Han Xiang asked, he looks strong. Do you want him to fight? That guy is a coward. In addition, the guides are prohibited from fighting against disasters of another world. We have to take care of our work on our own. I heard Likon calling out to me, Protector, I am ready. Protector was the title for the owner of the medallion. I told him to call my name a few times, but Likon didn't yield. From now on, I will teach you the secret technique of my clan, the Way of the Wind. Way of the Wind. It was a hidden skill that allowed the user to use the wind like their own limbs. Among the other species, only those with the protection symbol of the Amayantar could learn this skill. Yo Zhongyuk was originally scheduled to obtain this, but not this time. I couldn't give the strong person all the good skills. Then I will start. For the next 3 hours, I sweated hard to learn the skill. It would be nice if the system had a message like, would you like to learn the skill, but this wasn't possible. It was only possible to gain the skill by learning it directly. I had read the novel, so I was able to follow Likon's movements a little bit. To be exact, I thought I was following it. Approximately 1 more hour passed. Likon hesitated before opening his mouth. Protector. I'm sorry to say this, but... Chapter 79, the 5th scenario, 4. I gasped and asked, what? Is it over? No, that is. Then what am I doing wrong? To be precise, don't drag it out and tell me quickly. It is all wrong. It was so sincere that I sat down like I had received a nuclear punch. I breathed roughly and looked up at the sky. All of a sudden, the great hall floating in the sky seemed bigger. It seemed to be mocking me. Likon looked at me and prepared for the kill. Protector, you don't have any qualities suited for Way of the Wind. No, to be honest, you don't have the qualities for almost every skill. If this went wrong, the world might perish because of me. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A few more hours passed like this, and then days went by. There were 8 days left until the start of the 5th scenario. I didn't give up and continued to learn Way of the Wind. Of course, it wasn't possible. Grr. Protector, it is better to give up. Why can't I learn it? Han Xiang giggled beside me and said, why? It is because you have no talent. That isn't possible. Why not? You aren't the protagonist. Do you think that you became Yo Zhongyuk because you have been doing a good job lately? My chest was sore like I had been stabbed. I spoke with a frown, but I understand everything in my head. Ah, yes. Everyone thinks they can go to Seoul National University. I'm telling the truth. I remembered most of the enlightenment associated with Way of the Wind. I felt so frustrated 1 hour ago that I got a second battery from the survivors and read the text again. There is a gale in the right hand and a storm in the left hand. The Way of the Wind will be opened when the straight lines and the curves meet. How? You really understand it. Likon felt admiration from where he was listening to me. In fact, the words I just muttered was Yo Zhongyuk's enlightenment in Ways of Survival. In Ways of Survival, Ye Zhongyu gained insight in a single phrase followed by a Chinese character. He learned Way of the Wind in just 5 minutes, but it wasn't that simple and I had wasted 2 days already. How can I do this? I grumbled. Huh? You just said it, there is no representation more accurate than that. No, it was a metaphor. Your words weren't a metaphor. It was enough to make me go crazy. This time the problem wasn't solved by the writer's description in Ways of Survival. It was because the explanation was just complete noise to me and the fourth wall was also useless at this moment. Fourth wall gave me judgment and calmness but it didn't give me talent. I felt a little feverish as I spoke to Likon. Then you should try this. One wind will meet another wind to form yin and yang. Once again, one wind will meet another wind to form the principles of negative and positive. Yin and yang was a concept from Earth but Likon understood it instantly. How could you have gained such profound insight? Don't just speak it, spread it directly through your body. So it is like this. Likon concentrated and winds from different directions started to form around him. The two winds swirled, adding a hot and cold energy to the wind. To be honest, I thought it was ridiculous. He just heard it and could carry out the technique instantly. Then why couldn't I do the same? My pride was provoked. Then how about this? 4 winds meet and form a defense. Then another 4 winds are added, making it the 8 trigrams. Therefore, wind is everywhere yet exists nowhere. Can you do this as well? This sentence was the enlightenment that Ye Zhongyu gained in the 9th round of regression. This time Likon made a puzzled expression. I spoke in a triumphant voice. You can't? This is how I am feeling. Pushov, no, protector. I really appreciate it. What? The 5th grade otherworld species Prince Likon of the Amayantar has received great enlightenment. Likon suddenly turned and started practicing. You have a great impact on the evolution of Prince Likon of the Amayantar. Likon of the Amayantar feels a great appreciation towards you. Some constellations from the ruined world, Kronos thanks you. 2,000 coins have been sponsored. I finally figured out what was going on. That damn wolf gained enlightenment by hearing what I said. Han Xiang was laughing so hard that she was holding her belly. I felt belated frustration. Maybe I knew Ways of Survival but I didn't know anything about myself. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband admires your patience. The constellation Secretive Plotter is disappointed in your weakness. Looking at the system messages appearing in the air, I thought about signing a contract with a sponsor. Of course, it was impossible due to the contract with Baihyang. So why did you break the throne? Fool. I looked up and saw a transparent figure floating in the air. I opened the Dokibi communication. Is it okay to talk now? What about the intermediate Dokibi? He won't come for a while. He is being properly disciplined. He won't come before the 5th scenario opens. My channel also upgraded again. Hopefully I can reach the intermediate level next month. It is all thanks to you. That's good. Why don't you look happy? It is also good for you if I do well. You will be busy when you reach intermediate level. Baihyang laughed at my words. Brat, don't worry. I don't know about other incarnations but won't I look after you? These days there are many intermediate Dokibi at the bureau but it is noisy because some bastards are twisting their probabilities extensively. I didn't need him to tell me who it was. Oh, of course it isn't you. It was completely Ye Zhongyu. In fact, Ye Zhongyu's growth rate was impossible through any possibilities. He was growing at a rate that was close to a cheat. There is one abnormally fasting growing guy and the bureau can't touch him. I think his sponsor is probably a formidable guy. Perhaps Ye Zhongyu's possibilities wouldn't be a problem in the future. In the end, the possibility wasn't a problem if there was a constellation capable of that possibility. And it was possible for Ye Zhongyu's sponsor. By the way, why don't you buy a growth package? I'll sell it for a cheap price if you buy it now. Aren't you suffering right now because you can't learn that skill? This package, I won't buy it. In any case, isn't the growth package only applicable to skills already learned? Did you show up just to eat money? The growth package had a penalty when abused. It was why even the powerful Ye Zhongyu didn't use the growth package. Sheesh, you knew. Baihyang muttered with a dissatisfied expression, but it is time to buy something. Coins possessed 62,372 C. I still had a lot of coins despite raising my stats due to selling the fire dragon parts. If I had 40,000 more coins, I would have bought Sky Dragon steps, but I couldn't this time. Bai Hyung's face became rosy. Oh, really? What do you want to buy? Aren't you going to receive new coin items soon? How do you know? Did you plant a mole? It is natural since a new scenario will open soon. At that time, tell me. I'll buy it. Oh, you will. I turned off the Dokkaebi communication. I didn't want to talk to him when there was nothing to say. I looked back and Likon was still gaining enlightenment. Han Xiang approached me and raised her chin. Hey, what are you going to do now? I don't know. I'm still thinking. Then let me learn it. What? Or let the other survivors learn it. I looked at the people around us. It was 2 days after the coin farms collapsed. The rescued survivors were working together and caring for the other wounded. The atmosphere was quite different from the survivors of Deputy Yoon's coin farm. Perhaps Han Xiang's hypocrisy-filled good deeds had changed them. It turned out that hypocrisy was a good thing. Han Xiang opened her mouth again. Isn't it just learning Way of the Wind? Does it matter who learns it? Right, anyone can learn it. Why do you insist on being the one to learn it? Are you trying to get the attention of the constellations alone? It wasn't wrong, but it wasn't exactly right. Only people with the protection medallion can learn Way of the Wind. Then give it to me. It isn't transferable. The character Han Xiang has confirmed that the statement is true. This woman really. You are the first person who is more suspicious than Yo Jong-yuk. You brought it up. This skill, Yo Jong-yuk should have originally learnt it. That's right. Then why do you have to go through this trouble? You can leave it to Yo Jong-yuk. It isn't too late now, so let's go find Yo Jong-yuk. He is growing well. That guy would manage it somehow. Yo Jong-yuk doesn't listen to what other people will say. I'll tempt him. I stared at Han Xiang before looking away. Yo Jong-yuk doesn't like the body of a child. Are you ignoring me now? Besides, there is also a problem in finding Yo Jong-yuk. Even Yo Jong-yuk couldn't learn Way of the Wind without the protection medallion. It meant the medallion needed to be taken from me, but ownership wouldn't be released until I died. In other words, Yo Jong-yuk must kill me. Besides, even if he had the medallion, you know that I beat him up pretty badly in the end. Once we meet, he will definitely try to kill me. Yo Jong-yuk flew from my punch filled with 100 strength. In the meantime, the eyes that wanted to tear me to pieces was still vivid. Well, he was really bold when he cut off my head. Han Xiang stroked her neck as memories of Chungmuro Station surfaced. Besides, finding out where he is now. At this time, an uproar was heard in the distance. There is someone injured. Please help. It is serious. Someone had found a wounded person nearby. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire is looking forward to your comradeship. Some constellations are expecting you to treat the wounded. The messages of the constellations, including Uriel, arrived. What was going on? I took Han Xiang and headed there. After a while, I found the cause of the problem and glared at Bai Hyung floating in the air. Bai Hyung sniggered at me. I didn't know about this. The bleeding Yo Jong-yuk was waiting for me there. Chapter 80, the fifth scenario, 5. None of the text used in this audiobook belongs to me. Please support the original author online. This is a fan-made project and I make no money from it. Join the Discord for a lot of more audiobooks too. I stepped away from the bleeding Yo Jong-yuk lying down and spoke to Bai Hyung. Is this your doing? Even if Yo Jong-yuk was nearby, he couldn't be found in such a timely manner. It was clear that Bai Hyung had made a sub-scenario to bring Yo Jong-yuk over here. Are you suspecting me? Is there evidence? There was no evidence, but I felt it in my heart. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire is concerned with your judgment. 500 coins have been sponsored. I felt a strong belief. Han Xiang whispered to me as I looked down at Yo Jong-yuk with a dumb expression. We found him. What are you going to do? What else? Shouldn't you save him? This jerk, he is the protagonist. Of course I had to save him. However, if I saved this bastard, I would surely die. Han Xiang looked scared that Yo Jong-yuk would wake up straight away. Do you have anything that will restrain him? Yo Jong-yuk won't tolerate them. Lock him up, then he will commit suicide. But if he goes back? Damn, what will happen if he regresses? Han Xiang belatedly came to this realization. What would happen to this world if Yo Jong-yuk went back? It was one of my biggest challenges living in this world. We have to stop it. Nobody knows what will happen. It was right to assume the worst when things were unknown. If I made a mistake and the world was reset, my existence would disappear. By the way, how did this jerk end up like this? I looked closely at him. There was a wound around the belly. All internal organs and ribs were broken. It felt like someone incredibly powerful had hit Yo Jong-yuk in one blow. At this moment, I stared blankly at my fist. Perhaps. What is with that expression? Why is your face suddenly dark? It is nothing. All of a sudden, I was convinced. He was hit with a fist filled with 100 strength. Then he had been like this for 2 days. I felt sorry with the benefit of hindsight. With this, it might not be possible to restore my relationship with Yo Jong-yuk. As I slowly looked from his belly to his face, I took a few steps back because I got goosebumps. Shit. Yo Jong-yuk was staring at me with bloody and teary eyes. His lips were moving and he was obviously saying something like "dead, Kim Dokja." I thought Han Seong was beside me, but she had run away as quickly as possible. I shouted towards Yo Jong-yuk from a distance. Hey! Can't you release your anger? Wasn't it a fair fight? Didn't you try to kill me as well? Yo Jong-yuk's eyes didn't change. Damn it, I had no choice. Yo Jong-yuk had to survive here, even if he killed me. I might be able to stop the disaster of questions without Yo Jong-yuk, but I wouldn't be able to prevent the other disasters and the world would be destroyed. Why was the protagonist of Ways of Survival such a person? The story would have been easier if it was Lee Hyun-sung or Jung Hee-won. This wasn't the time for complaints. I decided to use a skill. It was obvious what he was thinking, but I needed to check. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 2 has been activated. At this moment, something amazing happened. Kim Dokja. My eyes widened as I watched Yo Jong-yuk. Did he just call out to me? You can hear my words. Isn't that right? If I look back at what you have done so far, what? Say that you can hear me. If you don't move now, the world will. I looked at him in a slightly confused state. It was my mistake. Damn it. Yo Jong-yuk's eyes slowly closed. I hesitated for a moment before approaching Yo Jong-yuk. Yo Jong-yuk didn't seem to have the power to fight me at all in this state. Besides, I didn't see any animosity towards me. Yo Jong-yuk. Can you hear me? Yo Jong-yuk struggled to raise his eyelids, only to close them again. It was strange. No matter how badly wounded he was, he would have automatically triggered recovery when he was hit. Then why was he still in this state? The exclusive skill, character list is activated. There is too much information about this person. Character list is converted to summary list. Character list. Name, Yo Jong-yuk. Private attribute, regressor, third turn, myth, pro gamer, rare, supreme king, hero. Exclusive skills, Sage Eyes LV8. Hand-to-hand combat LV 9, advanced weapons training LV 8, mental barrier LV 6, 100 steps godly fists LV 6, red phoenix shunpo LV 6, omitted, stigma regression LV 3, transmission LV 3. Overall stats, physique LV 60, strength LV 60, agility LV 60, magic power LV 60, asterisk currently in an abnormal condition. Asterisk currently, this person is affected by the Thousand Spirits poison. There were no problems with his stats. Yo Jong-yuk was still one of the strongest incarnations in Seoul and his skills had grown compared to the last time I saw him. The problem was his abnormal status. Yo Jong-yuk didn't have the skills 1000 poisons resistance or immunity to 10,000 poisons yet. Therefore, poison was currently one of Yo Jong-yuk's few weaknesses. He was like this because he was poisoned. I looked closer and saw that there were blue blood vessels all over his body. It hadn't been long since he was poisoned. Fortunately, he was still alive, but it was strange. I knew of only one person who could infect Yo Jong-yuk with Thousand Spirits poison at this time. A woman watching me in the distance asked, Are you Kim Dokja? I nodded. I looked at the woman who brought Yo Jong-yuk here. He was like this the whole time. He kept asking me to take him to Kim Dokja. Yo Jong-yuk? I looked down at Yo Jong-yuk's face, which was more blue-tinged than before, and instantly had many thoughts. The terrified Han Seong who had been fleeing came back. Hey, what's going on? Han Seong poked my shoulder but I didn't answer. I struggled for a moment before speaking to Bai Hyung. Bai Hyung, open the Dokkaebi bag. Now do you understand? This wasn't my doing. Open the bag. After confirming my remaining coins, I found a coin item that could cure Yo Jong-hyuk. He was affected by the Thousand Spirits poison, so it couldn't be removed simply by eating the Ellen Forest essence. I quickly turned on the text and checked some of the ingredients before purchasing items from the Dokkaebi bag. You have purchased 1 midday trice. You have purchased 1 old Barbara branch. You have purchased 2 Putna Dalchun horns. You have purchased 1 detox potato. You have purchased 2 Ainturn Temple's purification water. You have purchased 1 Ellen Forest essence. A total of 7,370 coins are consumed. It was an unexpected bleeding service. I asked the survivors around me for a small bucket, lit the magic power stove and poured the ingredients into it. Han Seong asked, "What are you going to make? An antidote? Did you decide to save him?" I nodded and replied, "This bastard, he came to me deliberately." "Deliberately? Why?" "I don't know. Did he come to ask you for help?" "I don't think Yo Jong-hyuk would come all this way to kill you. That is impossible for Yo Jong-hyuk." "How do you know?" "I know. He is that type of bastard." I adjusted the flames of the stove. Fire blazed and the contents in the bucket started to boil. Based on the color and form, it looked like food from the Death Valley goblins. It might seem terrible, but this soup was an excellent antidote. Han Seong placed her hands on her knees and stared at the terrible food. By the way, was Yo Jong-hyuk such a bad person in ways of survival? What? It was a thought that I had. Didn't Yo Jong-hyuk save a lot of people and do good deeds? Of course, he is like a psychopath, but isn't he moving for the people? He is fighting to save the world. I don't want to admit it because I am a bad person. When I thought about it, Han Seong's words weren't completely wrong. I laughed and said, "Your defense of Yo Jong-hyuk is energetic because you haven't read as far as me. But that is that and this is this. You can't judge people by only looking at one side." It was an unexpected conversation, so I looked up at Han Seong for a while. Han Seong was smiling coldly. "No matter how much you claim that my work is plagiarism, it has actually never been affected by ways of survival. You almost convinced me without saying that. It is a real pity." I said this, but my mind was a bit complicated. What type of person was Yo Jong-hyuk? Could I really say that I was familiar with the existence of Yo Jong-hyuk? I was able to confidently answer until a while ago. I was the only reader who read all of Ways of Survival, but I felt that some of my answers were being diluted in the soup. Did I know Yo Jong-hyuk at all? Not long after that, the soup started boiling. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire is impressed with your good deed. The constellations of the Absolute Good system support your good deed. 3,000 coins have been sponsored. It was rare for a person to be damaged by sponsorship. Shit. I approached Yo Jong-hyuk with the soup. Han Seong brought me a spoon from a nearby store. I scooped up the soup with the spoon and put it in Yo Jong-hyuk's mouth. Han Seong watched me blowing on the soup. "You are acting like a wife. Do you want to do this?" "I don't want to. In fact, I wouldn't have given the job to her anyway." It was due to the system message that I heard every time I scooped up a spoonful of soup. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire is impressed with your good deed. 500 coins have been sponsored. It was tremendous to receive coins every time I fed him. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire is impressed with your good deed. 300 coins have been sponsored. I thought it was a loss to me, but it turned out to be a huge honey event. Indeed, people should live a good life. However, I started to feel a bit strange after 10 spoonfuls. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire is impressed with your good deed. 400 coins have been sponsored. Was this constellation really impressed with the good deed? Would it last until the bowl was empty? Yo Jong-hyuk started to open his eyes with a slight groan. He was still in bad shape, but he was gradually healing from the poison. I didn't miss his opportunity and took out one item. "You have used the midday trice. You are seeking consent from the target. Midday trice was an item that allowed for a one-on-one conversation with the selected target for a specified time period. If I had a bit more coins, I would have learnt the sound transmission skill, but I didn't have that much to spare. Therefore, I chose the next best thing. The target has agreed to communicate with you. The midday tryst has started. Once I sent a message to Yozhong-yuk, a small messenger window emerged in front of me. Hey, can you hear me? The connection was formed. I purchased this item for 3 reasons. One was because Yozhong-yuk's tongue was paralyzed by the effect of Thousand Spirits poison, and the second reason was to avoid leaking information to Han Xiang. The third and most important reason was that I didn't want to confirm to Yozhong-yuk that I could read his thoughts. The next moment, Yozhong-yuk's message came up. Kim Dokja, move to the east right now. Chapter 81, SSS Grade Talent 1. Episode 17. I frowned at Yozhong-yuk's words. Move to the east right now? I saved his life and now he was giving me an order? I was a bit annoyed, but Yozhong-yuk spoke before I could say anything. The disaster of questions is waking up. What? I was frustrated because I couldn't understand what he was saying, and Yozhong-yuk frowned. Someone is waking the disaster up. Asterisk. After a while, Han Xiang and I left Likon, who was still receiving enlightenment, and headed for Gangdong Gu. It was at a tremendous pace. Can we just leave that wolf? The Amayantar can feel the master of the medallion. He will come find us when he wakes up. Rather. I looked at Han Xiang running beside me and said, can't you carry him? You can use your avatar. I don't want to. The disgusted Han Xiang quickly moved away from me. Didn't you say earlier that Yozhong-yuk might not be a bad guy? That is that and this is this. Isn't he the one who cut my head off? I couldn't say anything to refute her words. Yozhong-yuk spoke through midday tryst. You can leave me. I don't need help. Don't be so prideful. I really will abandon you. I couldn't see Yozhong-yuk's face because he was being carried on my back. When will you be able to move by yourself? In 2 days. Will you kill me when you recover? I asked half-jokingly, but this bastard didn't give an answer. I deliberately reduced the pace at which I was moving. Then I can't help you. How can I believe a guy who is trying to kill me? I will help you if you swear an oath of existence. Swear not to kill me until the end of this regression. I can't do that. Lousy bastard. Then swear you won't hurt me until the 5th scenario is over. If you can't do that, I really won't help you. Yozhong-yuk thought for a moment before replying. I swear. Surprisingly, Yozhong-yuk agreed to the oath. The oath of existence. It was a constraint on the person who swore it. A cold flame emerged from Yozhong-yuk's body and dug into his heart. If he broke the oath, this blue flames will burn his heart. I felt a bit relieved, but then Yozhong-yuk continued. I won't kill you. But, I will hit you once. What? I was dazed for a moment. He was going to hit me? Is this because of 2 days ago? Yozhong-yuk didn't answer again. I thought it was strange that Yozhong-yuk agreed to the oath so easily. It is 1 hit. I'll do it gently. Understood? Yes, it might not be bad if 1 hit could restore my relationship with Yozhong-yuk. In my current state, I wouldn't die from one of Yozhong-yuk's blows. Shortly after that, we crossed Shingdam Bridge and entered Guangjin Gu. I felt the surrounding ecology change little by little. Grass was growing on the streets, and instead of rotting bodies, the smell of monster feces filled the area. The trunk of a huge plant emerged from the ground and wrapped around the surrounding high-rise buildings. The 7th grade plant species Yanasplita is on the lookout. I spoke to Han Xiang, who was pulling out a weapon. Don't act so rashly. It is fine as long as we don't attack first. Don't these type of monsters suddenly attack with tentacles. That is just in the manhwas. They are gentle. Just be careful not to step on the roots. At the top of the building, the head of the plant that resembled a sunflower followed after us with its eyes. It seemed scary, but it was actually a good monster. This didn't mean that the situation was optimistic. The plant species originally came after the Great Hall was fully opened. The terraforming has started. Terraforming. The 5th scenario was world versus world. Humanity fought against the worlds that were coming. Just like Seoul was suffering from the erosion of Kronos, China would be facing the 3rd Murim world, while Japan would be facing the White Demon world. Han Xiang scouted around with avatars and said, it is a monster colony. Damn, the terraforming will be even faster if the disasters awaken. What type of person is waking up the disaster? A person like you. You woke up the fire dragon. Han Xiang bit her lips. Didn't you tidy it up? At that time, the intermediate Dokibi placed a penalty on the fire dragon. And what if I didn't kill it? Don't tell me that you would catch it. There was a penalty. Then didn't it benefit us to catch a weakened disaster? The disaster of questions has no penalty. It is questionable if the Dokkibi would even place a penalty on it. We moved quickly to avoid the monster's colony. In the streets, the ground rats and grolls were eating corpses. Looking at the traces of the destroyed monsters, Yozhong seemed to have come through this path. Yozhong was great to walk so far in this physical condition. I spoke to Yozhong. I have a question. Why come to me? I honestly thought you would commit suicide. Suicide? How ridiculous. If he had seen his future in the 8th turn, he wouldn't be able to say this. I was a bit confused by his next words. If I was going to give up so easily, I wouldn't have started this journey. It really felt like the first time I read Ways of Survival. I thought that maybe Han Xiang was right. The Yozhong I believed I knew was the Yozhong who easily gave up, easily killed people and repeatedly caused numerous tragedies. However, the Yozhong of the 3rd round wasn't yet like that. Maybe I didn't know the Yozhong of the 3rd round. Your understanding of the character Yozhong is increasing. In the meantime, Yozhong said, I thought of you right away. I thought you would be a bit of help since you are the one who smashed the absolute throne. You aren't going to say anything about me breaking the throne? I don't want to talk about what already happened. In addition, I thought about it. You must have done it to rule out the god of the other world. You know, I was honestly frightened because I had never really spoken to Yozhong before. Putting aside his coolness, this bastard had such a great mind. Yozhong kept speaking. Honestly, I think it isn't a bad way. The problem is what happens next. After you crushed the throne, the guides were scattered and there was a setback in collecting the meteorite. This is why the terraforming of Guangjin Gu and Gangdong Gu is so fast. The Wanderers are using the power of the meteorites. What do you mean? Terraforming won't accelerate simply by using the meteorites. One of the 10 evils has taken possession of a disaster meteorite. The 10 evils. My heart instantly sank. I had expected it, but actually hearing it was a different matter. Is it the poisoner? You know, she is the only one who uses Thousand Spirits poison. But there was still a part that I didn't understand. Then why are you poisoned? If you knew that the opponent was the poisoner, shouldn't you have avoided facing her from the front? I was trying to convince her. Convince? You? Then a scene belatedly popped up. Yozhong said, I wanted to make her a companion. Companion? I see. I remembered now. Poisoner Li Xilhua was Yozhong companion in the 2nd round. The 10 evils weren't always opponents. Just like Armed Fortress Master Gong Pildu changed in this round, Li Xilhua was transformed into a companion in several rounds, including the first regression. In all other regressions so far, Poisoner Li Xilhua was one of the few companions that Yozhong could rely on. You did something that isn't like you. I admit it. I was pathetic. She isn't the person I remember. I knew it. Still, I wanted to believe for a moment that the woman in my memories was still alive. I wanted to be with her again. I couldn't help opening my mouth at the loneliness that he had buried deeply. In his 2nd life, Li Xilhua didn't last long, but she was Yozhong lover. I understand. Yozhong was silent for a moment. You are talking as if you have regressed before. I don't need to regress to understand. I knew that I shouldn't speak about understanding. Still, I wanted to say it. Since he wouldn't receive understanding from anyone in the future, I thought I could say this. The character Yozhong is deeply shaken. The character Yozhong has received a faint consolation. Strange. You obviously aren't a regressor. But I feel like you really understand these emotions. Is this also the power of a prophet? I didn't answer, making Yozhong continue speaking. Of course, you aren't a good person. You are the unscrupulous person who kidnapped my sister. When did I kidnap her? I just protected her. You must have understood with lie detection. Kin Dokja. We stopped talking at Han Xiang's tense voice. The road from Shenhou Bridge to Gangdong was visible. The Great Hall emitted a bright light and something fell towards Gangdong Gu. Damn it, it was already happening. We fully entered Gangdong Gu and the density of the strange grasses covering the ground increased. Dirty trees grew between buildings and there were small beasts running on the trees. Gangdong Gu was already half of another world. Han Xiang bit her lips and asked, are we too late? What if the disaster has already awakened? It hasn't happened yet. Then we would have received the scenario. We took a few more steps and saw several markings on the ground. It looked like graffiti, but it was actually a territorial display. It was a warning that no one should enter. From here on, it was the area of the poisoner. Like the other wanderers, she settled in Gangdong-gu and started to expand her base. The progress was faster than I expected. Han Xiang said, "If this group is well guarded, it won't be easy to attack." Have you thought of something? No. I didn't intend to wage an all-out war in the first place. We only need the meteorite. We can just steal it. I will buy time while you take the meteorite. However, it wouldn't be so easy. The story might be different if I had an assistant like the Wanderer King. Yo Zhongyuk interrupted. There is no need to rush. Even if the disaster begins, the disaster of questions is a disaster that can be suppressed at an early stage. An early suppression. Indeed, it was possible for Yo Zhongyuk. Early suppression? Who will do that? Are you a half-god? Of course it should be you. Weren't you thinking about it anyway? Why do you think that? You have already woken up the guide and received the way of the wind. Based on his tone, he was slightly angered that I had taken the way of the wind that he was supposed to learn. I said with a smile, I didn't learn it. Why? There wasn't enough time. I'm actually glad. No, I don't have talent. I could feel Yo Zhongyuk's deep contempt in his silence. You, from the beginning, there are people. The moment I heard Han Xiang's words, I raised unbroken faith. It was the territory of one of the 10 evils, so the people would naturally belong to their group. I entrusted Yo Zhongyuk to Han Xiang's avatar. I will be gone for a while, so take him. Do you understand? The people were getting closer. But something felt strange. Usually it wasn't so loud when a single group moved. Then the clear voice of a woman was heard in front of us. Everybody run toward Shenhou Bridge. It wasn't the poisoner's group. They weren't as powerful as the Wanderer King's group, but some people who survived the poisoner's group were escaping from Gangdong-gu. The unarmed survivors gasped for air when they found us. Oh, out of the way. Hurry! Terrible arrows came flying towards them. The man who spoke to me fell down after being hit by an arrow. The man's back quickly became discolored and blackened. It was poison. Get those scum. The poisoner's group. Dozens of men and women simultaneously fired arrows. The moment we tried to avoid it by moving behind a building, threads of silk spread out in the air. Dozens of webs were arranged at once, causing the arrows to become tangled in the thread and not go any further. Han Xiang's eyes widened. What the hell is that technique? In fact, it was fired from behind the poisoner's group. The thread was like steel wire. The sharpness of the thread caused the legs of people to fly through the air. Curake. All the threads were connected to one woman. The woman wearing a tight black battle suit flew through the air. 2 knives stretched out from the fingers of the woman, brilliantly riding the thread of magic. The woman freely manipulated the length of the thread and she swept away the poisoner's group in an instant. There wasn't any hesitation in her hand. The movements were beyond beautiful. The combination of stats and skills showed that she didn't have an ordinary sponsor. The information of this person can't be read in character list. This person isn't registered in character list. She wasn't even on the character list. Han Xiang muttered. Hey, that woman. I knew without her saying anything. It was because this woman was someone I knew. Yosanga C. I hadn't met her in 2 days yet she was completely different from the girl I knew. Chapter 82, SSS Grade Talent 2. Episode 17. The bodies of her enemies were torn apart whenever Yosanga's daggers moved. Amazing. Was this really the Yosanga that I knew? There weren't many skills that could show such power against a large group. At the present time, it was probably just Armed Fortress Master Gongpildu's Armed Zone and Han Xiang's avatar. Yet Yosanga was showing such power without such a great skill. How did she become so strong? What was this talent? Yo Zhongyuk spoke as if he had read my thoughts. She grew faster because you aren't around. You seem to have no aptitude for raising your fellow companions. It is the same with Li Hyun-sung. They grew to this extent because I pushed them in the beginning. Actually, I didn't really believe it, but I wanted to say it. Damn, why did she get stronger when I wasn't around? Why didn't I seem to be much help? Hey! A voice was heard. I nodded at Han Xiang's words. I couldn't be overwhelmed by Yosanga forever. In any case, there were many enemies and Yosanga was alone. Yosanga, see, this way. Yosanga stopped when she heard my words. She clearly hadn't expected to meet me in this place. Han Sayang, please. Han Sayang triggered avatar like she was waiting. Dozens of avatars disturbed the vision of the poisoners group and I safely made contact with Yosanga. Doc, you see? How are you? Let's talk after moving. The group members were chasing from afar. Fortunately, the survivors seemed to have escaped safely through Gangdong Bridge. The problem was on our side. Go back to the high-rise buildings. The most important step is to go up and secure visibility. As expected, Yu Zhongyu's judgment was valid. I might have read all of Ways of Survival, but I couldn't make battlefield judgments like Yu Zhongyuk. Then Yu Zhongyuk followed with meaningful words. And that woman, you should be careful of her. Be careful? Who? Yu Zhongyuk didn't say anything else. We quickly hid inside a nearby high-rise building. The monsters suddenly flooded the area, probably due to the turmoil, and just narrowly missed our tail. They soon gave up and returned to Inner Gangdong. I looked back at Yosanga. Yosanga, see, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. Doc, you see? Yes, I'm also fine. It had only been a few days, but the conversation was awkward. It felt like I was meeting an alumni from high school 10 years after graduation. I looked away from her in her tight battle suit and opened her mouth. I couldn't figure out what to ask. In the meantime, I looked at Han Sayang. Yosanga saw Yu Zhongyuk being carried on the back of Han Sayang's avatar and gave me an unknown smile. Doc, you see, must have done a lot in the meantime. It was time to listen to a short story. *******. After the absolute throne was smashed, Yosanga fell to Gangdong Gu. Fortunately, there was someone who fell with her. Gong Pildu was with you. Yes. Arjusi helped me a lot. Seeing that she was calling him Arjusi, they seemed to have become quite familiar with each other. Where is Gong Pildu? 2 days ago, he was injured while we were fighting the Gangdong Gu group. It was while trying to save me. Many surprising things kept happening today. 10 evils. Gong Pildu risked himself in order to save someone else. Yosanga bowed her head and spoke with difficulty. In the end, Arjusi lured them to Han River. Yosanga bit her lips and a poisonous expression filled her face. I suddenly realized why Yosanga killed the poisoners group without hesitation. I spoke to comfort her. Gong Pildu is probably okay. Don't worry. I had a contract with Defense Master so I would know immediately when Gong Pildu died. I would be penalized according to the terms of the contract. The fact that there was no reaction meant that Gong Pildu was alive somewhere. Like the poisoner, Gong Pildu was also part of the 10 evils. It wasn't that easy for him to die. Where did you get those clothes and the dagger? This. After separating from Gong Pildu, Yosanga found the green meteorite. The green meteorite was a meteorite containing rare items. I checked the items she had. I remembered that there was a meteorite containing these items in the vicinity of Shenhodong. Ancient Assassin's Dagger. Rich Cat's Leather Suit. Both were excellent S-grade items. The Ancient Assassin's Dagger had the option of increasing damage to distant enemies while the Rich Cat's Leather Suit increased movement speed the longer the duration of the attack. They are great items. Yes, I am able to fight well thanks to these items. Yosanga smiled and then the quietly listening Han Sayang spoke up. Are you sure that's all? Let's say that you accidentally got the items. But it doesn't make such to have such combat skills with barely any items. Who the hell is your sponsor? How did you raise quick movements or dagger mastery so quickly? It is impossible for the growth to be so fast even with a growth package. Who are you? Me? I am the first apostle. Yosanga raised her weapon without speaking. Calm down, Yosanga, see. This person isn't an enemy. Yosanga looked at me with disbelief. Are you friends now? We aren't friends. The Chungnuro group members died because of that person. Surely you haven't forgotten. Yosanga was the deputy of Chungnuro while I was absent. Therefore, her affection towards the Chungnuro members would be much deeper than mine. Han Sayang said, Chungnuro? I see. You are that woman. Yosanga narrowed her eyes at the words. Han Sayang smiled and added, Hey, Kim Dokja. I am a bad person but I am also a good judge. She has a big sponsor behind her. You. When I saw her at Chungnuro, she wasn't that strong. Isn't it strange? She can't grow so explosively in such a short period of time, even if she has a narrative grade sponsor. Maybe if she has a SSS grade accelerated growth skill. How can many constellations can provide such support to South Korea? My heart wanted to deny it, but rationally, I knew that Han Seong was right. There was also Yo Jong-uk's words from a short while ago. In addition, Yoo Sang-a had been hiding her sponsor from me. Yoo Sang-a's troubled eyes met mine. I used to think that Yoo Sang-a's sponsor was the abandoned lover of the labyrinth. The only person who could find the path through the magic room was the person who handed the thread to Theseus in Daedalus' labyrinth, Ariadne. But as Han Seong said, it was impossible for her to grow to such a degree with Ariadne's sponsorship. In addition, the movements that she showed while moving through the air in the previous battle was closer to the Hermes walking method than air steps. Ariadne's incarnation couldn't use Hermes stigma. I was about to open my mouth when something unexpected happened. Ha ha, everyone. How have you been? Damn it, this timing. I immediately looked out the window. A new Dokkaebi was floating in the sky. The participants in this scenario are quite hasty. There is still a week before the start of the scenario and people are already waking up a disaster. Are you curious about the next scenario? It wasn't the level of Baihyung's nonsense, but it was still talking nonsense. Perhaps there was no one in charge, so this low-grade Dokkaebi took their place. The Dokkaebi have left their position, so I will be here for this period. Ha ha. Now have you all eaten your fill? You do know that this event can't be skipped, right? This wasn't good. It was a really bad development. I want to do that, but I won't be a Dokkaebi if I don't give scenarios. The fact that a scenario was appearing now told me one thing. The sub-scenario disaster prevention has arrived. It meant that the outbreak of a disaster was just around the corner. Sub-scenario disaster prevention. Category, sub. Difficulty, S. Clear conditions, unknown powers in Gangdong-gu are trying to hatch one of the disasters. Defeat them and stop the incoming disaster. Time limit, 2 hours. Compensation, 22,000 coins. Failure, early emergence of the disaster of questions. Since we received the disaster prevention scenario, the poisoners group would have received the defend the disaster scenario. The damn Dokkaebis were still trying to be part of this unforeseen situation. I looked at the party members and said, it isn't the time for us to fight. Now we have to handle this situation. Han Seong and Yoo Sang-a nodded at the same time. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The poisoners group was based in Shinhogong of Gangdong-gu. To be exact, it was an area filled with churches and a cathedral. If their purpose was to awaken the disaster early, it was a good choice to choose a religious area. The prayers of those who lost their places would create an environment suitable for hatching the disaster. Han Seong finished scouting and opened her mouth. The road with the lowest level of terraforming is in the northeast, centered on the base. It is 16 Shinjung Row. If we go this way, we can reach the base in the shortest time. But the defenses are formidable. I nodded. We didn't have time, so we had to go through the fastest way. It's okay. We have to reach that building as quickly as possible. Han Seong and Yoo Sang-a will take the front. Don't fight each other. I understand. Yoo Jong-uk couldn't help right now, so I decided to leave him on the roof of the high-rise building with Han Seong's avatar. His role was to watch the battlefield. Yoo Jong-uk didn't express much dissatisfaction. He just gave this piece of advice. If possible, get rid of them before the disaster hatches. Without way of the wind, the initial suppression of the disaster of questions is almost impossible. Of course, I wanted to do that if possible. Let's go. The moment I gave the signal, we jumped down the building. Han Seong used avatar and took the lead. Dozens of avatars jumped onto the road and attracted the attention of the poisoners group. What? Kill them. As the confused group members chased after the avatars, thin and transparent thread filled the air. Curake. The people chasing after the avatars were caught by sharp threads and their legs were cut off. This wasn't the end. There was another strong thread in the location where the people fell. Their heads were cut off and flew through the air. It was a terrifying double trap designed by calculating the angle of the fall. Han Seong clicked her tongue. She is brutal. You aren't someone who should be saying that. Apart from their feelings towards each other, the combination of the two was worth looking at. No, it was very useful. Thanks to their help, I was able to dig into the center of the base while avoiding their surveillance. It wasn't difficult to find the disaster meteorite. It was a huge meteorite over 8 meters high. It emitted an ominous aura and seemed to say, "I am the disaster." Certainly, it felt like the fire dragon was no comparison. If I couldn't stop this disaster, Seoul would surely be destroyed. Then a woman appeared next to the meteorite. She had hair as white as snow. As I saw the lips that were like red flowers on a snowy mountain, I could see Yo Jong-yuk's taste. The cold and glassy eye stared at me and I felt a terrible spirit emerge from her body. It made my skin crawl. It was an overwhelming feeling compared to Gongpildu. I see. Did she also receive the power of the disaster meteorite? Who are you? One of the 10 evils, the poisoner Lee Seal-hwa asked. Chapter 83, SSS Grade Talent 3. Episode 17. There were 3 ways to wake up a disaster meteorite. One was to let the meteorite hatch in line with the scenario. The second method was to draw out the power of the disaster meteorite in advance. The third and fastest way was to supply magic power to the disaster meteorite. Dozens of Lee Seal-hwa's group members were praying. A faint magic power was flowing out of their bodies into the disaster meteorite. The hatching ceremony. They had chosen the third method. Based on the meteorite's heavy shaking, the disaster would hatch in 30 minutes. I looked at Lee Seal-hwa and opened my mouth. Won't you stop? Unless you want to die together. What are you thinking? It was strange. In the third round of regression in the original, there was no one foolish enough to wake up the disaster, even if they did borrow the power of the disaster. Yo Jong-yuk must have visited Lee Seal-hwa in advance because he knew about it. Stop hatching the disaster meteorite. Then I will spare you. Lee Seal-hwa looked at me quietly. What if I don't want to? You'll die here. Poisoner Lee Seal-hwa had an expression of ridicule on her face. Her hands moved and the humans praying towards the disaster turned towards me at the same time. The 8th grade outside species lower human Nam Min-hyuk has showed hostility towards you. The 8th grade outside species lower human Jung Min-ji has showed hostility towards you. The 8th grade outside species lower human King Gapil has showed hostility towards you. Antennae grew on their heads and their hands turned sharp like rakes. These wanderers seemed to become transformed humans rather than wolves. There was a worrisome point. It is strange. Isn't transforming humans the power of the disaster meteorite? I murmured at the same time that Lee Seal-hwa shouted, "Die." The loyalists leaped into their air, their wings spreading out. I aimed the hilt towards them. Blade of Faith is activated. The special option of Unbroken Faith is activated. The ether property is converted to fire. White flames split apart the air. All species with insect properties were weak to fire. The ether flames of Unbroken Faith spread to the skin of the lower humans. 1 to 2, 2 to 3. Kiik. The flames burned the skin of the lower humans. I cut off the legs and wings of the lower humans. Keated. Magic power gushed out and burned the lower humans in a flash. It was the same in the case of the werewolves. They walked a path other than human and I didn't receive a penalty from killing them. I broke through the flames and ran towards Lee Seal-hwa. For the first time, Unbroken Faith was blocked. Lee Seal-hwa's fingernails and forearms were tinged with a dark light. The power of the disaster increased the level of the stigmas. By borrowing the power of the disaster, her poisonous nails could block the Blade of Faith. However, that didn't mean she could prevent all damage. Kuwak. Sparks flew and Lee Seal-hwa's body was pushed back a few steps. It would be strange if this didn't happen. My current overall stats were the highest among all incarnations apart from Yo Jong-yuk. I might have no talent but I wasn't weak among the incarnations. Give up. It won't be good for you if the disaster hatches now. Doesn't this sub-scenario have no penalty for failure? Lee Seal-hwa looked towards the disaster meteorite nervously. There was a change in the atmosphere. It felt like she was aiming at the disaster rather than power from the disaster meteorite. It was strange. Even a person who didn't read the original novel would expect Seoul to be destroyed when a disaster hatched. Then why did she want to wake up the disaster? The exclusive skill, character list is activated. Character information. Name, Lee Seal-hwa. Age 26 years old. Constellation support, Guam Divine Doctor, Guam equals pen name of Hyo Jun, court physician who wrote Donggi Bogum, a medical text that showed up in a previous chapter. Private attribute, competent physician, rare, master of poison, rare. Exclusive skills, weapons training LV, 7, love affair demon LV, 4, emit deadly poison LV, 5, new poison preparation LV, 4, counteract poison LV, 5, stigma, deadly poison LV, 4, thousand spirits poison LV, 4, crossroad of life and death LV, 3. Overall stats, physique LV, 44, plus 10, strength LV, 42, plus 10, agility LV, 44, plus 10, magic power LV, 35, plus 10. Overall evaluation, the current comprehensive evaluation is currently in progress. Asterisk, this character is currently infected with a parasite. Asterisk, the parasite is controlling the body of the character. Asterisk, some of parasite antenna stats will be transferred to the character. Damn. I didn't think her condition would be like this. Due to the effect of your exclusive attribute, the memory effect of some scenes have increased. In my head, pages flipped and the sentences of some pages flowed over my retinas. There are 5 dominant species in the world of Kronos. The Velkia in the east, the parasites in the west, the Amayantar in the south and the Mystylon in the north. Finally, the Inba in the center. I avoided the poisonous attack and kicked her back, causing her to lose her balance. Li Xiaohua rolled around the ground and groaned. I watched Li Xiaohua and opened my mouth. The 5th scenario is a scenario where the disasters of Kronos was made into a motif. Li Xiaohua's eyes shook as she heard disasters of Kronos. On the day that Kronos was destroyed, the 5 dominant species of Kronos elected 1 hero from each species. The 5 chosen heroes shamefully survived the destruction and carried on Kronos' path. They were sent to another through a contract with the star stream. They came to that world, encountered other species and promised their lives in exchange for stopping the disaster there. A non-human cry emerged from Li Xiaohua's mouth at the story. They were called guides. Kit. How does a human of Earth know such things? How did I know? I knew because I saw it in a book. You aren't Li Xiaohua. The disasters were hatching faster than the original. There were no humans who would do such a thing. Parasite Queen Antinous. Why is a guide trying to wake up the disaster? Only a fallen guide would dream of such a thing. The 5th grade parasite Antinous is looking at you. Parasites were a parasitic species that lived through other species. Now Li Xiaohua was being manipulated by one of the guides. I looked at the dead bodies of the lower humans. Just like with Lycon's meteorite, it wasn't the power of the disaster but the power of Kronos guide that promoted the human transformation. Why are you infecting the humans here? Why are you doing this? Ketik, what do you get for waking up the disaster early? Isn't the purpose of the guides to prevent the disaster along with the people of this world and unite with us to build a new world? Why are you trying to destroy the terraformed world? Kaikik, this is an act that violates your mission. It isn't too late, so get out of her body right now. Do the right thing, Guide Antinous. If possible, I didn't want to kill Li Xiaohua. Maybe Yo Zhongyuk would do the same. The poisoner became one of the 10 evils after being infected by the parasite. Li Xiaohua might not be one of the 10 evils if the infection was removed. It was why Yo Zhongyuk's conversation didn't work. He tried to protect his old lover from the parasite queen. The messages of the midday tryst blinked in the air. Kill her. It was Yo Zhongyuk. The important thing isn't her life but the survival of this world. Act wisely, Kin Dokja. Due to the far distance, I couldn't see what Yo Zhongyuk's expression was like. He had to worry about this world rather than the woman to whom he once gave his affection. Maybe this was the nature of a hero. I said, then you will be unhappy. It doesn't matter. Yo Zhongyuk's voce was steady and firm. But I knew. If Li Xiaohua died here, Yo Zhongyuk would someday collapse. Keated. The deaths of his acquaintances would pile up, gnawing at Yo Zhongyuk's memories and making his mind weary. Kit. You are just a human. The parasite queen spoke through Li Xiaohua's mouth. Hatred for humans was ingrained in her tone. In fact, I knew why she hated humans so much. However, the situation wasn't relaxed enough for me to think about her feelings. Kit. Die. Black liquid started to flow from Li Xiaohua's body. The 1,000 spirits poison. This was when Li Xiaohua's talent started to be shown off. Black liquid shot from her fingernails towards me. I took a few steps back while the 1,000 spirits poison melted the ground. If Yo Zhongyuk was an ordinary incarnation, he would have already become like this ground. Yo Zhongyuk asked, "Do you have a countermeasure to the thousand spirits poison?" "I do. I also wasn't an ordinary person. Strictly speaking, I wasn't an incarnation." Li Xiaohua's poison spread through the air towards me. It felt like it had its own will as the poison freely moved through the air and found my weakness. A few drops splashed on my thighs and then my forearms. A part of the suit hit by thousand spirits poison started to melt. A satisfied smile appeared on Li Xiaohua's face. However, this was an early judgment. I ran through the poison and punched her hard in the belly, throwing her back. Keith-a-teat. She flew through the air with a terrible cry. My skin touched by the thousand spirits poison showed some discoloration, but it soon returned to its original color. Li Xiaohua was upset. Kick, the thousand poisons resistance. Horror was in her eyes. Thousand poisons resistance was the terror of all beings who used poison. However, I didn't have thousand poisons resistance or immunity to 10,000 poisons. Antinous, you don't know the sponsor behind your host. I put my hand in my pocket. That's why you don't know. You don't know, but I'm sure it's inside that body. Right. After a while, a book appeared in my hands. A constellation worried about the degradation of Oriental medicine has revealed his own modifier. The constellation Guam Divine Doctor looks at you with amazement. Keatit, Dongyi Bogum Unfinished Book. It was one of the greatest Oriental medicine records of the East. The Dongyi Bogum was an item that appeared in the 5-person dungeon during the king's qualifications. I had a hard time collecting this. During the king's qualification scenario, all the kings were frantically trying to get the 4-yin demonic beheading sword. While the kings coveted the 4-yin demonic beheading sword, I picked up other items. Many items were thrown away because they didn't know their value. Among them, I was interested in the Dongyi Bogum. Internal Medicine 4th Part. External Medicine 4th Part. Various Diseases 11th Part. Remedies 3rd Part. Acupuncture 1st Part. Table of Contents 2nd Part. It was a star relic that could be completed after 25 parts were collected. Unfortunately, I only collected 8 pieces, but that alone was enough to see an effect. Even if I only collected 8 parts, the Dongyi Bogum had the effect of the S-grade immunity to poison bead. The effect of the Dongyi Bogum incomplete has been activated. Your body has temporarily gained a poison resistance ability. The baffled Li Xiaohua shouted. How? The thousand spirits poison. I know. Thousand spirits poison is a poison that can't be counteracted with ordinary poison resistance. But it is possible for the Dongyi Bogum. Why do you think that is? The constellation Guam Divine Doctor is smiling faintly. One constellation faintly glowed as if in response. It is because the constellation who made the thousand spirits poison is the author of Dongyi Bogum. Chapter 84, SSS Grade Talent 4. Episode 17. The greatest good person can turn into the worst killer at any time. This was a sentence that described Guam Divine Doctor in Ways of Survival. Guam Divine Doctor Hyo Jun. According to the records in Ways of Survival, the task that Hyo Jun devoted his last years to wasn't medicine but poison. Like many great people who later became constellations, Hyo Jun reached a level beyond the actual history records. If I make a poison that can kill anyone, I can make a pill that can save anyone. Hyo Jun was banished after the death of King Xianzhou and devoted his last 7 years to this question. Why was poison a medicine for some people and a poison for others? One day in his last years, he finally reached a mystical answer. It isn't the body but the spirit that determines the action of the poison. A poison made by analyzing 1,000 souls. The result was the heavenly poison that flowed out of Li Xiaohua's body, the thousand spirits poison. Dongyi Bogum was actually written from Hyo Jun's failure to reach thousand spirits poison. Keatik. I moved through the thousand spirits poison and dealt a merciless blow to Li Xiaohua. Li Xiaohua flew through the air. It wasn't hard to defeat Li Xiaohua if her poison was disabled. It was the thousand spirits poison that solidified her reputation as one of the 10 evils. If I hadn't got the Dongyi Bogum, I would have become a sacrifice of her reputation. This time her luck was bad. The constellation Guam Divine Doctor is looking at you like he is sorry. The constellation Guam Divine Doctor is looking forward to you dealing with this properly. 300 coins have been sponsored. The parasite infection was irrelevant to Guam Divine Doctor's intentions. In other words, Li Xiaohua's attack on me wasn't according to Li Xiaohua's will. By the way, only sponsoring 300 coins. The constellation Sao Ailpil you dealing with this properly. The constellation Ball General of Justice expects you to do your best. 300 coins have been sponsored. I ignored the response of the constellations and approached Li Xiaohua. Li Xiaohua crawled across the ground with fear. I could feel Yo Zhongyu's gaze in the distance. Yo Zhongyu would probably be hurt badly if Li Xiaohua died here. I looked at the fallen Li Xiaohua and opened my mouth. Hey, to be exact, I spoke to Parasite Antinous inside her. It would be good if you come out. Kick. It isn't too late now. Return to your duties as a guide. Teach people skills and get along with them. If you work hard, maybe you can become a constellation one day. The Parasite Queen, Antinous, was a strong hero. It wasn't possible for her to exert all her strength because she was restricted by the probabilities. It wasn't impossible for her to become a constellation if she continued to be a guide and accumulated history. You humans. I hate. The problem was that she thought of humans as enemies. It was also a mortal enemy. I glanced at the disaster meteorite that was intermittently shaking. I am sorry that your world was destroyed. But is it necessary to destroy this world? Are you going to reproduce the same tragedy here? All of you will die. I watched the smiling Antinous and sighed. If she didn't go out on her own, I would have to force her out. In fact, I didn't want to use this method. It wasn't just due to the pain Li Xiaohua would go to. I didn't want the burden of dealing with Antinous after she left the body. I glanced up at the sky. The constellations of the Korean peninsula. I owed them a debt last time, so this time I had to make a concession. The special option of Dongyi Bogum Incomplete has been activated. Dongyi Bogum Incomplete has conveyed the essence of Oriental medicine to you. I had an incomplete version of Dongyi Bogum, so I couldn't do miracles like making a powerful poison or saving a dying person. However, I could do simple treatments. For example, taking a parasite out of a body. Her body had to be bound for a smooth treatment, so I held Li Xiaohua's arms from behind, holding her to the ground. It was a misleading position, but her consciousness was buried deep inside her. Common sense told me not to go after Yo Zhongyu's ex-girlfriend unless I was a madman. Especially in front of Yo Zhongyu's eyes. The exclusive skill, Hit a Pressure Point LV2, is activated. I started to press at different pressure points on Li Xiaohua's body. Soon after, her skin turned red and I planted a needle made of magic power into her reacting blood. It was my first time doing this, so I didn't know if it would work. Keat it. It hurts. It hurts. Li Xiaohua howled loudly. I ignored her and kept pressing the pressure points. Keat it. Kiat. Kiaak. Then Li Xiaohua's screams gradually changed. It changed from the cry of an insect to a human voice. The mysterious thing was using Oriental medicine to remove a parasite from the body. I was embarrassed that a person who had relied on Western medicine so far was now practicing Eastern medicine. The essence of Oriental medicine is effective. The constellation Guam Divine Doctor is looking at you with a warm expression. I got up while Li Xiaohua gasped for breath. Yellow mucus was flowing from the glands in her body where poison had been secreted. The mucus was the main body of a parasite. Kick. This would have satisfied the constellations. The constellation Guam Divine Doctor thanks you for your good deed. 500 coins have been sponsored. Li Xiaohua's eyes slowly opened. Consciousness had returned to her eyes, but there was still no focus. It was because she had been infected with a parasite not long ago. She wouldn't be able to see my face right now with her 5 senses half dead. Who are you? I was well aware of the events that would happen if I answered this question. A similar thing happened when Yo Zhongyuk saved Li Xiaohua in other rounds. That's why the important thing wasn't my identity. I was sent by Yo Zhongyuk. Kin Dokja. Don't do anything unnecessary. Yo Zhongyuk's angry voice pierced my ears. Li Xiaohua's expression changed. Yo Zhongyuk? Who is that? You will soon find out. Poisoner Li Xiaohua had to become part of Yo Zhongyuk's group. After the prophets appeared and the absolute throne broke, the flow of this world was slowly changing from what I knew. It was difficult to make the mistakes of the original, but it was also hard to see the future that I didn't know. That's why it was necessary to balance the important events directly. Some things flowed the same while others flowed differently. There were twists and turns, but in any case, I thought that this round was approaching the ideal approximation that I was thinking of. And the poisoner? No, immortal Dr. Lee Sealhua could be one of the greatest set points of this approximation. Kin Dokja, this side is done. I turned around and saw Han Sayang and Yosanga approaching this way. Amazing. The two of them swept up that many people? It might be a situation where the poisoner was missing, but they were still the poisoner's group. The original plan became meaningless. The two of them might be comparable to Li Jihe's ghost fleet and Gong Pildu's armed zone. Wait, don't come over here. I had to restrain their movements. It was difficult if they didn't have immunity to being infected. This fight hadn't ended yet. Kithrit, human. The mucus that escaped from Lee Sealhua's body gathered in a ball at one point in the air. Parasite Queen Antinous. She was scary in parasitic mode, but even scarier when she didn't have a host. The mucus moved like a small bug and formed a shape. It was a body made of nutrients that had been absorbed for many years. It was a body with beautiful curves and solid muscles. She had dragonfly-like wings and a tail that resembled a scorpion. She was covered in an insect shell apart from the face, but she looked more like a bipedal creature than an insect. The real battle started now. Get away before you are infected. The sharp tail aimed for my stomach. The effect of the Dongi Bogum incomplete has been activated. Your body is immune from a parasitic infection. It was so fast I couldn't avoid it despite having over 50 agility. I narrowly caught the tail before it pierced me. But if it hit, I would have definitely got a hole in my stomach. Kick. She used the fact that I was holding her tail to fly towards me and hit me. I was knocked onto the ground and a strong pain filled my body. Strong. She became even stronger when she wasn't in a host. The power of her main body was comparable to a 5th-grade insect king species. Once Antinous unleashed her fighting power, it was equivalent to the degraded fire dragon I once killed. It might be destroyed, but she was still the hero of her world. She was as strong as Likon, who emerged from the yellow meteorite. This didn't mean I had no chance. It was a clear violation of the scenario rules for the guide to cause such an uproar before the 5th scenario ended. It wasn't just killing a few people. She even tried to hatch a disaster, which meant she had given up on her probability. The sign of a probability storm was already descending on Antinous' body. As time passed, the collapse of her body would accelerate, even if I didn't attack. It was a fight I could win if I just bought time. Keith at it. The problem was how much time I could buy before dying. At this moment, the protection symbol of the Amayantar started shaking. Ah, that's right. There was this. I held my aching body and said to her, "I'm sorry, but I'm not your opponent." As I spoke, a flash of silver light crossed the sky, causing a sonic boom. The gorgeous mane scattered in the air as something landed in front of me with a loud roar. The being was over 3 meters tall. Likon, Prince of the Amayantar, stood up. "I'm sorry for the delay, Protector." Chapter 85, SSS Grade Talent 5. None of the text used in this audiobook belongs to me. Please support the original author online. This is a fan-made project and I make no money from it. Join the Discord for a lot of more audiobooks too. Prince Likon of the Amayantar paid respect to me before immediately turning to look at Antinous. I couldn't feel reassured because the other world species were companions. Antinous. Likon. What the hell is this? The queen of the parasites just laughed. Have you forgotten your mission? Why are you fighting the humans of this world? Kaikik, mission? Was there something like that? Likon's expression became determined at her teasing tone. We are the guides. We have to tell the people of the other worlds the right way to face the disasters that are coming. You have already been spellbound by the Dokibis. Wake up, Likon. You are the one who needs to wake up, Antinous. Likon's voice was furious. Have you forgotten the sacrifice of the Kronos warriors? Have you already forgotten the moment when the 5 ruling species was destroyed? We are here to stop the disasters. Work with the species here to defend the terraformed planet and rebuild Kronos civilization in this world. It is our sacred mission, rebuilding Kronos civilization. Antinous no longer laughed. Likon, it is impossible. This planet will perish. It is the fate of the scenario. No, this time will be different. Likon glanced at me. The Protector has stopped a disaster before all the disasters woke up. He has the medallion of my people as proof. Perhaps there is a way to prevent the destruction. If it was a deteriorated disaster, we could have stopped it at any time. Earth is now only in the 5th scenario. There is no planet that has stopped a disaster before the 5th scenario began. Think about it, Antinous. There is still hope for this planet. Antinous' compound eyes slowly blinked. The cry of an insect was boiling inside her. Her cry was full of anger. Don't be so arrogant. You came here to stop the disaster? If you really wanted to help them, why didn't you start when the disaster's destination was set to Earth? That. Han Siam quietly approached me while listening to their story. These guys, what are they saying now? Han Siam didn't know the details of this scenario. The guides didn't have such an in-depth conversation in the original 3rd and 4th regression. Now they were talking about something vague. Antinous continued speaking. Lycon. You are like me. We came to this planet for revenge. We will return the same disaster to those who brought us the disaster. If you do that, you will die. The probability of the star stream won't forgive the guide for going against it. Antinous laughed. Lycon, I died with my kind on Kronos. It doesn't make sense. Lycon exposed his fangs. Antinous. The conversation ends here. Kikakik. Lycon. Paul Wolf of the Amayan Tar. Have you forgotten the history of Kronos? The wolf has never once won against the insects. The battle between the Prince of the Wolves and Queen of the Parasites began. Grrrr. Lycon roared. The flow of ambient air was different. Some winds were fast while some winds were slow. Sometimes there was no wind and sometimes it was strong wind. I'm not the Amayan Tar you knew. The winds in the surrounding area started to press on Antinous. Lycon was finally showing his way of the wind that had evolved one step. Keatit, interesting. I'll check to see how your way has grown. Antinous was the first one to move. The air barrier created by way of the wind and Antinous' tail hit each other. Sparks filled the air and the sound of leather tearing was heard. Han Siam and I looked up at the sky, spellbound for a moment. This was the fight between 5th grade species. It was the confrontation of those who showed a superior physical superiority to humans. Antinous quickly made her way through the gaps in the atmosphere and arrived in front of Lycon. Antinous' tail underwent an external transformation into a wedge and rushed to Lycon. It was only one attack, but it could mean the difference between defeat and victory. But at this moment, Antinous' movement slowed down. It was like a repulsion force was pushing at her tail. Kiet. On the other hand, Lycon's movements were slightly faster. His attack suddenly accelerated. Antinous' tail struck empty air. The 5th grade species parasite Antinous has activated accelerating wings LV8. Antinous' wings spread open and vibrated before she disappeared. The S-grade movement skill, accelerating wings. Her wings flapped thousands of times per second and she instantly appeared in front of Lycon, as if she had teleported. Antinous' arms turned to sides and flew towards Lycon's back. The 5th grade species parasite Antinous has activated praying mantis breakthrough LV8. The accelerated scythe struck the atmosphere wall, causing a terrible burst of noise. It was so fast that it seemed like even Lycon couldn't avoid it. Even so, Lycon evaded. At the decisive moment, Antinous' attack slowed down while Lycon's movements accelerated. It was the difference between life and death. Antinous' compound eyes blinked with surprise. Usanga asked with surprise, what type of technique is that? Instant acceleration. No, that is the way of the wind. The secret technique of the Amayan Tar, way of the wind. At first glance, the two of them seemed to change speed, but this was actually Lycon's ability. The surrounding atmosphere flowed according to Lycon's will. Kit, this damn wind. Antinous also noticed. There was wind on the path that she moved. Antinous was caught in the wind and Lycon used the wind. It was a skill that controlled the movements of accelerating wings while avoiding Antinous' praying mantis breakthrough. The roads made of wind could be used for evasion or to attack. This was why I needed this skill. If I learnt way of the wind, I could replace the necessary skills with that one skill. Lycon roared, Queen of Insects. Kneel in front of the wind, the wolves of the wind. The sharp claws of the wind tore at her wings, while a gale-like kick hit her abdomen. His blow was filled with the wind's acceleration and struck the upper part of Antinous' shell. Kiaak. Antinous lost half of her wings and she fell down. Perhaps if it wasn't for the enlightenment I gave him, Lycon wouldn't have been able to defeat Antinous now. I thought it was only good for others, but it turned out to be helpful for me. The sign of a probability storm on Antinous' body became stronger. Keep it. It won't end like this. Antinous attempted a landing with half her wings. Kim Dokja. Kill her. Quickly. I was already running towards Antinous when I heard Yozhongnyuk's voice. Blade of Faith is activated. It was possible to be caught up in her probability storm, but that wasn't important right now. My world, my race, my children. She was heading in the direction of the disaster meteorite. The cost of destroying my world, I will absolutely make you pay it. She shot all her magic power towards the disaster meteorite. Lycon ran to block the magic power while I swung the fire property Blade of Faith towards Antinous' neck. The insect's mouth became a smile of ridicule. Was it blocked? I turned my head and saw Lycon's pale face. Protector, sorry. Then all sound disappeared. Light burst from the disaster meteorite and a huge explosion struck me. One of the fragments of the exploded meteorite struck my head. The world shook. Lycon flew away from the explosion. The guide couldn't withstand the force of this disaster. It was impossible to rewrite the history of defeat. The balance of the world was collapsing. You have failed to clear the scenario. The disaster of questions has come to your world. My vision darkened and I was buried under a pile of shattered building fragments. I barely came to my senses when Yozhongnyuk's voice rang in my ears. Kim Dokja. Wake up. Hurry. Recover your spirit. Get moving. Now you can still stop the disaster. I honestly thought it was too much. I didn't have way of the wind and the disaster of questions had hatched. It was better to consider a different route than to carry out a suicide attack. Yozhongnyuk opened his mouth like he read my mind. Are you that weak? What? All the words you told me were false. I reflexively raised my body. This bastard, the one who told me not to give up on this world, will succumb to a disaster of this degree? Laughter emerged. I had to hear this from Yozhongnyuk, not anyone else. Suicide wasn't enough to get rid of the shame. Of course not. I was just thinking for a second. The damn Yozhongnyuk was right. It was too early for me to say that was impossible. I emerged from the pile of building fragments. The 8-meter-tall disaster meteorite had split in two. It was obvious that something had hatched from it. I looked around quickly but couldn't see the disaster. Hey, this is... Han Xiang approached me with a restless expression. I couldn't see Yosanga. Then I heard a voice. This place. There was a boy around a dozen steps away. He looked like a high school student. He was completely naked without a stitch of clothing. The boy muttered, "This is perhaps." The boy stretched and looked around like he couldn't believe it. I listened to his murmurs and thought that I had to kill him right now. However, my body couldn't move. An early hatching has weakened the disaster of questions. Due to the early hatching penalty, you won't be able to attack the disaster of questions for 3 minutes. Damn it, we were the ones being penalized. That Dokibi scum, what was he doing? The boy walked around the area and arrived in front of a woman nearby. It was a woman who was part of the poisoners group. The boy shouted in a clear voice towards the woman. Woman. Hey, are you okay? You are, who? Excuse me, can I ask you something? No. She shouldn't answer that question. I wanted to shout but my voice didn't come out. Where is this place? What year is it now? Why all of a sudden? Are you asking me a question back? The boy's strange tone seemed to bewitch the woman. This is Seoul and the current year. A system message was heard the moment the woman answered. The first question has been resolved. The first seal of the returnee Myung-il-sang has been released. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. What is that? The boy laughed wildly at the confused woman and asked, do you know how much I suffered? Do you know, have you lived for 100 years? In a place where I was the only human. Do you know that there are other dimensions? Other dimension, disgusting insects, werewolves and bird people. I have a problem. Can you guess what it is? The confused woman shut her mouth. The boy asked, insects, wolves, birds. Which of these 3 races are the best? What the best? Once the woman asked, the boy laughed like he was dying with joy. It was a creepy laugh. Then, who among the 3 has the most delicious meat? I listened to the disaster of questions and thought, yes, it might be natural that Antinous wanted to destroy Earth. It was because a human of Earth destroyed her world. The woman didn't answer the boy's question. Please, spare me. There was a sound and the woman's head flew away. The boy chuckled and looked around. Now, there is this development. What, a S-grade incarnation? Those scum are squeezing this kid. It is also a heavy-duty alliance. No wait, before that, the early hatching penalty has ended. The power that controlled your movements has disappeared. Shit. It was too late. I was about to yell when the boy disappeared and moved to a remote location. Unfortunately, it was a place where another woman was standing. Ha ha. Nuna is pretty. Yes, I cursed. Usanga, avoid him. Usanga raised her dagger and asked cautiously, who are you? The boy grinned at the question. Are you curious? The boy's hand grabbed Usanga's chin at a speed that couldn't be seen. Should I tell you? One of the 5 disasters that destroyed Kronos, the disaster of questions. He was a returnee of Earth transferred back to this world. Chapter 86 SSS Grade Talent 6. Episode 17. Returnee. This was the first statement that mentioned them in ways of survival. Some people go back in time, others go to another dimension, and some are born again. In the end, the way to adapt to destruction varies from person to person. The second method of how to survive in a ruined world. To survive, destroy other dimensions and return. Answer me. Are you curious about my identity? Returnee Miangil-sang. This boy was a returnee from Earth who was summoned to be a warrior in the world of Kronos. Isn't it normal to blush and lower your eyes in this situation? Nuna is looking straight at me. The disaster of questions was such a bastard. Usanga opened her mouth. What? Usanga, see. Don't answer the question. Usanga's head turned towards me at my words. However, her chin was caught by Miangil-sang and forced her to look back. Where are you looking? Look at me. Is that your boyfriend? Remove your hand. Usanga shook off Miangil-sang's hand. Her dagger moved in a threatening manner through the air. Miangil-sang laughed. The second question has been resolved. The second seal of the returnee Miangil-sang has been released. Ah, that's right. I've had a baby face for 100 years. The boy's cold eyes turned towards me. I didn't use Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, but it was clear even without the skill. You were having fun in this peaceful world. His right arm aimed at me. At the same time, purple particles condensed around his hand. The character Miangil-sang has triggered small black fire cannon. Black fire cannon. This was the fire of death that destroyed the eastern part of Kronos and burned all the insect kings in the forest. The whole atmosphere was burning and I was surrounded by flames. Pain spread across my skin. I cursed inside my heart. Damn. It hurt. It really hurt. It hurt, less than I thought. After a while, the flames turned off and I looked at my skin. Every inch was scorched and painful, but it was a bearable pain. This was the black fire cannon that drove the insect kings to fear. However, the small black fire cannon, it didn't hurt. I looked up and saw Usanga wielding her dagger. Unexpectedly, she had the advantage. Even the disaster of questions was perplexed by the overwhelming attacks. What? Why are you so strong? Is Nuna also a returnee? Or am I weak? I didn't understand. The original disaster of questions with 2 seals release should be stronger than this. The exclusive skill, character list is activated. Character information. Name, Miangil-sang. Age, 17 years old, 127 years old. Constellation support, mass production maker. Private attribute, SSS grade warrior, hero, disaster of questions, legend. Exclusive skills, SSS grade growth acceleration LV, 10, currently LV, 1, SSS grade swordsmanship LV, 10, currently LV, 1, black fire cannon LV, 9, currently LV, 1, SSS grade footwork LV, 10, currently LV, 1. Stigma, the answer is fixed and you just need to answer LV, 7, LV, 2. Overall stats, physique LV, 99, currently LV, 55, strength LV, 99, currently LV, 55, agility LV, 99, currently LV, 60, magic power LV, 99, currently LV, 55. Overall evaluation, the disaster of questions that destroyed Kronos. All stats are sealed due to the current scenario penalty. Every time a seal is released, the stats will rise. Once all seals are released, the real power of the disaster will awaken. If you want to survive, don't answer his questions. But you are still going to die. I was nervous about the constant SSS filling the screen, but once I read it in detail, I understood why he was weak. The Dokibis were fair. Right now, he was weaker than the original disaster. Han Siang. Yosanga see. I didn't know if Baihian was using his strength, but now we had a chance. Attack with all your strength. We must kill him now. If this was his current state, perhaps we could win without Way of the Wind. I poured my remaining coins into my stats. Physique LV 50, Physique LV 60. Agility LV 50, Agility LV 60. Magic Power LV 25, Magic Power LV 60. 39,500 coins have been consumed. All stats have reached the scenario limit. I ran aggressively while activation Unbroken Faith. Remember, you should never answer his questions. Mianil Sang seemed interested when he saw my Blade of Faith. What? An energy sword. My attack missed by a hair's breadth due to his high agility. Mianil Sang kept chattering. Jussi, are you a martial artist? How can you use the energy sword already? Isn't this crazy? I ignored him and triggered a stigma. The stigma, Song of the Sword, has been used. Your sword is filled with the words left by the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare. A random verse of Duke of Loyalty and Warfare's story appeared in front of me, followed by a message. The 28th day. Clear skies. I went to do official business. Then nothing happened. Damn it, the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare didn't help me at this time. The Nanjung Ilgai Yi Sun Sin's war diary didn't always contain content that fought against the enemy. In fact, most of the contents were ordinary. The sky was clear. The Duke of Loyalty and Warfare went to do official business. If I wrote a destruction diary, my diary would roughly be like this. The sky was dark. Kim Dokja was right. I rolled across the ground to avoid Mianil Sang's kick. Mianil Sang's expression gradually became serious. He carefully looked at my Blade of Faith and sighed with relief. Phew, that's right. It isn't a real energy blade. Jussi, why are you acting like it is real? You almost scared me. Brat, you talk too much. It was a cold female voice. While I was stalling for time, Han Siang made dozens of avatars and they ran towards him. Die. Han Siang's attacks poured onto the boy whose movements were blocked. However, her attacks weren't strong enough to harm Mianil Sang's body. Rather, Yosanga was unable to do any damage due to the excessive number of avatars. Mianil Sang laughed as he was hit by Han Siang's small hand. Aren't you also quite pretty? How old are you? A student. Shut up, die. Mianil Sang's face was marred by the continuous hits. What is wrong with everyone? What did I do wrong? If you see a nice-looked returnee like me, shouldn't you welcome me with open arms? Should I get rid of all the monsters from now on? What a mad dog. Were my words ridiculous? Wait a minute, perhaps you are. Mianil Sang's expression changed. You guys are from the Hunters Association, right? Isn't there normally this development? Aren't they always the first one to show up with a returnee comes back? This Chuani bastard, no, shit. The third question has been resolved. The fourth question has been resolved. The fifth question has been resolved. The third seal of the returnee Mianil Sang has been released. Mianil Sang smiled and nodded. You are from the Hunters Association. It was really crazy. His momentum became even stronger. The surrounding avatars were destroyed by a powerful wave of energy emitted from Mianil Sang's body. Mianil Sang burst out laughing. Now, it is the Munchkin's time. Han Siang stepped back and glanced at me with an absurd expression. What is with that bastard? I gasped with irritation. Didn't I tell you not to answer him? You are just feeding that jerk. I didn't answer. I just swore. Just don't speak. The point of the questions asked by the disaster of questions wasn't to get an answer. No matter what the answer, he would use it to strengthen his abilities. Mianil Sang kept speaking, then who should I kill first? But his words didn't last. It was because Yosanga appeared behind him while emitting a fierce killing intent. Hermes' walking method. Theseus resolution. Arachne's web. The system messages didn't pop up, but I was able to recognize these skills. In a future scenario called Ragnarok, these skills were clearly described. They were the stigmas of the Olympus-related constellations. The surprised Myeongil-sang unleashed a series of small black fire cannons to keep Yosanga in check. However, Yosanga rushed towards Myeongil-sang without caring about the black fire cannons. Something like this. It was impossible. As long as they didn't experience a special scenario event, there was no way for an incarnation to simultaneously possess the stigmas of various constellations. It was a situation where I only had 2 stigmas. Then how could Yosanga have such a large number of stigmas? Let's try it. Does it hurts? Sweat covered Yosanga's forehead. The thread of magic power kept expanding and shrinking. She stepped freely through the air. The dagger pierced without hesitation whenever there was a visible gap. The vitality inside her body was burning. It was an extraordinary change in just 2 days. At this moment, I sensed something. The stigmas of various constellations in one incarnation. There obviously wasn't a single case in Ways of Survival. It didn't even apply to Prophet Anna Croft of the United States. Then Yosanga. Doc, you see. Now. Yosanga gave the signal and I supported her explosive attack with the Blade of Faith. Han Seong also participated. Little by little, Myeongil-sang became dizzy from all the hands and feet. His movements were delayed for a moment and my Blade of Faith aimed at the gap, cutting his shoulder and belly. Shit. Blood flowed out. Myeongil-sang pulled back and chanted something. The character Myeongil-sang has used Blink LV. Myeongil-sang's figure became blurry. My mind was in a hurry. He couldn't get away. I aimed the blade at his waist. But his body faded away just as the blade hit. The only thing left was scattered blood. The constellation Secretive Plotter lets out a sad sigh. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is going crazy from all the sweet potatoes. Sweet potato is slang for when something is so frustrating that there is a stuffy sensation. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is pointing a finger at your heart. The excitement of some constellations has reached a critical level. Han Seong shouted, "Shit, we missed him. It's okay. He is injured so we can catch him soon." Some constellations have calmed down. Yosanga. You did really well. Yosanga see. There was no answer from Yosanga. I headed over because I sensed something strange, where she was standing there stunned. Han Seong asked. What's wrong with her? I belatedly realized. Thisu's resolution was a skill that drew out all the power of the incarnation. The use of that skill allowed Yosanga to deal with a monster for a while. I looked at her for a moment before handing her over to Han Seong. Giving another person to me? Am I a daycare center? We need to find the disaster quickly. Shouldn't you scatter more avatars? I think I roughly know where he went. Please guide me. I couldn't miss that guy here. Han Seong opened her mouth again. I don't remember well. He becomes stronger every time he answers a question, right? That's right. He is weak at first but becomes stronger every time he hears an answer. The returnees are too strong, so there is a penalty when they fall into this world. Didn't you see the seals being released? That boy, how many seals does he have? Perhaps dozens. There will be no answer if he releases all of them. So far, 5 seals were released. Fortunately, the additional scenarios of the Dokibis hadn't come down yet. If an additional scenario was released, many people would try to hunt that bastard and his seals would be released in a flash due to the many idiots answering his questions. The moment I was feeling relieved. HRMM. Everyone, aren't you great? Despite the penalty, this is still a disaster. Only 3 people putting pressure on him. Han Seong and I looked up at the air at the same time. By the way, aren't you being too greedy? As the old saying goes, you should share the beans. Shit. Han Seong cursed while messages arrived like they had been waiting. A new sub-scenario has arrived. The sub-scenario SSS Grade Hunt has begun. I grasped the handle of Unbroken Faith. The situation was reaching the limit. Chapter 87, A Reader's Fight, 1. Episode 18, the Dokibi's voice rang out. A group of low-grade Dokibis were looking down like they were watching a burning house. Bai Hyung's figure could also be seen. He whistled when he met my eyes. The Dokibi in the middle of the crowd slowly opened his mouth and spoke to all of Seoul. Incarnations of Seoul. I have to tell you unfortunate news. Unfortunately, due to the actions of some people, one of the disasters has woken up in Gangdong Gu. The Dokkaebi smiled as he met my eyes. This bastard. The sound of your sighs can be heard from here. I can see people who are already leaving Gangdong Gu. Ha, everyone. You should listen to the end. You will regret it later if you run away now. This disaster is definitely an opportunity for you. The Dokkaebi spoke in a loud voice. Haven't you been having a hard time gathering coins? I know it all. Your life collapsed overnight and now strange existences are taking your coins. The people who were friends yesterday are suddenly stabbing you today. I'm glad I'm not you. Right now, the stars in the sky are probably tell you, hey, shake your ass a little better. I'll give you 100 coins. A handful of constellations are giggling and laughing. The Dokkaebi didn't laugh. I understand that you feel like shit and hate these jerks. Since the world is destroyed, you just want to live the way you want. You are very courageous, but you feel a sense of helplessness when you realize that this world is divided in two. You feel disappointed when you realize that your constellation, which was barely obtained after shaking your ass, is inferior to the constellation of a successful person. You feel angry about the unfair world. I'm well aware. Some constellations oppose the Dokkaebi speech. Speaking of which, this Dokkaebi wasn't ordinary. A low-grade Dokkaebi with weak courage wouldn't be able to say this. Their channel would be ruined if there was a backlash from the constellations. But this was only for minority channels. The bigger the channel, the more different the Dokkaebi. They knew the laws of the story. They couldn't tell a big story if they were only obsessed with subscriptions. A true storyteller must deal with the person rather than the audience. I closely observed the Dokkaebi who was still talking. I have prepared something for all of you. You who are unlucky, lucky or worked hard, you have a chance to become someone overnight. The pointed horn on the crown. The leg shown through the white cap looked like a one-legged crow. Wait a minute, surely this bastard wasn't Dokkaebi. At this moment, a huge screen appeared in the air. A bleeding boy fleeing was shown on the screen. Now, this boy you are seeing is a SSS grade item walking around. Are you looking at him from head to toe? His name is Myung-il-sang. He was fortunate enough to be picked by the star stream to go to another world. Can you imagine it? Imagine being summoned to another dimension, suddenly receiving a powerful strength, spending a hot night with a cute elf girlfriend, saving the world and being loved as a warrior. That's right. This damn guy is the disaster you have to catch today. It was somewhat strange. I was wondering why a low-grade Dokkaebi replaced the position of an intermediate Dokkaebi. It was because he was the Dokkaebi of a major channel. I can already hear your resentment. How the hell can you kill a SSS grade? There is no need to worry. This guy currently has a penalty on him. His powers are sealed. He is strong, but he is a treasure chest if you hit him all at once. He is creepy. Han Sion clicked her tongue. As a writer, she had already grasped the Dokkaebi's intentions. If a disaster was called a disaster, no one would come. Then what if the disaster was a treasure chest? Your life hasn't been ruined yet. Rather, I can say that you have good luck. The sub-scenario that I offer now will be a great stepping stone to reverse your life. Now, the chance will only be for one day. Move immediately. Only those who move the quickest can become the owner of a SSS grade item. As soon as they heard this, the incarnation scattered throughout Seoul would gather in Gangdong Gu. The sub-scenario has been updated. The sub-scenario SSS grade hunt. Category, sub. Difficulty, B tilde. Clear conditions, get rid of the SSS grade Myung-il-sang. Time limit, none. Compensation, 50,000 coins. Failure, the fall of Seoul Dome. The worst scenario was beginning. Perhaps due to the failure result of the scenario shining red in the air, the huge reward that had never been seen before seemed insignificant. Quickly find him before everyone dies. Won't he be affected by probability? The probability is offset to some extent by the interest of the constellations. This was why Dokkaebis preferred exciting scenarios. The stories that many constellations wanted offset the probabilities. Of course, it would be the responsibility of the Dokkaebis if it failed, but this situation was different. The eyes of many constellations are shining. If it went as Dokik planned, Seoul would end before the fifth scenario began. Han Sayang immediately used all her magic power to summon the avatars to search. 5 minutes passed before Han Sayang shouted, "I found him. He is 2 kilometers northwest from here." I ran along the road with Han Sayang and soon heard voices. "Over here. There he is. That brat went this way." There were already people flocking. Mianyil Sang was laughing as he was surrounded by a group of people. "Right. Here I am, you jerk. Are you having fun?" "I'm having a lot of fun. This fuck, hey. Kill him." It was surprising to see so many humans with an inferiority complex. Mianyil Sang avoided the swords waving through the air and asked, "Are you jealous and want me to send you to that other world?" "What? You will send me there?" "Of course. I will send you. You really want to go, right?" "If I can go, then of course I want to go. It is better than this shitty world." Mianyil Sang nodded and extended his right arm towards the crowd. "The 8th seal of the returnee Mianyil Sang has been released. The 9th seal of the returnee Mianyil Sang has been released. Times. Then go well. Although I have no idea if it is better than here." "What?" "The 12th seal of the returnee Mianyil Sang has been released. The 13th seal of the returnee Mianyil Sang has been released. The 14th seal of the returnee Mianyil Sang has been released. Times. I felt a sense of hopelessness as I watched the messages appearing in the sky. It was too late, because that place, I destroyed it. The character Mianyil Sang has triggered small black fire cannon LV-3. I grabbed Han Sayang and rushed behind a building. A violet flash overturned the forest of buildings. Up to half a dozen high-rise buildings were hit and an entire street disappeared. Those who ran towards him disintegrated without leaving even bone dust behind. A single entity that could be a disaster. This was the real strength of a returnee. Han Sayang collapsed beside me. "Crazy, how do we defeat that?" This was real fear. It was fear that caused our bodies to shake, rather than a skill. I spoke in an effort to resist it. "We can win. Don't speak nonsense and let's go back. We can never kill that guy." "No. I can catch him. We will be better off if I kill him now." The character Han Sayang has used lie detection LV-2. The character Han Sayang has confirmed that the statement is true. Han Sayang's eyes widened. "Really? You couldn't kill him before? A person who only thinks about one thing, how can you live?" I was only speaking a half-truth. In fact, the original plan was to defeat the disaster of questions and build up a second narrative. The problem was that my plan was based on learning Way of the Wind. Does anyone else want to go to the other world? Raise your hands. I will send you. People screamed and ran away. Mianyil Sang was getting closer. Then Yo Jong-uk's voice was heard from a translucent window. "There is no chance if you fight him head-on." "I know. But I still have to try it." "Why did you make the situation like this?" "What? You had many chances. You could have killed Li Sealhua. Or if you had killed Antinous with Likon, you could have stopped the disaster." I couldn't give any excuses. I didn't kill Li Sealhua because of Yo Jong-uk and I didn't fight with Likon because I couldn't find a gap. I'm not a regressor like you. I have to be careful in case of failure. If I don't think until the end. Careful? Don't be so cocky. Do you think you are a constellation? Knowing the future doesn't mean you can control everything. I felt like someone had punched me. Funnily enough, I thought that Yo Jong-uk's words were right. The exclusive skill, Fourth Wall, is in use. It was arrogance from knowing the future. I thought I could somehow make it even if the story was distorted. Maybe that led to the current situation. Then why don't you fight a little? I couldn't answer. Don't use having no talent as an excuse. Not having the Way of the Wind doesn't mean you can't win. I can win? Yo Jong-uk was silent for a moment. The moment I was about to break the silence, Yo Jong-uk's voice continued. My attribute is a pro gamer. What is yours? What? I'm asking what can you do well? What could I do well? There was a tickling feeling somewhere deep in my head. I felt that I was missing something important. But there was no time to think. I found you. You haven't left yet. Mianyil Sang whistled as he rounded the corner. Han Sayang groaned while I stepped back. Ah, the Hunters Association people from before. Mianyil Sang laughed. Great. I really wanted to meet you. Don't you know that my wonderful debut plans were ruined because of you? I was trying to live well. Kill some S-grade incarnations, defeat the bad groups and love the pretty Noonas. But what is this? I have completely become a villain. What should I do? I grasped my sword instead of answering. The stigma Song of the Sword LV1 has been used. Your sword is filled with the words left by the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare. Today I am prepared for death. I pray to God in heaven, may I destroy the enemy. The Duke of Loyalty and Warfare's words recorded in his war diary. Fortunately, the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare took my side this time. The stigma Song of the Sword has been used. The decision to die has improved your fighting power. I squeeze out all my magic power at once. Blade of Faith is activated. The Blade of Faith burst out. I ran towards him. Mianil Sang's hands lightly struck the Blade of Faith. The splitting pain caused me to loosen my grip. It was only one blow, but I could clearly know it. The overall stats of Mianil Sang had already exceeded the limit of this scenario. What, you want to fight? Really? Didn't you just see me fighting? I looked at his laugh and was reminded of ways of survival. What could I do well? It was to read. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 1 has been activated. Then I started to hear his movements. Right shoulder, left thigh. The strike still hit me despite me reading the moves. The fist surrounded by a purple light ruthlessly poured towards me. The belly, the belly, the belly, the belly. Blood poured from my mouth and my vision shook. I didn't give up. I thought and thought again. The character Mianil Sang admires your spirit. Your understanding of the character Mianil Sang has increased. The information contained in Ways of Survival alone couldn't beat him. It was different from when I hunted the Dark Keeper. I couldn't fight despite calculating everything. Strong weak midway up. Too much information poured in at once, causing my dizziness to worsen. This was despite borrowing the power of the stigma. At this rate, the battle would be over in no time. I wiped the blood at my mouth and backed away. Did I have to use Ganpai-on-gi? I felt bitter that the last method I had was to borrow the power of the constellations. If I called a powerful constellation, I could probably win. However, there was a burden of the probability after the last incident, and most of all, I didn't like to owe the constellations. Damn, I wish I had talent. It would be preferable if I could steal someone's talent. Wait. Steal? A dull shock filled my head. So far, my main weapon was information. However, there was so much information that I actually forgot some of them. Pathetic. Why the hell did I forget about this skill? Wasn't this the first thing I should have done? The exclusive skill bookmark can now be activated. Character bookmarks is activated. Available bookmark slots, 4. Bringing up the list of available bookmarks. People listed in the bookmark slots. 1. The Delusion Demon Kim Nam-won, Understanding 35. 2. Steel Sword Lee Hyun-sung, Understanding 75. 3. Demagogue Shin In-ho, Understanding 20. 4. Empty slot. There was no change apart from the one additional slot. I chose the empty slot. List of people who can be registered on the bookmarks. 1. Poisoner Lee Seal-hwa, Understanding 10. 2. King of Beauty Min Ju-won, Understanding 25. 3. Tyrant King Jang Young-ho, Understanding 10. 4. Hermit King of Shadows Han Dong-hoon, Understanding 30. 5. The Prophet Anna Croft, Understanding 1. 6. Armed Fortress Master Gong Pil-do, Understanding 30. As expected, Yoo Jong-yuk's name wasn't on the list. The main character was the main character. Special conditions must be met before he was unlocked. In addition, people who weren't characters like Han Seong, Yoo Sanga and Lee Ga-liang weren't on the list. It didn't matter. They weren't the people I needed right now. I scrolled for a bit and finally found the person I wanted. There he was. Why did I forget that he was also a character? I didn't hesitate to put him in the 4th bookmark. The level of the bookmark skill is low, shortening the activation time. Activation time, 30 minutes. Your understanding of the character is significant. You can select some of his skills to import. I chose a skill. The next moment, a silver storm emerged around my body. I felt the courage of a wolf nestle in my body. Damn, I felt like a fool. What had I been trying to learn so far? I wasn't a regressor or a returnee. The character Prince Likon of the Amayantar has been registered on bookmark 4. The number 4 bookmark has been activated. I was a reader. Way of the Wind LV8 has been activated. And this was the way I fought. Chapter 88, A Reader's Fight, 2. Episode 18. As I felt the refreshing wind wrap around my body, I recalled the sentences that appeared in Ways of Survival. Han Seong was summoning avatars when she noticed the skill I was going to use. What? I thought you didn't learn this. Step back. Way of the Wind. There is a gale in the right hand and a storm in the left hand. The way of the wind will be opened when the straight lines and the curves meet. The sentence that I couldn't understand became a reality the moment I felt wind at my toes. Mianil Sang's fist suddenly approached my nose. The attack that should have hit was meaningless. The overwhelming power of this skill filled in my lacking stats. This was the secret technique of the Amayantar. Mianil Sang's eyes shone. Huh? You sped up. I didn't answer as I focused on enlightenment. From now on, it was a fight against time. The remaining time for bookmark was 30 minutes. Aha, I understand. Is it the skill of those wolves? Mianil Sang laughed at me. Did you receive a great enlightenment that allowed you to use this shitty skill? Do you know? I killed the king of those guys with my own hands. Of course I knew. I remembered the creatures of Kronos who died. Prince Likon of the Amayantar, Parasite Queen Antinous. The fate of those who survived their destroyed world was to be used in the scenarios unfolding on another planet. I would be in the same situation as them if Earth was destroyed. A medium black fire cannon shot from Mianil Sang's right hand. One wind will meet another wind to form yin and yang. Once again, one wind will meet another wind to form the principles of negative and positive. I used all my imagination to put these words into images. Hot and cold wind swirled in front of me and the direction of the wind started to twist. The black fire was deflected once it hit the wind and energy spread in every directions. All ether attacks were propagated through a medium. If the root of the medium was dispersed, the attack would have no choice but to go back. Mianil Sang looked surprised. Pretty good. You must have some talent. Mianil Sang once again started to flee. The character Mianil Sang has used Blink LV 4. It was another blink. However, it wasn't hard for me to pursue him. Once I closed my eyes and concentrated on the wind, I could read everything near me. I ran along the street at a speed that matched Yuzhongnyuk's Red Phoenix Shunpo and found Mianil Sang. He was grabbing people randomly and asking them questions. I kicked off the steel frame of a building and flew towards Mianil Sang. It was a blow that would crush bone, but he stood up. The 24th seal of the returnee Mianil Sang has been released. His next seal was released by a hair's breadth. It was ticklish. Mianil Sang spoke in a playful manner. He believed that he would win anyway. His wounds were healed by the seal being released, and as time went by, more of my magic power was being consumed. Ha ha ha, try to stop me. In fact, I couldn't kill him if I used Way of the Wind as a buff skill. If this alone could defeat the disaster of questions, Kronos wouldn't have perished in the first place. I had to do it. The problem was, someone needed to buy time for me to use this technique. Huh? Something suddenly fell from the sky diagonal to me. It looked like a descending hawk as it pierced through the air towards Mianil Sang. There was a terrible explosion and a small crater appeared. A familiar person was seen where Mianil Sang was lying on the ground. I looked at the man with a wide mouth and muttered, Yuzhongnyuk. Didn't this bastard say he would take 2 days to recover? I looked at the approaching Yuzhongnyuk and reflexively stepped back. Surely he wasn't planning to hit me right now. However, Yuzhongnyuk stopped a few steps in front of me and turned around. Get started. Yuzhongnyuk stood before me as if he knew what I was trying to do. I'll block him. Han Seong muttered on my behalf from where she was lying nearby. Ha, shit. As expected from the protagonist. But unlike her words, Yuzhongnyuk appeared to be in a dangerous state. His body was still unsteady and the blood vessels on his body were still bulging. Meanwhile, Mianil Sang stood up from the crater, laughing while coughing up blood. It is a bit annoying. He wasn't badly damaged despite the impact. It was unbelievable that he was on the weak side of the returnees who would appear. Mianil Sang ran forward and Yuzhongnyuk met him. Then I invoked Way of the Wind. 4 winds meet and form a defense. Then another 4 winds are added, making it the 8 trigrams. Therefore, wind is everywhere yet exists nowhere. It was my turn to use the verse that gave Lycon enlightenment. The mysterious air wall in the shape of an octagon started to swirl. It was a small dome of space. The tight seal choked me. From now on, it was a fight against time. Yo Jong-yuk flew back from a blow while Myung Il-sang's expression hardened. He finally realized that this wasn't a game. What? The next moment, all the air in the dome was removed. My ears became blocked and all sound disappeared. The wind blew terribly, but the dome was as calm as the eye of a storm. Myung Il-sang opened his mouth. He moved his mouth several times, but his voice wasn't heard. Sound wasn't possible because there was no medium. He was in a complete vacuum. Due to the difference in air pressure, the air in my lungs momentarily escaped. I quickly sucked it back in. Outside the dome, Han Xiang was shouting something. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 2 has been activated. What is this? I could hear Myung Il-sang's thoughts. Why don't I have a voice? Magic? Myung Il-sang was shouting with confusion. It was natural. All returnees had a penalty. This was especially true for returnees who could quickly recover their original strength under certain conditions. The penalty of the disaster of questions is activated. The power of the returnee Myung Il-sang has been weakened. The 24th seal of the returnee Myung Il-sang has been locked. No, they had the condition of being weakened as easily as they were strengthened. The 23rd seal of the returnee Myung Il-sang has been locked. Why did the disaster of questions keep asking questions? It was simple. His abilities would weaken if he didn't ask questions. Shit. Release this. Quickly release it. His fist hit the wall of air many times, but the wall didn't break easily. In a space without a medium, the black flames didn't burn. The 22nd seal of the returnee Myung Il-sang has been locked. A vacuum prison that could be made using way of the wind. This was the optimum strategy against the disaster of questions that I knew. Myung Il-sang belatedly rushed towards me. He thought that the vacuum prison would be broken if I died, but it wasn't the case. This was a place that I made. I used way of the wind to avoid his attack and quickly reduced the area of the prison. Once the wall shrank, I made a narrow passage and escaped outside the dome with Yo Jong-yuk. Now Myung Il-sang was the only one left inside the dome. You jerk! A returnee wasn't a returnee for nothing. The dome cracked a little bit under his power. I raised my hand and the wind filled in the weak spot. Then the size of the dome started to shrink rapidly. Blood flowed from my nose due to my excessive concentration. My ultimate goal was to limit the vacuum prison to his body. However, it wasn't easy to control. Shit, Yo Jong-yuk had managed it easily. Why was this so difficult? Don't try to control it. You must lead the wind. Yo Jong-yuk's voice was heard. At that moment, I received enlightenment. Maybe it was my mistake to make a wall. The important thing was to remove the medium around his body. I'm choking. Myung Il-sang frantically scratched at his neck, causing himself to bleed. Pretty good. Although you still aren't very talented. Yo Jong-yuk's voice was heard again. Then Myung Il-sang attempted his last hurrah. The character Myung Il-sang has used Great Black Fire Cannon LV. Myung Il-sang's right arm was surrounded by dark flames. To my surprise, the great flames shot through the dome of wind. I fell down while protecting Yo Jong-yuk's body. A dull impact filled my head. Myung Il-sang seemed to be squeezing out his remaining magic power as the black fire cannon continued, but the wind wasn't still. Once the black fire cannon was fired through the dome, wind instantly filled up the spot again. The last hurrah didn't change anything. The problem was that people were dying from the black flames. Yo Jong-yuk saw my face and said, Kim Dokja, don't think about it. They wouldn't care if you died. There are people like that. But not everyone was like that. I got up and confronted the black flames. The black flames were scattered and twisted by the power of the strongly rotating dome. A terrible pain followed. It was because I intercepted the majority of the black flames. The black flames burned new skin and the sensation in my bones faded little by little. I could do it. He wasn't strong right now. At this moment, I reached an area beyond my limits. As my senses became faint, my body was like the wind. A constellation who loves effort enjoys your pain. A touch of talent sleeping in your soul has blossomed. I controlled the vacuum prison with my left hand while moving the wind with my right hand to dissipate the energy of the black flames. In a complete trance, I tasted new heights in way of the wind. The wind at my fingertips was creating a landscape I had never known before. The thickness of the exclusive skill fourth wall has temporarily thinned. It was a strange feeling. This was how the characters saw the world. No matter how hard I read the text, I didn't know what to feel. I felt that a part of the narrative that was felt through the pages touching my fingertip, which I could never full reach, was now completely understood. Reading was different from understanding. Maybe I still didn't understand 1% of this world yet. Soon afterwards, I felt the power of Miang Sang's black flames weaken. Shit. Scum. Die. Die. The momentum of the black flames was rapidly declining. In addition, my magic power was still full. It was a strange feeling. Even if I was in a trance, how could I have this much magic power left? Behind me, Yo Zhongyuk said, "I will kill you." Somehow I had absorbed Yo Zhongyuk's magic power. Then after a while, Miang Sang's attack ceased. All seals of the returnee Miang Sang have been locked. Yo Zhongyuk and I looked at each other. The exclusive skill Way of the Wind LV8 has been released. The fear-stricken Miang Sang stared at us. See cough, cough. I threw unbroken faith towards the man who was gasping for air and trying to run away. Kuhiak. He fell down with the blade in his back. He wouldn't be able to escape with Blink anymore. I ran over and grabbed his neck. It is really frustrating not being able to speak. Have your questions finished, Kuhiak? I will kill you if you ask me a question right now. Don't ask anything. Returnees. The most arrogant and brutal existences in ways of survival. Among the returnees, Miang Sang was one of the worst. Now I don't want to hear one sound from you. Piak. Piak. Kyuk. Miang Sang looked up at me like it was unfair. I hit him again and again until that fear was completely crushed. The beaten-up Miang Sang barely managed to say, "It can't be like this." I looked at this guy and remembered when he was a warrior. I am a warrior. I am a real warrior. Really. The 17-year-old high school student, Miang Sang. The innocent boy who was chosen as a warrior to save the world and fell onto Kronos. He obviously didn't want to become like this. He didn't want to be a murderer that wiped out life on a continent. But he did so. It is you who chose to become a disaster. Now he couldn't change that fact. Your understanding of the character Miang Sang has increased. Miang Sang's face distorted. Obviously, protagonist, this world. The man who wanted to become a protagonist but failed in the end. The real protagonist soon approached and slammed a blade into his head. I looked into the eyes of the man killed by Yo Zhongyuk. It was a futile death for the disaster that destroyed a world. You have won against a returnee for the first time in the scenario. Contributor, Kim Dokja, Yo Zhongyuk. You have earned 40,000 coins as an achievement reward. A new item will be added to your story. The narrative person who opposes the miracle has been added. You have obtained the possibility of a new stigma. Chapter 89, A Reader's Fight, 3. Episode 18. I looked at the system messages that appeared after Miang Sang's death. He left this world with just a few lines of messages. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is satisfied. The constellation secretive plotter nods with slight discontent. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is greatly pleased with your story. Someone has recommended your scenario to the star stream. 25,000 coins have been sponsored. I got up and slowly looked around. Gangdong Jiu was ruined. The disaster had only briefly passed, but the ground was destroyed and the tall buildings collapsed. On the road lit by the glow of the sunset, people covered with black dust crawled out. They were all people who ran here to obtain items. People who wanted to be the protagonist but had to remain as characters. Some people held their injuries while others wiped their tears. I could also see people bowing down to me. However, most people were lying on the ground as cold bodies. I had read all of Ways of Survival. I understood the settings, the meaning of the explanations, and finally thought that I had figured out the author's intentions. But in Ways of Survival, there were no sentences describing these deaths. I turned and saw Yo Zhongyuk watching the same scene as me. Perhaps Yo Zhongyuk had seen this scene alone many times. Yo Zhongyuk. He turned to look at me. I rolled the words around the tip of my tongue for a bit before shutting my mouth. It is nothing. The scenarios would continue in the future and I would see this moment many times. I would encounter scenes that weren't expressed in the text several times. Then a translucent window appeared in front of me and I heard an unexpected message. The Dokibi has invited you to his channel. Who was inviting me to a channel? I was confused for a moment but decided to ignore it. Then the message flashed again. The Dokibi has invited you to his channel. I looked up at the air and saw one Dokibi looking down at this side. It was a one-legged Dokibi with an unpleasant smile. Baihyung was behind him with a terrible expression and looked between us. There was a gap even among Dokibis of the same rank. Yes, I had a rough idea of this situation. I took a deep breath and deliberately spoke in a loud voice. What? You won't give me the rewards? Dokik's eyebrows twitched at my words. However, his mouth was still relaxed. Oh, of course. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. Dokik was a scary Dokibi. He wasn't silly like Baihyung but had a different constitution from the intermediate Dokibis. Not just anyone could be a streamer of a major channel. The sub-scenario SSS grade hunt has ended. The compensation settlement will begin. You have obtained 50,000 coins as compensation. I felt better when I received a huge number of coins. This scenario gave me 50,000 coins in one go. It was a great scenario. Given the fact that sub-scenarios were formed at the discretion of the Dokibi, most of these coins would come from Dokik's pocket. I thought his stomach would hurt but Dokik was smiling softly. It is a great pleasure to see interesting stories. How can I not be amused? He muttered like he read my mind. Well, he had a big channel in Tokyo Dome so this level of coins being bled wouldn't matter. Why did he leave Japan now? Chances were high that great players like Oda Nobunaga or Miyamoto Musashi would still be active. Yes, was he full because the incarnations in his house were so busy? Then give me the extra compensation quickly. Is this all? Ah, of course. I should naturally give it to you. You are the one who made this scenario interesting. I somewhat became angry at his sarcastic tone. If it wasn't for this bastard, the disaster of questions would have been a lot easier. Baihyung glanced at me from behind and communicated with me. Hey, you know. However, Dokik interrupted Baihyung before his words could be conveyed. Baihyung, prepare the compensation. Baihyung made a surprised and angry sound. Huh? Prepare for compensation. Do I have to tell you twice? Look at this. Baihyung hesitated before opening his mouth again. You are currently in charge of the sub-scenario. How interesting, Baihyung. You dare act like this in front of the incarnations? A fierce aura started to crush Baihyung's body. The power of the Dokibi depended on the size of the channel. It seems to be true that the size of your channel has grown lately. Baihyung shrank back as Dokik kept talking. And no. It is a misunderstanding. You do know that the sixth scenario involves Korea and Japan together? Have you already forgotten? I am really sorry. I'll prepare it right away. Get started right away. Yes, I didn't feel good because Baihyung was the one managing my channel. To be honest, Baihyung and Dokik's relationship seemed similar to how Song Minwoo bothered me during high school. Additional compensation settlement will begin. You have acquired parasite species benefactor as a basic reward. An additional selection reward exists. You are the largest contributor to this scenario. You have the first choice of additional compensation. I saw a translucent catalog appear in front of me. Once again, it was quite useful to catch a disaster. Infinite Dimension Space Coat, SSS grade. Dark Fire Half Gloves, SSS grade. Sylphid's Jump Boots, SSS grade. Triple S grade compensation items. I quickly looked at the options of the items. The Infinite Dimension Space Coat had a special option of an inside pocket space that allowed him to carry many things. Dark Fire Half Gloves greatly amplified skills with the dark and fire attributes. Finally, Sylphid's Jump Boots allowed me to use the jump effect 3 times a day. They weren't star relics but it was enough to go to the 10th scenario. People might say, it is SSS grade but it is only to the 10th scenario, but the world of Ways of Survival was originally like this. The item grade inflation was substantial in the world of Ways of Survival. The difference in performance of the items obtained in the early stages to the middle stages was huge, despite having the same grade. Of course, it wasn't necessary to throw away SSS-grade items now, but special materials would be needed to transcend equipment. This was why it was good to have star relics. Unlike other items, star relics didn't need transcendence. Once scenarios opened, the star relics would recover their inherent power that was beyond the constraints of probability. Please choose a reward. Bai Hyung told me with a grouchy expression. He was exhausted by the harassment. At this moment, I heard Bai Hyung through the Dokkibi communication. Personally, I recommend the infinite dimension space coat. There is one more hidden option. It is easier to transcend later. He was working as my manager. The quick-witted Dokgik was staring at Bai Hyung. Bai Hyung? Yes, you must explain the items to the constellations. Have you forgotten? I understand. Bai Hyung quickly started to explain the items to the constellations of Seoul Dome. I used this break to talk to Yo Jong-yuk. Yo Jong-yuk, what are you going to choose? I had first choice, but I decided to give it to Yo Jong-yuk since I received his help. Of course, this was if Yo Jong-yuk didn't hit me into the ground. Yo Jong-yuk. He didn't answer. He was just staring at me. Did you pass out again? I waved my hand in front of his eyes several times, but his pupils didn't change. The character Yo Jong-yuk is currently using Recovery Hibernation LV3. Indeed, it was abnormal for him to move with that body. His body must be half broken to be able to use Recovery Hibernation. I couldn't just pick, so I left a message with Midday Trist. Han Siang watched by my side and interrupted, perhaps I should choose instead. Only if you want to be hit by Yo Jong-yuk later. Han Siang became silent in an instant. I spoke to Bai Hyung. I will choose infinite dimension space coat. However, the answer didn't come from Bai Hyung. Dokgik nodded and turned off the catalog with a flick of his fingers. You have picked a good item. Then let's go the payment area. Payment area? The additional compensation can't be paid here. Look at this. Where are you going to take me? I'll take you to my Dokkibi official post. The Dokkibi official post. Official post in Korean also means a horsehair cap worn by officials. In folk tales, it was a type of clothing, but here it was different. It was a room that all Dokkibis had. It was a room that hid their true colors. That is a problem. Just give it to me here. It was their unique space. I didn't know what to expect. As far as I knew, there was no procedure regarding moving to a Dokkibi's official post in order to receive additional compensation. It was obviously this guy's suggestion to go to his official post. Bai Hyung was watching me anxiously from next to him. I watched Dokgik with narrowed eyes. Do you want me to cancel the additional compensation? Try it. The scenario's compensation was a fixed rule of the star stream. Even a sub-scenario made with a Dokkibi's discretion couldn't take back an item that was given after the scenario was over. A smile flashed on Dokgik's face. How interesting. This isn't a good idea. The Dokkibi communication. As Dokgik opened his mouth, two voices were heard. Kim Dokja. I've heard your story. You are so famous that the constellations of the lands beyond the peninsula know about you. I know about your contract with Dokkibi Bai Hyung. But among the Dokkibis, it is possible to transfer incarnations. I've heard that you act proudly in front of Dokkibis, and today I have discovered that the rumor isn't false. I will speak bluntly. Come to my channel. I am going to expand my channel to the Korean peninsula. I will be happy to meet your desired items and conditions. Interesting. He made me a scouting proposal in this manner. The suggestion from Dokgik could be seen as moving from a team in the Asian League to a top team from La Liga. It was an attractive offer. The problem was the transfer. I knew this guy called Dokgik. I might look like this, but I'm actually really scared. I'm trembling while talking to you like this. So give me the item quickly. Dokgik's expression hardened at my words. How interesting. You are humble. You are too arrogant. You will be humbled one day. What does that mean? Bai Hyung's channel will soon disappear. A laugh emerged from Dokgik's mouth. Then it can't be helped. I originally wanted to announce this after paying the compensation, but I'm sorry. An announcement? What announcement? Dokgik looked up at the sky. He looked at the constellations emitting light and slowly opened his mouth. His voice seemed to echo in all of Seoul. I have regrettable news for the constellations who have watched the scenario with interest so far. The low-grade Dokibis quickly withdrew from Baihyang's vicinity. Baihyang made a bewildered expression. It wasn't good whenever the Dokibis acted like this. Unfortunately, among the channels operating in Seoul Dome, there is a channel that has been illegally manipulating the scenarios. Many constellations are paying attention to Dokik's words. It is the #byte 7623 channel of Dokibi Baihyang. As a result of a survey, the low-grade Dokibis in Seoul Dome have concluded that probability has been infringed due to excessive channel scenario manipulation. Wait, what? On behalf of the low-grade Dokibis of Seoul Dome, I am formally asking the Bureau to determine the probability conformity of this channel. Chapter 90, A Reader's Fight. 4. None of the text used in this audiobook belongs to me. Please support the original author online. This is a fan-made project and I make no money from it. Join the Discord for a lot of more audiobooks too. Episode 18. Han Seong asked with a dumbfounded expression. What? What does this mean? Why did he suddenly mention the probability? He is arguing needlessly. Arguing? Why? Why? Was it because I rejected his offer? Dokik floated in the sky and reported to the Bureau. The probability judgment. I didn't think it would be used in this way. I expected the Dokibis of other big channels to start a fight, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Baihyang's face turned red and he was tearful as he looked between me and Dokik. It looked like tears would burst out as soon as he was touched. What? What do I do now? Tell me honestly. Did he find out about our contract? Baihyang shook his head. Did he notice you opening the Dokibi bag? That can't be. Really? Probably. Well, don't panic yet. Even if that is the case, it isn't something that is worth asking for a probability conformity request. In the first place, it isn't a violation of regulations. It was true. There was no precedent in which an incarnation made a stream contract or could use the Dokibi bag, so it wasn't a direct violation of Starstream's regulations. Baihyang belatedly nodded with relief. Why yes. I understand. Seeing this childlike Baihyang, I didn't know if he was the Dokibi or if I was. I looked at Dokik and the low-grade Dokibis again. The #byte 7623 channel manipulation has been reported. The Bureau is currently discussing this issue. If I was right, the probability request would eventually be cancelled. Although the story would be different if Dokik had evidence for this. He was hiding information and I had no way to figure out what it was. Then there was only one way left. Hey, can you stop stalling and quickly give me my reward? Don't you see that the constellations are becoming bored? That is a problem. This is more important than the compensation payout. Have you changed your mind? If you agree with my proposal, I will get rid of all of this for you. I looked up at Dokik. Yes, let's try a frontal confrontation. What are your concerns? Let me look. How is the channel I belong to illegally manipulating the scenario? Is there any evidence? I would find out what his evidence was if he had it. If he was bluffing, the situation would end immediately. Dokik smiled like he had been waiting. Do you really want to hear it? You will regret it. Tell me, this issue involves you, Kim Dokja. Me. At this moment, I had a thought. Was it because I used future information from the text? But due to the filtering, this information shouldn't have spread to the constellations or the Dokibis. Otherwise I would have already been caught in a probability storm. Do you see the screen? A huge screen appeared in the air. The screen showed videos of my recent battles. The first screen showed my conflict with poisoner Lee Sealhua. This is proof. What is the proof? The screen just showed that I didn't kill Lee Sealhua. Dokik changed the screen. This is also proof. The second screen showed me watching the battle between Licon and Antinous. What was this? This is the third proof. On the third screen, I was attacking the disaster of questions, Myang Sang. It was a scene where Myang Sang continuously released his seals. Suddenly, my stomach felt pained. What do these screens have in common? I realized it at this moment. This guy wasn't talking to me right now. The constellations looking at the screens, do you have any idea? Everyone in the area became quiet. The fight against the poisoner, the fight against Antinous and the fight against the disaster of questions. There is one thing these three fights have in common. Then the screen kept changing. He actually had a chance to kill the poisoner and stop the disaster. His finger pointed to the poisoner. He could stop the disaster by killing Antinous. Then he pointed to Antinous. He could have stopped the disaster of questions before the seals were released. He pointed to Miang Il-sang, then he pointed towards me, but he deliberately didn't do it. Wait. You are now. Now I noticed what Dokgik was trying to do. Goosebumps covered my entire body. I see. This was what the Dokkibi was planning. Constellations. Incarnation Kim Dokja colluded with the channel streamer, Bai Hyung. He deliberately concealed his strength and manipulated the development of the scenario. He made the scenarios harder for malicious purposes. Then the final screen appeared. It showed me using Way of the Wind to stop Miang Il-sang. He did this to direct the last catharsis. This bastard, he didn't intend to ask for the probability conformity request from the beginning. Dokgik. This was his real purpose. It is just to rip off coins from you. It was the end of Bai Hyung's channel. Some constellations are silent. The evidence that Dokgik exposed didn't violate the terms of the probability conformity judgment. Dokkibis controlling incarnations to make a scenario interesting wasn't uncommon. The problem was the constellations who hated it. The moment they thought I wasn't serious about the scenario, the constellations would lose interest. It was like alienating them from the play. The moment the fourth wall between the audience and the character collapsed, the audience would cool off straight away. This was what Dokgik aimed for. The constellation Ball General of Justice's mouth is gaping open. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is chuckling. The constellation Secretive Plotter shrugs like it is fine. Some constellations were astonished, some constellations had no idea, and some constellations were silent. The problem was the other constellations. Some constellations have left the channel. The constellations questioning the fairness of the channel has left the channel. Some constellations are requesting coin refunds from the channel. The constellations left and Bai Hyung's channel started to shrink. The size of the channel is reduced. The messages continuously popped up. Bai Hyung's pale body was becoming smaller. His horns were shrinking. I eventually sighed. The channel is dead. There was only one way left. I looked at the dwindling number of constellations and spoke to Dokgik. I understand, so give me the compensation when you are done talking. I will accept your offer. Dokgik's lips curved upwards. You are smart. Bai Hyung's eyes grew wider with disbelief. Why you? Don't look at me like that. It can't be helped. I shrugged while speaking in a loud voice. Bai Hyung's lips trembled from the betrayal. This child was scared. Bai Hyung, do you trust me? What? Trust me this once. Aren't you already ruined? I finished the communication and spoke to Dokgik. Start moving. Good. Then let's have a sweet rewards time. Dokgik flicked his fingers and the surrounding landscape disappeared. We reappeared in a room reminiscent of a luxury hotel suite. This was his official post. I looked around a bit nervously. Low tables and chairs suitable for a Dokkibi were placed over luxurious rugs. There was a wide variety of alcohol on one side. Later I realized that it was a suitable setting for a Dokkibi who liked to drink. I finished looking around and approached the window. The landscape outside was, oh my God! A darkness with no end filled my vision. Glittering stars flowed in the darkness of the grand universe. It was a superb vision of the grand universe like endless jewels. The constellations repeated their orbits and rotations, each one part of the huge galaxy. It was funny that at his moment, I was purely impressed. This was the star stream. It was the flow of the great stars that governed all scenarios. Every story began here. It is great. I looked back and saw Dokgik standing there. Sometimes I just stare blankly at this landscape. I never get tired of this sight. You are now. Are you surprised? This is my real voice. It was the first time I heard the Dokkibi's voice. Previously it was always heard through a broadcast. In other words, the sight before me was Dokgik's real body. Dokgik's eyes shone. What are you thinking about? I asked. What do you think? Do you think I'll kill you? He burst out laughing. You know that is impossible. I'm not crazy enough to fight against a Dokkibi either. I like it. Then let's start the contract. Dokgik flicked his fingers and a Dokkibi with a contract appeared before him. It was Bai Hyung. He was tied up by the system and stared at me with reproachful eyes. I brought Bai Hyang as a notary. In any case, you have to break the contract with him to form a contract with me. The cost of the destruction will be covered by Bai Hyang. I was a bit surprised. This guy, he knew about my contract with Bai Hyang. It meant he knew from the beginning that I was a good person to attract the Find an Incarnation group. I pretended to be calm. Do as you like. I don't care. It is good that the story is fast. Would you like to check the contract? It is also my first time making such a contract. I read the contract. Needless to say, the contract was completely full of adverse conditions for me. Donations would be distributed 5:5. There were also some conditions that bound my freedom. Even now, I was the gap instead of the you. Dokik laughed. How about it? This is the industry average, but I can make some adjustments. It sounded like the industry average. Bai Hyang also tried a similar contract in the beginning. I nodded and said, well, it isn't bad. But before I sign the contract, I have a suggestion. Suggestion? What is it? Isn't it a shame if I'm the only one moving channels? Surely you won't be satisfied with just one thing? There are some strong constellations in my channel. Huh? Who are they? Prisoner of the Golden Headband, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, Demon-like Judge of Fire. Dokik looked surprised at each modifier. Prisoner of the Golden Headband? I didn't think you would have such constellations. Bai Hyang, you are quite good. Bai Hyang hissed through his gag. I continued speaking. This was the most important part. Honestly, I don't want to leave these constellations behind in this channel. Therefore, I want you to build a bridge so that the constellations can move channels with me. Chapter 91, A Reader's Fight, 5. Episode 18. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire will judge your sincerity. The constellation Secretive Plotter is somewhat annoyed. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is actively giving off annoyance. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband asks if you really want to move channels. Dokik smiled like he was interested. A bridge. Connect your channel to me. Then isn't it like a duplicated connection? It doesn't matter. You will be able to move channels through me without having to struggle with the constellations. That's true. Very interesting. There is also something I'm curious about. Curious about? What types of constellations are in the channel I will contract with? I'm just wondering what a big channel looks like since I've only been in a small channel like this. I would like to see it in advance. Is it okay? I deliberately spoke towards Bai Hyang. Bai Hyang's expression became hurt in real time. A smile of satisfaction appeared on Dokik's face. Bai Hyang, you signed with a really good incarnation. I really think so. Dokik's hands moved through the air and he started to manipulate the system. Good. Then let's show you the air of a big city. The next moment, it felt like a new cord was stuck in my body. There was a definite connection that seemed to lead somewhere. I slowly blinked and felt countless gazes on me. 1, 2, 3, all the hairs on my body rose. It was quite different from Bai Hyang's channel. I could feel their presences just from their eyes. Amazing. This was the channel of a Dokibi who dominated Tokyo Dome. How is it? There is a new league for you to play in. It seemed that there weren't just Japanese constellations. Did this jerk had fixed subscriptions on other continents or worlds? If I worked in such a place, how many coins could I get at once? To be honest, I couldn't even guess. I murmured, great. Isn't this really big? Then the contract. Before that, I want to say hello for a moment. Is that okay? Please do so. Dokik made a disgruntled expression, but he eventually allowed it. I started talking with my eyes closed. Constellations of Tokyo Dome. Can you hear me? Some of the constellations who hate the Korean peninsula are looking at you. I'm sure that some of you have heard my story. I am Kin Dokja, the one who smashed the absolute throne and became the king of a kingless world. Please note that I have no sponsor. Well. That's correct. I hope to get along with you in the future. The constellations of Tokyo Dome are listening to you. I only gave a brief introduction and some constellations were already starting to approach me indirectly. Good. The start wasn't bad, by the way. As a memorial to my channel, I will do a small event. I mean, a joint event between South Korea and Japan. If you are curious, please connect to #byte 7623 right now. I will draw tickets for the early constellations and give coins. Then the channel link was disconnected. I opened my eyes and saw Dopkick staring at me as he asked, "What the hell are you doing now?" "What? It is an event. What are you thinking? Do you want to die?" The constellations in my channel don't play in such shallow waters. I would gladly give him a surprise because he cut me off at the point where people were feeling curious. Then Dopkick's body started to slowly change. "Wait, constellations. Where are you going?" The flow was changing. Constellations started pouring into Byheim's channel little by little. A number of constellations have entered channel #byte 7623. The channel level has risen. I smiled widely. "A lot of you came. Thank you. Are you here for the event?" The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is annoyed at the appearance of these constellations. The constellation Maritime War God resents the appearance of hostile constellations. "Wait, don't fight. I didn't call you here to fight." The constellation Who Likes Murasama is urging you to proceed with the coin lottery. Some constellations are asking about the coin event. Don't be in a hurry. I'll do it in a bit. Think about it. Is it so important to get a coin or two? What is the point if you don't have incarnations to spend the coins on? Go slowly, slowly. Some constellations are looking at you with disgruntled eyes. You may have heard of this, but I'll tell you again. I am Kim Dokja and I don't have a sponsor. I won the war between kings and prevented a disaster before it began. There are probably few incarnations stronger than me if you look around the world. There will be none with no sponsor. By the way, it will be hard to last until the end. Dopkick started to turn pale as he noticed my intentions. "Wait. You." I laughed at Dopkick. "A production?" Yes, I would show him what a real production was. Soul Dome is now ahead of the 5th scenario. If you are smart, you will know what that means. Yes, that's right. There will soon be an event that you will like. Now there was less than a week until the start of the scenario. Before the entire disaster scenario started, a special event would be hosted. A banquet for all the constellations in the star stream. Soon, the second sponsor selection would start. I continued speaking. "In celebration, I would like to do a surprise event. If the number of subscriptions to this channel reaches 10,000 on the day of the sponsor selection, the constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is gulping. I will make one of the constellations in this channel my partner. The constellation Secretive Plotter is looking at you with interest. It doesn't matter what gender, race or world you originated from. It doesn't matter if you are strong or weak, famous or not famous. Anything is okay. What I am looking for is passion. I hope you have the passion to send the end of this damn story with me." The constellation Bald General of Justice wipes his head. "Whoever is good. I will be waiting for you. 10,000 viewers. Do you remember? Please convey it to other people properly. Wait a minute. Wait. Just wait." Dopkick cried out, but it was already too late. There was a wicked voice and unstoppable channel messages. I was dizzy from the indirect messages that came from everywhere. Some time passed. Cold anger rose on Dopkick's face. He made a decision and raised his hand towards me. "Incarnation Kim Dokja. You will die here." Yes, I thought he would react like this. I laughed while pretending to be calm. "There are currently many constellations watching. Aren't you afraid of the storm? Don't underestimate the master of Tokyo Dome." There was no patience left in Dopkick's furious face. "Damn, do you think I can't deal with the probabilities caused by killing a bug like you?" Dopkick's fingers moved. It was a gesture like he was flicking away a bug. Powerful sparks appeared around me. It was the balloon burst that was Dopkick's specialty. The currents would cause my body to burst like a balloon. My swollen intestines would scatter as fragments and all the pieces that made up my body would become dust scattered into the universe. This was what originally should have happened. "What is this?" He tried again. Dopkick flicked his fingers 2 more times. However, there was no change. Not long afterwards, even the sparks disappeared. This is. The confused Dopkick stared at his fingers. However, he still didn't understand. The problem wasn't his fingers. There was a chill and an enormous shadow appeared behind me, darkening my vision. "Hey! Docky B." A voice was suddenly heard. I instinctively knew. The owner of this voice was now protecting me. It was natural when thinking about it. One Adokibi who used the system could prevent the use of the system. Is it fun to show off your power? It was the first time I heard Bai Hyung's real voice. The astonished Dokgik stuttered, how did you get character redemption? This? Didn't you just give me a hard time because of your strength? Dokgik's face turned red. Belated rage filled his face. You are at best a low-grade Dokibi. Bai Hyung. What do you mean by this rudeness? Low-grade? You are also low-grade despite your number of subscribers. I didn't get a promotion on purpose. Do you dare anger me, the master of Tokyo Dome? Tokyo Dome? Good, Tokyo Dome. Are there many good constellations left there? Bai Hyung moved from behind me towards Dokgik. By the way, were you this small? Their appearance looked the same, but now Bai Hyung was several times larger than Dokgik. Bai Hyung's giant shadow proved it. Once again, a Dokibi's power increased with their number of subscribers. The fear-stricken Dokgik staggered back. How? You were talking very well earlier. What? I was illegally manipulating the scenario. A black arm emerged from Bai Hyung's shadow and grabbed Dokgik's neck, raising him into the air. The jerk who steals the incarnations of others, who taught you business ethics. You absolutely won't be safe if you do this. What the fuck? Bai Hyung's right arm swelled enormously. Go to Andromeda and find your concept. The shadow's fist burst through the shield on the ceiling and Dokgik flew to the far side of the universe. He wouldn't die because he was a Dokibi, but he would be hit hard for a while. Bai Hyung let out a breath like he was relieved. By the way, I nearly died. I sighed with relief and approached Bai Hyung. The channel had just grown, but Bai Hyung seemed strange. We looked at each other and I was met with Bai Hyung's confused eyes. I couldn't tell if he was laughing or crying. Perhaps this was the expression that Dokibis made when they were really happy. Do you know what I am seeing right now? I didn't know, but I had an idea. It probably wasn't much different from what I'm seeing. The channel level has risen. The channel level has risen. The channel level has risen. A constellation who likes the Korean peninsula wants to be your sponsor. A constellation who wants historical reconciliation wants to be your sponsor. A constellation who likes to change gender wonders about your heart. A constellation that enjoys subculture is interested in you. The endless messages started to fill the ears of me and Bai Hyung. Now the stage would expand to the world. Chapter 92, Singularity 1. Episode 19. Since it was the first time I came to a Dokibi's official post, I looked at some of the documents on the table while Bai Hyung managed the constellations. Singularity Trend Report. Singularity? The moment I curiously turned a few pages, the documents disappeared into dust. It seemed to be a database system, not real documents. Bai Hyung looked this way. What are you doing? Nothing. Bai Hyung saw the powder on the table and looked at me suspiciously. Then he sighed and opened his mouth. Hey, are we okay? Why? Are you regretting it now? That, you know. The constellations that come out using this method will quickly leave. The fallen constellations would return to the Tokyo Dome channel. At that time, Dokgik's revenge would begin. But that was for then. Besides, you lied before. What the hell are you going to do? What if the subscriptions really reaches 10,000? It is already at 5,000. I shrugged without speaking and Bai Hyung continued. Wasn't there a condition for you to not choose a sponsor when you signed the contract with me? How can you say something like this? It will work out somehow. You can also break the contract. I can't do that. Jerk. I risked my life for you, yet you can't do this? Bai Hyung's expression darkened. That, indeed, I was a fool to expect anything. I told him, don't worry, I have an idea. Really? Yes, so give me my item. Dokgik is gone, so shouldn't you hand me the item now? That's right. Bai Hyung belatedly manipulated the system. Then after a while, a white coat descended from the air. The clean design carefully paid attention to fashion as well as combat function. I took the coat and checked the pocket first. The special space feature of the infinite dimension space coat is activated. The advantage of this coat was that I could store various items in it without the inventory skill. It was a good item for me since there were many troublesome items to carry, such as the Ganpyeongi, Dongi Bogum and Magic Power Stove. By the way, it is white unlike the catalog photo. The other color is out of stock. Out of stock. How many of these items were there, don't you know? This is a mass production item. I checked the options of the items. Item information. Name, infinite dimension space coat for 1.1, made by mass production maker. Rating, SSS. Description, a customized coat for returnees. Despite being a mass-produced product, it was mysteriously given a SSS rating. In consideration of the returnees who can't activate the attributes window, the additional subspace function can be activated from the inner pocket of the coat. Of course, the space isn't wide, so use it cautiously. I looked at it again. Only the subspace could be used, but it had a SSS rating? When considering that the ancient dragon Ignitus's heart had a SS grade, honestly, it is just due to the influence of the maker. He is a powerful constellation. It made sense. The mass production maker was a famous constellation among returnees. Even if the rating was a bit off, this was one of the best items to get early on. In any case, I received it. Then let's go back. Bai Hiang flicked his fingers and the surroundings started to change. I blinked once and returned to ground. Han Xiang freaked out and retreated when I suddenly appeared in thin air. Hey! Where the hell did you go? I had to do something for a moment. Was it resolved well? Sometimes Han Xiang had a habit of speaking like this without knowing what happened. Was it a writer's ego? I just nodded. New clothes? Damn, I'm envious. She gazed at the coat I was staring with envious eyes and then Ye Zhongyuk, who was still unconscious. She looked between Ye Zhongyuk's black coat and my white coat before opening her mouth. By the way, are you a couple? It is just a coincidence. It is a common design. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is delighted for an unknown reason. A constellation who likes to change gender has shining eyes. Come to think of it, there were many unique constellations. Who was the constellation who liked to change gender? Did this constellation appear in Ways of Survival? I thought I should look through the novel soon. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is controlling the constellation who likes to change gender. Speaking of which, I decided to look at Ye Zhongyuk. Fortunately, his recovery seemed to be going smoothly. His breathing was stable and his wounds were healing. Let's go quickly. Before this jerk wakes up. Ye Zhongyuk had fainted with two clenched fists. It wasn't hard to imagine what would happen if this guy woke up first. ******. I left Gangdong Jiu with Han Xiang. Yu Sanga was being carried by Han Xiang's avatar. She was still unconscious from exhaustion. I had gone back to the battlefield where we fought Antinous but couldn't find Likon. There was no body, so he seemed to be alive. I just didn't know why he didn't come to me. He must be severely injured after being struck by the hatching disaster. Han Xiang looked back at me and asked, "Is it really okay to leave him?" "It's fine. But that is the poisoner. Can you trust her?" The unconscious Ye Zhongyuk was left with Li Xilhua. The poisoner originally isn't a bad person. It is due to the parasite. In many episodes where she wasn't infected by the guide, Li Xilhua was called the doctor rather than the poisoner. Maybe she would be called that in this regression. Take him and go towards Gaibang Dong. In the 5603th Military Division, a poor soldier will be waiting for you. I confirmed Li Hyunsung's location using Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint and decided to accept Ye Zhongyuk's advice. I was arrogant to think I could raise my colleagues with my strength. I had a limited time and information, even if I was a complete reader. Therefore, the best trainer for Li Hyunsung right now wasn't me, but Ye Zhongyuk. I'm hungry. Shall we eat that? I pointed to a plant growing around a high-rise building. The 7th grade plant species Yinosplita is looking at you. Han Xiang looked at the huge sunflower's eyes and cried out with fright. Can we eat that? We have to eat it because there is nothing else. According to Ways of Survival, it is quite delicious. It is also a child and easy to hunt. Han Xiang made a disgruntled expression and soon started to summon her avatars. We cut off the stems and tentacles of the plant species. The Yinosplita was shortly disconnected from its roots and closed its eyes. Once again, I felt like I had become stronger. Even if it was young, a 7th grade species was handled so easily. Han Xiang. Are you going to eat? I don't know. Then I'll cook. I started cooking the Yinosplita like I had read in Ways of Survival. I peeled off the hard skin of the stem and sprinkled a bit of herb salt that I got from a nearby grocery store. The inside contained pinkish flesh reminiscent of seasonal crab meat. Han Sayang's eyes shone. What the hell is this? It is a plant, right? That's right. We are eating a salad. Of course not. I'll burn it. I roughly cut off a branch of the surrounding tree, turned the Unasplita stalk into skewers and put it on the magic power stove. I set the stove to a medium fire, but it took a long time to cook because it was a 7th grade species. I flipped it around a few times and then sprinkled more salt. After some time, the smell of grilling meat filled the area. Hey, can you smell it? Wait, we can't eat it just yet. I stopped her from reaching into the stove and handed her a teacup that had been warming up on the side. Drink this before eating. What is it? Juice from the boiled stem. It needs to be consumed before eating the Unasplita. Han Sayang took the cup with a doubtful expression. Then after a while, her expression became impressed. She drank all the juices and started to cut the stem. Eat slowly, this isn't a joke. You can really cook. Maybe only in this ruined world. I laughed because she looked like a 5-year-old child stuffing her face with good food. Some constellations who love cooking are curious about your cooking. Some constellations who like fast progress and violence are complaining. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband says to keep watching. There was 1 week left until the start of the 5th scenario. The burning hell disaster and disaster of questions had been overcome, making the development smooth. Yu Zhongyuk would take the disaster in the west with Li Hyun-sung once he woke up, while the Wanderer King would handle the north. The only thing to be aware of now was the central disaster. I picked up the Unasplita juice and looked at the still unconscious Yusanga. Yusanga, see, was I mistaken? The unconscious Yusanga obviously flinched. I know your mental state right now. Come and eat this. If you don't, I will just eat it. Yusanga didn't rise. Then I heard a growling sound from her stomach. You must be sleeping. Then we will eat this. Ah, too delicious. Wait a minute. Yusanga cried out and rose from her spot. As expected, Yusanga couldn't just lie down after smelling the food. She consumed a lot of stamina, so it was natural for her to be hungry. I glanced over at Han Sayang, who was still eating. Hey! You have eaten a lot, so get up. Why? Do you have to ask? Che! You make people feel uncomfortable. I understand. Maybe Han Sayang knew that Yusanga was already awake. She also knew that Yusanga wouldn't move because of Han Sayang's presence. This girl was really bad. I will go around the area once. Don't eat it all and leave me some. Understood. Han Sayang grabbed the skewer and disappeared into the darkness. Once she completely disappeared, Yusanga slowly approached. The skewer on top of the stove made a delicious cooking sound. I gave the skewer to the hesitating Yusanga. Yusanga accepted it and started biting into it. Yusanga ate one skewer and barely managed to open her mouth. Delicious. There were tears in her eyes. Anyone who saw her now wouldn't think she was that girl wielding the daggers. Eat slowly. The 2 daggers at her waist showed that her appearance during the daytime wasn't a dream. It was 1 month since the destruction began. I felt like there was a lot of work to do. Yusanga ate the skewers silently while I also ate while watching her. The skewers were really delicious. It was as if the taste wasn't of this world. Yusanga watched the flames blazing from the stove and muttered, "This is real. Probably. Now we can't go back." Yes, probably. Yusanga's hands faintly trembled. She killed humans with those hands. In order to live, her hands had taken away the lives of others. The hand that had been covered in someone's blood now covered her eyes. Her shoulders intermittently shook. It was probably her last pride that no sobs leaked out. It isn't your fault. I didn't know if my words comforted her or not. I couldn't see Yusanga's heart. Yusanga started to cry. Tears flowed down her face and the skewer she was eating fell to the ground. How much more would she cry? Little by little, her sobs died down. The 7th grade Unasplita showed a strong sleeping effect when eaten without taking the juices. I looked at her for a while before opening my mouth. It really isn't your fault. These words were for Yusanga, so, at the same time, I spoke words not directed towards Yusanga. I hope to find out who you are. How about it? In the ruined city, the spooky cries of monsters were heard. It seemed like I was talking to myself. I watched Usanga while asking, "Are you going to pretend? I don't know why you are watching me, but haven't you been doing it for a while now?" The white blade of unbroken faith shone in the darkness. "I won't hesitate to do anything to reach my purpose." I pushed the white blade towards Yosanga's throat. "You better open your mouth quickly. Unless you want your precious incarnation to die." From now on, it was a game of chicken. I waited while gradually pushing the blade towards her throat. The blade was 1 centimeter away from her throat and blood started flowing. All of a sudden, Yosanga's eyes shone. "The exclusive skill fourth wall has offset your mental shock. There was a gust of wind and I was thrown away from Yosanga's body. There was a menacing presence that made my heart dull. A faint glow appeared around Yosanga's body. I looked into Yosanga's blurry eyes. Revolving in the pupils, the shadow of a distant nebula was seen. Then a voice like thunder burst inside my head. "Insignificant human. I wiped the blood flowing from my mouth and grinned. They finally appeared. The damn constellations of Olympus." Chapter 93, Singularity 2. Episode 19. In the world of ways of survival, the constellations were divided into 2 types. One type were the free constellations that didn't belong anywhere. The second type were constellations belonging to a particular nebula. A trivial human dares to threaten the great stars. I swallowed my saliva in front of that furious momentum. There were several famous nebulae based on the myths of Earth. There was Asgard from Nordic mythology and Eden from the Apocalypse-type mythology. Then there was the equally famous Olympus in front of me. I told them, "Pick a form. I'm not a devotee." Yosanga's expression changed. The constellations that suddenly descended looked a bit embarrassed, but I kept talking. "The probabilities in the beginning scenarios will never allow access to the gods of Olympus. Isn't that right? If the probabilities didn't exist as a balance, the soul area would have already been destroyed by the Olympus 12 descending. The ripple effects of the storm would be huge. Many of the gods of Olympus might look down on it, but they weren't stupid." I saw the threads of magic power wrapped around Yosanga's body. "It seems that you are currently the only one who can come out, abandoned lover of the labyrinth. Just like Korea had great constellations, Olympus also had great constellations. In fact, the majority of Olympus were great constellations. The abandoned lover of the labyrinth. This was the modifier for Ariadne, the lover of Theseus. You represent the lowest possible cost, so Olympus must be quite stingy to send you." "Shut up. You dare." The magic threads fluttering around her caused the ground to shake. The ground was split apart by the momentum. Indeed, Ariadne couldn't be ignored. No matter how weak the power of her story, she was still stronger than non-constellations. But I knew that she couldn't attack me. Sparks flew in the air. The shackles of probability had moved. It wasn't a full descent, but a large amount of probabilities was consumed when she deprived the will of the incarnation and partially descended. Besides, Ariadne was a constellation belonging to a big nebula. Her movements were bound to be exposed to other powerful beings. The great hall in Seoul's sky was howling. An unprecedented fear filled me and my whole body got chills. Yosanga's complexion paled due to Ariadne inside her. "I don't think you have much time. Shall I get straight to the point?" This was the reality of the constellations. They were the strongest of the star stream, but they couldn't throw off the heavy shackles of probability. "The gods of other worlds seem to have noticed you." "How can a human know this? Is that important right now? Didn't you come to me for a reason?" "I don't think the constellations can endure the probability storm that will soon occur." Thunder struck around the great hall. As expected, it was too early for the great constellations to descend. I continued speaking. "I will ask 3 questions. If you answer my questions, I will answer your questions." "You want to do the 3 questions exchange?" "Yes, the 3 questions exchange." This was originally the trading style of the constellations to minimize the consumption of probability. Ariadne glared at me with disapproval. "A human using the constellations method of trading. Are you going to agree or not?" "Wait. Yosanga's eyes closed. Perhaps Ariadne was now communicating with the other Olympus constellations through their network. "A constellation who doesn't like the excitement to be broken is interested in your proposal. In any case, the Olympus spectators had appeared." Ariadne finished the communication and opened her eyes. "I will allow the questions. Then a message was heard. The divine 3 questions and answers has begun. Both sides will exchange 3 questions and answers. All questions should only be answered with the truth. Both sides can refuse to answer one question. The conversation won't end until the questions and answers are fully exchanged. I will ask first. Okay. The first question ticket has been used. 1. Why are you in Yosangara's body? Your home is on the other side of the continent, and aren't you busy working on your scenarios? Why this place? It is to monitor the singularities of this world. The first answer has been received. Singularity. Is that your second question? Damn it, she was quite smart. The question ticket disappeared even when the person answered the question vaguely. No. Now you ask. The constellation Abandoned Lover of the Labyrinth has used the first question ticket. What is your identity? Me? I am one of the singularities you are watching. The constellation Abandoned Lover of the Labyrinth has received the first answer. The embarrassed Ariadne muttered, "How do you know this? I just guessed I was a singularity. I was just talking, but it ended up being right." Ariadne's eyes narrowed. You, don't be angry. Don't you guys do it often? A constellation who doesn't like the excitement to be broken is pleased with your wit. Ariadne's atmosphere became filled with killing intent. However, the 3 questions exchange should be done in this way. Those who answered the other person's question straight away would only see a loss. The questions ticket should be used in a useful way while wasting the opponent's question ticket. This was the intense fight of the 3 questions exchange. I continued speaking. The second question ticket has been used. Then this is my second question. What the hell is a singularity? It means beings like you. Ugh, she was using her head. However, this time I couldn't accept this much. Answer it properly. Or do you want to keep spinning in circles? In principle, they are the ones who appear in a divine message. Can you tell me more? I still can't get the hang of it. Ariadne thought for a moment before speaking. We originally didn't mean to monitor you. It is just a coincidence that we found you. A coincidence? We were trying to monitor someone else. He carries the wheel of a giant destiny on his back and destroys the probability. A singularity is such a person. As soon as I heard this, I understood what a singularity was. The second answer has been received. Those from Olympus had already found Yozhongnyuk in this regression. An Olympus-level nebula would be able to search through the mass-produced filters and trace the information back. First of all, they had the excellent information tracker in Hermes. In addition, the great constellations would already become aware of the deviation in the world's probabilities due to Yozhongnyuk. However, there was something strange. The information about the regressor wasn't information that the current Ariadne could reach. It is my turn for an answer. The constellation Abandoned Lover of the Labyrinth has used the second question ticket. Who will you select in the next sponsor selection? It was an unexpected question. I didn't expect Olympus to be aiming for me. A constellation who doesn't like the excitement to be broken is listening to you. Some constellations that love the Korean peninsula are nervous. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is chanting his own modifier. It was difficult, but I had no choice. I won't answer. Is it any fun if I tell you who I will pick? You have used a refusal ticket. You can't exercise the right to refuse to answer a question from now on. It seemed she had expected this, as Ariadne immediately followed with a question. The constellation Abandoned Lover of the Labyrinth has used the third question ticket. Then I will ask the last question. How did you notice that we were watching? Shit, this was her purpose from the beginning. It was probably the result of Ariadne thinking hard. Simply asking for my identity didn't give an answer, so she created a specific question. I thought for a moment before opening my mouth. I read a book well. What? I found out after reading books. My answer wasn't convincing, but I couldn't reveal the story of ways of survival here. It would all be filtered anyway, making it impossible for her to understand. In addition, I didn't want to explain. Originally, us Koreans know the myths. What does that mean? You are quite famous in my country. You are so popular that children's cartoons are produced. Don't you know that you are quite famous in my country? Is there anyone who doesn't know about Olympus? Ariadne's confusion was conveyed through her shaky eyes. It is impossible. A small country, the Cretan labyrinth, a half-monster. Her eyes became bigger. The lover who forgot you. Naxos Island. The love affair afterwards. Shall I continue? Stop. I understand, so stop. The constellation abandoned lover of the labyrinth has received the third answer. Ariadne made a completely wounded expression and closed her mouth. How can humans in a trivial country? I inwardly sighed. I somehow succeeded in overcoming this. Ariadne was a constellation with a low probability cost. It was fortunate that she came out as the representative of Olympus. The movements of the Great Hall was becoming increasingly restless. I opened my mouth. Then this is the last question. What is the content of the divine message you received this time? Ariadne worried about it for a long time while her eyes looked like she was measuring an invisible scale. I can't tell you. The constellation abandoned lover of the labyrinth has used the refusal ticket. All questions and answers have been fully exchanged. The 3 questions and 3 answers have ended. I expected it, but I felt sorry. In fact, the last question was the most important. A constellation who doesn't like the excitement to be broken has a taste of regret. Ariadne looked at the lightning bolts falling from the sky and frowned. My husband was curious about your story and I gave him a bit of entertainment, but it ends here. Her voice started to accelerate like she realized she had no time. I only came here for one reason. Olympus will give you a stern warning. Don't hinder our work. We are working to prevent the destruction of the world. This woman will grow into a breakwater of the great destruction. Why this woman? Looking for the reason is pointless. Even the 3 sisters who spin the thread of fate don't know why. Damn. Olympus used the excuse of the fates. Incarnation caught in the scenario. The direction of fate is turning. The stories of the stars are gathering in one place and the fate of the constellations will begin. What are you talking about? Are you referring to Gigantomachia? You even know this information. You are really amazing. But even if you know this information, you shouldn't arrogantly think that you understand everything. The sparks around Yosangara's body were reaching the limit. It was the sign of a probability storm. You, a puppet of the moment, will never understand. Remember. Once the time comes, if you aren't standing on the right side. At that moment, a lightning bolt struck Yosangara's body and I felt Ariadne's power draining out of her. The sound of tearing through space and time resonated and Yosangara's body collapsed like a broken doll. I hurriedly grabbed Yosangara's body. Then I felt someone's gaze from the sky. I shouldn't raise my head right now. Nobody told me this, but I instinctively knew. If I looked above me, the exclusive skill 4th wall has offset your mental shock. I looked up with confusion. There was something in the distant Great Hall. It was a presence that destroyed Ariadne's power. It seemed to be a tongue or a tentacle, but in the end, it didn't resemble anything. It was a fear that was beyond language and it was unable to be comprehended. A god from another world. Time seemed to slow and sweat soaked my forehead and back. It was a flow of time filled with breathless pain. I barely blinked and the Great Hall returned to normal. I trembled with fear. This thing was what I had to fight. I saw Han Xiang running towards me in the distance. The roar of agitated monsters filled the moonlit night and the screams of humans came as they were intermittently hit by lightning. There were several scenarios related to the end. Ragnarok. Gigantomachia. Armageddon. I didn't know what Ariadne was talking about, but it was certain that something was different from what I knew. This was what I wanted. I could never reach the end I wanted if it flowed like the original story. I carefully laid down the collapsed Yosanga. It felt like her flesh would break if I touched it. Yosangara's face was pale and she had a tight clenched fist, as if she didn't want to support her sponsor. Humans were weak. However, there was one thing overlooked by the stars, who were only afraid of a great probability. It was that all the myths on Earth started from the weak humans they ignored. I gently touched my fist to Yosangara's fist. In the depths of your soul, the power of the story is wriggling. Your first stigma is ready to germinate. I would build a story that didn't fall to any myths. At this time, a silver wolf was running through the darkness. Kiik, damn wolf. Parasite Queen Antinous frowned as she looked at her body. The newest body she required was an Amayantar. Of course, it was a situation where she just survived. Her body was torn by the probability storm and she would have died if Lacon hadn't been lying unconscious nearby. Her instinct of survival saved her. It was only possible because she was a parasitic species. Black blood poured from Lycon, who was hit by a fragment of the disaster. The guides had a body that couldn't resist the disasters. Now Antinous didn't have much time left. I need a new host. Antinous shook as she thought of the men who killed the disaster of questions. Those humans prevented the disaster that destroyed her planet. She was desperate in front of the unbelievable sight and decided again. She would get revenge through any means. She would exterminate the humans who destroyed her home, Kronos. At this moment, her antennae reacted. This aura, a familiar aura, was felt. It was a power that she felt from the insect king species found on Kronos in the past. Antinous increased her pace. If she infected a person with this potential, revenge wasn't impossible. Finally, Antinous reached the location and encountered an unexpected being. She couldn't believe it. How was this present on Earth? Keik. She instinctively made a sound and the boy's eyes gleamed in the moonlight. You will be the first insect. The boy, Li Galiao, laughed at Antinous. Chapter 94, Singularity 3. Episode 19. It was already morning when I opened my eyes. Han Xiang saw me wake up and smiled. She was the last person keeping guard. Did you have a nightmare? A little bit. The embers of the firewood burning all night was white. I put out the fire and touched my forehead, which had a splitting headache. The scene that I saw through Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. Galiao, I didn't know if he was okay. Where is Yosanga Si? She went to scout. Han Xiang answered while touching her smartphone. I asked her, what are you looking at? A novel. Your novel. What other novel would I look at? Indeed, it would be strange to read other novels under these circumstances. I always wondered, is it fun for a writer to read what they wrote? It is very fun, even though you know all the details. I actually asked without thinking, but Han Xiang gave me an unexpected answer. I sometimes feel that the story is different despite reading the same thing. What? A writer doesn't have complete mastery of the novel. There are many holes whenever I look back. In the end, reading is the process of keeping the irregular holes in place. I really don't know what you're talking about. It means that after some time, I can see it as someone else's writing. Ultimately, every human is their own writer. The words were unexpected and I felt surprised. Han Xiang was able to say such a difficult thing. I told her, come to think of it, you are like that. You really wrote someone else's novel. Han Xiang yelled something back, but I blocked my ears for a while. Who told her to plagiarize in the first place? Han Xiang turned off her smartphone and asked me, by the way, what are you going to do next? What will I do? I will wait for the start of the next scenario. Who would believe that? I'm sure you have a plan. She seemed to have something to say, so I let her speak. In fact, she kept on talking anyway. Yu Zhongyuk is taking charge of the west and the Wanderer King is handling the north. What about the center? We will stop it altogether. Isn't there an easy method? Have you forgotten? I stopped for a moment and stared at Han Xiang. Did you copy that as well? When did I do that? I just came up with it in my novel. Han Xiang fumbled with her words while pouting. In any case, aren't I right? As far as I know, there is an easy way to prevent the disaster in the center. Certainly, her words were right. If we did that, we could clear the fifth scenario and prevent all disasters without difficulty. Han Xiang looked at me with piercing eyes. Are you going to do it? Let's think about it on the way. I looked around and saw Yosanga waving her hand in the distance. Han Xiang grumbled, why do you look so happy after seeing her? It is because she is a trustworthy person. Che. Untrustworthy people will survive. We set out again. There were 5 days remaining until the start of the scenario. We moved west along the Han River. There were 2 purposes behind this. One was to look for the missing Gongpildu around Han River, and the second was to collect coins from nearby monsters. More than anything else, it was currently a coin event, so I should gain as much as possible. Yosanga Si, to the left. Han Xiang, take the lead. We hunted all the visible 7th grade monsters. Once Yosanga joined us, we were able to hunt 7th grade species and even 6th grade. I had a thought while watching Yosanga. Maybe she didn't know about those from Olympus. I called them out to figure out their intentions. They had used up their assigned probability and couldn't interfere with Yosanga for the time being. The battle ended and I approached Yosanga. Yosanga Si. You should only use one stigma at a time in the future. Ah, I'm sorry. Was I a big problem last time? No, that isn't the reason. The people supported by a nebula were special. Of course, being sponsored by a nebula didn't mean all constellations in the nebula would support her. However, the laws of the star stream applied to the constellations and incarnations. The price for going against the laws would eventually be returned to the constellations and incarnations. The constellations might have a way to escape, but the problem was the incarnations. Using multiple stigmas will place a burden on Yosanga's body. The damn Olympians wouldn't tell her this, but there was a limit to the story that a single being could afford. Every stigma contained the history of the constellation, and the random blend of histories would impair the human spirit. If Yosanga borrowed the stigmas of a large number of constellations, her remaining vitality would be reduced in an instant. Then in probably 1 year, Yosanga smiled faintly. Thank you for your concern. I realized something and opened my mouth. Did you already know? Yosanga's eyes moved downwards and she spoke quietly. Dokyasi, do you still think that I'm a competent office worker? Yosanga continued speaking. I'm different from Dokyasi. I can't do anything in this changed world. This is a world where the TOEIC, degrees and service scores are useless. I wondered, do you think everything can be resolved if you become stronger? A little bit. Her words were correct. In fact, strength only made up for some of the world's problems. I have decided to build up useful specifications of this world. That is the only thing I can do. There were numerous wounds on the back of Yosanga's hand as she spoke. The wounds felt like a big hole for me. Han Sayong had said, in the end, reading is the process of keeping the irregular holes in place. If there was something a reader had to do, I needed to read it properly. I felt a vibration in my arms. I opened my smartphone and saw that there was a notification window. Han Donghoon, Hyung, are you okay? The Hermit King of Shadows, Han Donghoon. I was stunned when I read the message. Han Donghoon, I haven't been able to connect to the internet recently, so the messages are delayed. I am struggling with my ability. He had been sending messages for a long time and they stacked up. It seemed the piled up messages arrived at the same time once the internet connected. I showed the messages to Yosanga in order to change her mood. I looked at Yosanga's smile and thought, I wasn't a completely incompetent reader. I connected to Han Donghoon through the messenger, but I could hear news about other people through it. Han Donghoon, I am on the Yongsan GU side. There is also Galiang. Kin Dokja, Galiang is there? Han Donghoon, yes. The location of my main party were roughly grasped. Lee Hyun-sung and Jung Hee-won's positions were also confirmed through Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. I was a bit curious about what happened to Jung Min-seob and Lee Sung-kook, but it was difficult to care about them. They had some prior knowledge, so they should manage. Lee Ji-hee, well, Yoo Jong-yuk would take care of it. Kim Dokja, for the time being, don't leave Yongsan. I'll be there soon. If possible, try contacting other people. A reply didn't come back. Perhaps it had disconnected again. I looked around at the party members and said, I think we'll have to cross the river. Currently, we were south of Han River. North of Han River was Yongsan GU. We have to cross that. Han Sayong asked me with a dumbfounded expression. It wasn't strange. I looked at Han River with her. Flickering shadows could be seen from the swirling water. The ichthyosaurs that had traveled near Dongho Bridge had once again filled Han River. We had been following the river, but I never thought of crossing because of them. Have you seen Shinho Bridge? It is broken. The ichthyosaur was a 7th grade monster species. It wasn't a problem to hunt, but there were too many. It wasn't just 1 or 2, so it would take a few days to deal with all of them. We were going to cross Han River in such a situation? It was unthinkable. We will move along the river. There might be a place that isn't broken. We moved along the river for several hours, but an intact bridge couldn't be found. Instead, we found a group of wanderers. Han Sayong was going to raise her weapon, but Yosanga moved first. She took meat out of her backpack, making Han Sayong irritated. What are you doing? The people are hungry. So what? You want to share that? Are you crazy? Don't you know that people are the most dangerous existences in an apocalypse? I can kill all of them if I want. Han Sayong saw killing intent for a moment on Yosanga's face and shut her mouth. Therefore, I can save all of them if I want. Yosanga took the meat from the monsters and distributed it to the people. Some people felt sorry and bowed to her. It is just leftovers. It doesn't matter. I left Han Sayang alone and pulled a Unisplita stem out of my bag. It wasn't possible for everyone to become a hunter in this world. By now, there would be a great deal of research about the monster species all over the world. The man who received the plant from me bowed deeply. Thank you, it's nothing. Difficulty should be shared. Of course, I was essentially a different person from Yosanga. All my good deeds were planned activities. A few people have a great liking towards you. Your understanding of the character Shin Yuin has increased. Your understanding of the character Ma Kangqiu has increased. New characters have been added to your bookmarks. Han Sayang said sarcastically, you're a fake. Sometimes I do good things. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is impressed with your good deed. 400 coins have been sponsored. Han Sayang grumbled as she watched Yosanga. Damn, she is like a woman from a novel. I agreed with her words. Yosanga was like the heroine of a novel even before the fall of the world. Now that reality had become a novel. From among the crowd, a child approached me. She was a young girl around the same age as Ge Liao. What is it? The girl who bowed had a Western look. Her eyes were bright and her face was full of an exotic cuteness. The child bowed 90 degrees towards me. Thank you. She was a very polite child. I looked around but didn't see anyone who looked like this child's parents. The child noticed my gaze and said, they aren't here anymore. Both of them. The child nodded. I was a bit confused. A child without a guardian survived alone until the 5th scenario. It was almost impossible in ways of survival. Wait a minute. The moment I used character list, the child spoke again, then I'll be going. Did she come just to thank me? I tried to grab the child and reflexively looked back at Han Sayang. She happened to be looking elsewhere. Be careful, it would soon be dark. I worried for a moment before summoning the party members together. We will rest here today. We looked for a place to sleep. Han River was cold even when we lit a fire, so we decided to use a partially destroyed building. Han Sayang became firmly determined and warned Yosanga, just watch. Those people from earlier will be back. Didn't you see them covet our weapons? They will clearly bite the hand that fed them. Han Sayang declared that all humans were wicked and trash who would repay goodness with malice. I carefully looked at Yosanga who said, not every person in the apocalypse is bad. No, they are all bad. Almost everyone is bad. 1 hour passed. They'll come soon. Then you will be crying. 2 hours passed. They are patient people. 3 hours passed. Is this possible? Finally, 4 hours later, noises started to be heard outside. Yosanga's expression darkened and Han Sayang smiled with satisfaction. Look, what did I say? Han Sayang had just taken out her weapon when someone entered the building. Hello. Han Sayang stopped as she was about to get up. The one who came was a young girl. It was the child who politely thanked me during the day. The little red-eyed child held something out. This. It was a blanket. She must have grabbed it from the area because she was afraid we were cold. Han Sayang made a surprised expression while Yosanga looked blank. In the apocalypse, goodwill wasn't always repaid with malice. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is making a loving smile. 2,000 coins have been sponsored. Yosanga acted as the representative of the party. Thank you, I'll use it well. Yes, by the way, are you alone? It is dangerous to wander around at night. It is the same everywhere. Yosanga's expression darkened at the words. Would you like to stay with us? It will be fine if you are with us. Yosanga looked at me like she was asking for permission. However, the child's answer was faster. I don't want to be a nuisance. It happened when the child was trying to run away. A flag flew from somewhere and fell in front of the child's feet. The frightened child fell down and Han Sayang's scathing voice followed. Wait a minute. You can't leave. What are you doing right now? Yosanga looked at Han Sayang and spoke in a cold voice. However, Han Sayang was looking at me. King Dokja, don't you know what to do? Isn't that why you wanted to sleep here? I slowly closed my eyes. Damn, she had noticed. It was a miscalculation. I didn't know this person could use detect attributes. Han Sayang asked, Are you going to act as a hypocrite? Is it because the other person is a child? The other person is a child? Then the villain must solve it. Han Xiang approached and Yosanga blocked the way. Stop. Get out of the way. Do you want me to kill you? Why are you killing an ordinary kid all of a sudden? An ordinary kid? Han Xiang laughed and pointed towards the child. I told you to stop. At the same time, Yosanga's dagger pointed to Han Xiang's neck. Then Han Xiang summoned dozens of avatars. Han Xiang grumbled, Kin Dokja, explain it quickly. Before I turn around and kill everyone. It ended up like this. I sighed and opened my mouth. This child. The child looked up at me with innocent eyes and I felt a sense of urgency. 5 days later, she will destroy Seoul. Yosanga's eyes shook. If Han Xiang hadn't found out, I might have let it pass by, but now it couldn't be helped. This damn scenario never gave us the happy endings we wanted. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is smiling. Many constellations are interested in the development of this scenario. It had been a long time since the messages of the constellation seemed so hateful. This child is the last disaster of the 5th scenario. Chapter 95, Singularity. 4. None of the text used in this audiobook belongs to me. Please support the original author online. This is a fan-made project and I make no money from it. Join the Discord for a lot of more audiobooks too. Episode 19. That night, the child didn't die. Yosanga didn't want to kill her and I agreed. Do what you want. Han Xiang muttered and left in a huff, leaving only Yosanga and I in the abandoned building. The child was temporarily frozen with hit a pressure point. Yosanga stroked the sleeping child's hair and spoke in a dark voice. She is a disaster. Yes. Doc, you see, do you know this with your ability? It is something similar. I recalled a sentence from Ways of Survival. The final disaster of the 5th scenario. The disaster of floods is the most dangerous and saddest disaster. Yosanga bit her lips and asked, is she the same as the disaster of questions? It is similar but a bit different. The disaster of floods. If she used all her strength, she would be an unmatched disaster compared to the disaster of questions. The disaster of questions would just affect Gangdong Gu, but the disaster of floods was different. With her power, Seoul would be wiped out in less than an hour. No matter how I look, she doesn't seem like a disaster. Can this kid become a disaster in just 5 days? Yosanga wondered. In fact, Yosanga was right. Right now, the child wasn't a disaster. The exclusive skill, character list is activated. Character information. Name, Xin Yuzheng. Age, 11 years old. Constellation support, none. 2 constellations are currently showing interest in this person. Private attribute, Beast Tamer, Rare, Reflexive Killer, General. Exclusive skills, Taming LV, 5, Diverse Communication LV, 7, Agile Feat LV, 6, Hybridization LV, 4. Stigma, none. Overall stats, Physique LV, 12, Strength LV, 12, Agility LV, 16, Magic Power LV, 24. Overall evaluation, she has good magic power but her overall abilities are low. She has excellent talent and rare attributes but isn't receiving the attention of constellations due to her fragile nature. Xin Yuzheng. This child's name showed that she was the disaster. This child would destroy Seoul in 5 days. Yosanga said, I heard that disasters hatch from meteorites. Yet this child didn't come from a meteorite. That's correct. This child didn't hatch from a meteorite. She was born and raised on Earth. She will still be a human of Earth in 5 days. Then why? The disaster of questions was originally from Earth. Yosanga's eyes widened. This child is like the disaster of questions. Yes and no. All disasters from Earth were returnees. They were destroyers who wiped out another world and returned. This child could be called a returnee because she destroyed Kronos. However, that wasn't all. Among the 5 disasters of Kronos, this child was special. She was also the most dangerous. The one who will cause the disaster isn't this child, but her future self. Her future self. This child came back from decades in the future to finish off Earth. The sweet and innocent child would become one of the most terrible disasters of this world in the future. That is why Han Xiang said to kill this child. If we kill this child now, we can eliminate her future. A disaster that even Yozhongyu couldn't stop. ****. Yo Jong-yuk looked at the empty hole in his chest. It was a wound that couldn't be healed without using recovery immediately. He angrily asked the woman who made the wound, Shin Yuzhong. Why have your thoughts changed? Changed? I didn't change. Shin Yuzhong laughed. I'm not a regressor like Captain. I'm just a toy stuck in the cogs of the scenario. I have the same personality as the disasters that Captain has met in the past. Then why? Is this currently your third regression? I must have given you a chance in the second regression. Yet Captain once again failed. I gave you so much information but you failed again. Shin Yuzhong smiled sadly at the blank-looking Yo Jong-yuk. You can't change the world. Many things are still intact and nothing has changed. Shin Yuzhong spoke while looking up at the great hall in the sky. Thus, I thought about it. Indeed, this world should end here. My old emotional state came back as I read Ways of Survival again. This was the taste of Ways of Survival. Hey, what are you doing? I heard a voice and turned off my smartphone. It was Han Xiang and she asked, what did you decide? I'm still thinking. Han Xiang frowned at the indecision in my voice. She whispered while paying attention to Yo Sanga and Shin Yuzhong. Have you forgotten? Yo Jong-yuk almost died because of the last disaster in the third regression. He didn't die. That doesn't matter. The important thing is that we can't win in a frontal battle. Han Xiang's words were true. The third round Yo Jong-yuk actually ended up dying because of Shin Yuzhong. If you hadn't killed him then the delusional demon Kim Nam-won could have. Unfortunately, this time there wasn't the delusional demon to kill the young Shin Yuzhong. I certainly said that I am opposed to it. I warn you, do you think I will do nothing? Some constellations dislike the burning of the sweet potatoes. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is preparing carbonated drinks for the sweet potatoes. TL, once again, sweet potatoes describes a stuffy feeling while cider/carbonated drinks is a refreshing feeling. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire expects your wise judgment. Perhaps this conversation wasn't properly filtered. The filtering of future information was slowly loosening up. Yo Sanga sighed after talking to Shin Yuzhong and came this way. You see, you can't think about it. Her face was desperate. It is a future that hasn't happened yet. If we take good care of her now, perhaps the disaster won't happen. Like the butterfly effect, it wasn't without reason. The person who came to this world was the future Shin Yuzhong. This world was the first world that created the future Shin Yuzhong. In other words, if we changed the present Shin Yuzhong then the disaster might not come. It was theoretically possible. It was the same as killing Shin Yuzhong to prevent the disaster. However, there was a problem. The event that makes this child a disaster happens in the distant future. It won't be affected by anything we do now. The butterfly effect didn't happen that easily. A butterfly flapping its wings in the Pacific Ocean would cause a typhoon on the other side of the world. It was theoretically possible. The important thing was the time it took for the wings to become the typhoon. Yo Sanga's expression became grouchy. You don't know that. Once again, it isn't possible at this time. Even if we change the kid, the disaster that will come in 5 days won't change. In fact, Yo Jong-yuk had attempted it several times in the mid to late regressions. The first thing he did was find Shin Yuzhong and try to prevent her from becoming a disaster. He failed every time. No matter what changes were made to the Shin Yuzhong in the present, the future Shin Yuzhong would return in 5 days. Then she destroyed Seoul. Yo Sanga's voice gradually weakened. Why is this child a disaster? What happened in the future? I don't know. I naturally knew the answer but I didn't say anything. Instead, I walked towards the child who was eating meat and asked, is it delicious? Yes. I could feel Yo Sanga and Han Xiang watching me from a distance. No. Kill her. I won't let it happen. Kill. In fact, killing Shin Yuzhong wouldn't damage the important part of the ending point. If I didn't kill Shin Yuzhong now, the slightest mistake meant Seoul would be destroyed. Looking in the short term, saving Shin Yuzhong would only bring damages. Shin Yuzhong ate the meat and looked at me with unknown eyes. Ah Jussie, can you see the future? Huh, am I a bad person in the future? Perhaps she heard our conversation. I replied quietly, perhaps. How bad am I? You are probably the worst person in Seoul. As bad as Joker or Thanos. I don't know. Shin Yuzhong lowered her head. It isn't unusual. Why? I am already a bad person. She didn't have to tell me why. I already knew how Xin Yuzheng was able to survive in this world. Your understanding of the character Xin Yuzheng has increased. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 2 has been activated. I killed him. She killed her dog in order to survive the first scenario. I'm sorry. She stole a coat from an old man who collapsed from an attack. She killed a woman who always looked after her to protect her own green zone. She handed over a person chased by someone in order to get food. In this world, everyone was forced to commit crimes. Not everyone could rationalize such things. I will be punished. It isn't worth living. Determination filled the child's frightened eyes. The expression of a person determined to die was no different for an adult or a child. You can kill me. I'm ready. If I was the protagonist of this story, I would have killed Xin Yuzheng without hesitation. However, I was a reader. A reader had to make a reader's choice. Of course, I wasn't a writer, so the only things that emerged from my mouth were obvious words. I stroked Xin Yuzheng's head and said, "Don't worry. Your death isn't in the ending that I want." Ye Zhongyu's regression would have no meaning if I killed this child. He was fighting to change the past. If someone killed another person because the future was fixed, what did this suggest? Thus, I would prevent this child's death for Ye Zhongyu. Her eyes shook. The character Xin Yuzheng feels a faint loyalty to you. Your understanding of the character Xin Yuzheng has increased. But I must die. There is a way to stop the disaster. I could hear Han Xiang sighing behind me. By her side, Yu Sanga was watching with tightly closed lips. I can do it with your help. In the first place, the ending I wanted was impossible. Yet if I changed small impossible things one by one, I might end up changing it to the impossible ending. Xin Yuzheng would be one of the small cornerstones of this impossible story. I immediately opened the Dokibi bag and bought a few items. Xin Yuzheng muttered without any confidence, "What can I do? I don't have a sponsor." Why does it matter if you don't have a sponsor? You have sponsored the growth package I to the incarnation Xin Yuzheng. Xin Yuzheng's mouth dropped open. You have sponsored the growth package 2 to the incarnation Xin Yuzheng. You have sponsored the new scenario commemorative package to the incarnation Xin Yuzheng. The messages continued rising. Xin Yuzheng paled. What is this? It's okay, I have a lot of money. Jussi, who are you? I am Dokja. Kin Dokja. I tapped the head of the child who lost her sense of realism. In the next 5 days, you will become stronger than anyone here. It was true. Beast Lord Xin Yuzheng. This child would later become one of the world's 100 most powerful people. This child, who might become a disaster, would become my first incarnation in this round. Chapter 96, Singularity 5. I wanted to sleep for a while, but it was early dawn when I opened my eyes. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire encourages you to take care of your incarnation. I unknowingly woke up from Uriel's message. Damn, the constellations had been making a fuss since I made the sponsor declaration yesterday. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is chuckling at your choice. Truthfully, there was no way I could be a sponsor when my narrative wasn't properly built. A sponsor who couldn't give their incarnation a stigma was just a hindrance, although I had a lot more money than a decent sponsor. Many constellations are curious about your choice. Some constellations think that your actions are ridiculous. The reaction of the constellations to my incarnation was split into two. Those who liked me were the incarnation seekers, while those who disliked me were the amusement seekers. Of course, there was one constellation who was unclear. The constellation Secretive Plotter is watching your strategy with interest. 1,000 coins have been sponsored. I thought he was ordinary when I first saw the modifier, but I recently changed my mind. The average size of his sponsorship was too large. This constellation was at least narrative grade. However, no matter how much I searched through Ways of Survival, I couldn't see the name Secretive Plotter at all. This meant he wasn't a constellation of this world, or he wasn't properly handled in Ways of Survival. Who was it? Wuong. Since last night, Xin Yuzheng had been practicing her skills in one corner of the abandoned building. Xin Yuzheng used the magic power recovery potions that I gave her and kept using a skill on the nearby young Groll. A faint aura stretched out from Xin Yuzheng and touched the skin of a Groll. This was the power of diverse communication that I saw from Li Galiang. I looked down at Xin Yuzheng, who had dark circles under her eyes. Yuzheng, have you slept? Not yet. Don't you know the penalty for not sleeping? Go to sleep. Just a bit more. The character Xin Yuzheng has used diverse communication LV8. The character Xin Yuzheng has used taming LV7. Xin Yuzheng's concentration soon disappeared. Taming has failed. The monster has started to run wild. The Growl broke away from the control and rushed towards Xin Yuzheng. Before I could move, the drooling Han Xiang sleeping nearby acted. The Growl stopped breathing as it slammed into a wall of the abandoned building. Han Xiang fell asleep again. I spoke to Xin Yuzheng, who was controlling her breathing with a dejected face. Do you understand now? Yes. Xin Yuzheng made a gloomy expression. The exclusive skill, character list is activated. The abridged version, character list. Name, Xin Yuzheng. Private attribute, Beast Tamer, Rare, Reflexive Killer, General. Exclusive skills, Taming LV7, Diverse Communication LV8, Agile Feat LV8, Hybridization LV6, Stigma, None. Overall stats, Physique LV19, Strength LV14, Agility LV44, Magic Power LV45. Asterisk Growth Package I is currently applied. Asterisk Growth Package 2 is currently applied. Asterisk The new Scenario Commemorative Package is currently applied. Her skills growth rate was enormous thanks to the growth package I bought her. There was also the new Scenario Commemorative Package that promoted the evolution of stats. I didn't know if any incarnation on the Korean peninsula had received such package support. She was a talented person, so diverse communication would soon break through the 10th level and become advanced diverse communication. The problem was that she couldn't properly tame the 8th grade Growl despite her stats. This should be impossible thanks to the help of the system. Xin Yuzheng bowed her head like she was embarrassed. I don't have any talent. If she didn't have talent, then I should just kill myself. Don't worry. You have talent. I couldn't let my precious incarnation become frustrated. Perhaps Xin Yuzheng couldn't use it properly because of her trauma. What are you thinking of? I'm scared. It wasn't hard to guess why she was scared. I told her, the monsters aren't pets. I know. Still, it might be okay to make one a companion. They are durable and strong. Xin Yuzheng was someone who killed her dog with her own hands. It was to survive. This fact still remained deep in this child's heart. I thought for a moment before saying, did you know? If all the scenarios are cleared, you can make a wish. Arjus's face changes when you lie. Your nostrils become larger. This reminded me of Galiao. Perhaps the children with diverse communication were more sensitive to body language. I decide to go forward like a gangster. What do you want to ask? Can I do it? You can do it. You are speaking without any sincerity. I chose you. Xin Yuzheng's eyes shook at my words. I chose you instead of Soul. I don't regret it. You can do better than anyone else. Xin Yuzheng looked up at me as she squeezed her fingers together. Then she started to tear up. Arjushi, if I really become strong. Xin Yuzheng hesitated for a moment before laughing. It's nothing. I will try hard. Then Xin Yuzheng turned around and used the skill again. I suddenly remembered something. I recalled the type of person Xin Yuzheng was like in the original novel. Zhongyukapa is handsome. Zhongyukapa is the best. I like Zhongyukapa the most. This girl, she was a fan of Yo Zhongyuk in Ways of Survival. Of course, she wasn't a heroine candidate. Due to her age, she was in the younger sister position. I remember her having a big fight with Yo Mia. I suddenly became a bit worried. Would I lose the person I worked so hard to raise to Yo Zhongyuk? I suddenly turned my head to where Han Xiang was stretching as she woke up. Han Xiang noticed my gaze and turned away. This girl, she had been sulking since yesterday. I called out to her. Hey, what? Are you going to keep sulking? Don't talk to me. There is something I want to ask you. Han Xiang raised an eyebrow at my words. I lowered my voice so that Xin Yuzheng couldn't hear and asked, what do you think about my looks? Especially when compared to Yo Zhongyuk. Han Xiang looked at me like bugs had entered her ears. Why the hell are you asking me this? I'm just purely curious. I had never been interested in what I looked like since I graduated from high school. Then I thought about the reactions of the prophets when I pretended to be Yojong-yuk, and it seemed that I was ugly. I didn't think I was ugly when I took occasional selfies in the bathroom. A windy constellation is looking at you like you are pathetic. She replied, accept your fate. No, I really am just curious. All I can do now is cheer you up. Shit, to that extent. I quietly looked at Shin Yuzhang and made up my mind. I could never let her meet Yojong-yuk. ****. We hunted the monsters around us and collected the coins. I invested the collected coins into Shin Yuzhang, causing her stats to grow remarkably fast. The coins were primarily used for agility and magic power. It was to maximize the advantages of agile feet, taming and diverse communication. By the time night came again, Shin Yuzhang finally learned advanced diverse communication. However, the taming skill still didn't succeed. Shin Yuzhang asked, the future me will be much stronger, of course. The current Shin Yuzhang was no match for the future Shin Yuzhang in a frontal battle. However, if she trained intensively, then she could seal one of future Shin Yuzhang's important abilities. The disaster of floods was dangerous because she could lead an army by herself. I believe in you more than the future that hasn't come yet. If the future Shin Yuzhang could do it, then it was a possibility for the present Shin Yuzhang. Besides, there was a chance of winning if she confronted her future. It was because the future Shin Yuzhang could never kill the present Shin Yuzhang. I ate well. Yusanga gave a short prayer after eating the growl meat and cleaning up its bones. Yusanga is religious. No, I'm not. Then why pray? I did it for the gods of Olympus. It was such a realistic prayer that I was dumbfounded. That reminded me. The gods we knew had become reality and the objects of our prayers were no clear. Today Han Sayang and I will stand guard first. Yusanga can sleep. Is it okay? Yes. Yusanga lay down and fell asleep first. Han Sayang leaned against the wall opposite her and messed around with her smartphone. It was natural to be uncomfortable. They were enemies by nature. Han Sayang's ideas were the opposite of Yosanga's ideals. No matter what happened in the future, the two of them would be more antagonistic than friendly. The tired Shin Yuzhang had fallen asleep and only embers remained at the fire. Han Sayang spoke first. You sleep too. I lay on the floor, but sleep didn't come easily. There were 4 days left until the start of the 5th scenario. Shin Yuzhang hadn't made any new progress today, but a message came from the Gangxio area this afternoon. Someone has dealt with the disaster of ice that came from the west. This was the message. I didn't have to ask who killed the disaster. Yojong-yuk had prevented the disaster that would have caused Seoul to become an ice age. Perhaps he had met up with Lee Hyun-sung. Han Sayang was watching the embers when she suddenly opened her mouth. Hey, I have a question. You are ugly. Han Sayang frowned. Who is wondering about that? You bastard. Then what is it? What do you want to do? What do I want to do? What is your purpose? I think it is strange every time I see you. You shattered the throne and didn't kill me. What do you want? I have a desired ending. Ending? I nodded lightly. Unexpectedly, Han Sayang didn't ask anything else. Instead, she spoke about something else. There was an ending I wanted to write. For your novel. Yes. Then let me ask you something. What is it? Why did you plagiarize? You write well. It isn't plagiarism. Do you think that ways of survival is like the Bible? Aren't the ideas everywhere? The sponsorship of transcendent beings. Survival missions. A protagonist who regressed. Isn't it harder to find a novel that doesn't have one of these ideas nowadays? It is because yours is the closest. There is a reason for that. Shall I tell you a story? In the past, there was a poor girl. It is a story of a literary girl living in poverty who became frustrated with her dream and eventually plagiarized a novel for food and living. Han Sayang's mouth gaped open. Can you actually read someone's mind? Anyway, something like that is possible. Right. What type of god do you think I am? I wouldn't be suffering like this if I had that skill. The character Han Sayang has used lie detection LV3. The character Han Sayang has confirmed that the statement is false. Han Sayang laughed. Is it possible for me? I didn't answer. Well, you don't have to tell me. In any case, if possible, please read my mind right now. I can't read it. In fact, I didn't plagiarize. I looked at Han Sayang suspiciously and she used lie detection on herself. The character Han Seong has confirmed that the statement is true. What? It is just a coincidence that the story I wrote was similar to Ways of Survival. I just wrote according to the dreams I had. The character Han Seong has confirmed that the statement is true. This girl was using her subconscious as a shield. In any case, you saw it. It was a dream to you. Maybe that is true. Then, Han Seong hesitated before saying, sometimes I think about it. Think about what? If this reality is the original and I only reproduced the original, then I might have plagiarized. What are you saying? Then you did plagiarize. Who said that? I said it was just a thought. In fact, I didn't mean it. It was a thought I had from the moment Ways of Survival became reality. Was this world overlaid on a novel? Or was reality turning into a novel? I stood up and shook my head. Hey, let's change the shift. Go ahead and sleep. The constellations on my channel will be reduced if I keep listening to such a painful story. My constellation support has reduced because I've been with you lately. That's because you keep doing cancerous things. We shot a few more barbs at each other before shutting up. I leaned against the wall of the building and looked at the snoring Han Seong. I suddenly had a thought. Perhaps I was a bit lucky that she was here. At least I wasn't alone in knowing that this world was a novel. At some point, I fell asleep. It might be because I was too tired, or perhaps I was distracted by the unexpected comfort. It was a short but sweet sleep. However, perhaps I shouldn't have fallen asleep. When I opened my eyes the next day, Han Seong was a cold corpse. Chapter 97, Disaster of Floods, 1. Episode 20. My heart sank as soon as I looked for Han Seong's pulse. I was more shocked by the fact that Han Seong was dead. A bit of time passed before my sense of reason returned. You see, Yosanga noticed something and got up. I examined Han Seong's corpse with Yosanga's help. There are no wounds. The situation was to a standstill. There were no wounds. Then was it a poison? If there was a poison that could kill Han Seong without leaving any traces, then it was a terrible poison. However, such a poison couldn't be released now. That wasn't the only problem. Why was only Han Seong poisoned while the rest were safe? Even if there was a person with such a poison, there was no reason to only poison Han Seong. It was strange that I suddenly fell asleep in the first place. Wait a minute, I fell asleep. I'm sorry. I slept too much. Shin Yuzheng finally opened her eyes. I suddenly looked back at Yosanga. Yosanga, see, did you sleep all night? Yes. Yosanga blushed like she was embarrassed. If Yosanga hadn't woken up, then no one was standing guard yesterday. I was the last lookout, and once I fell asleep, everyone was sleeping. I was a fool. My suspicion should have started from why did I sleep, rather than who killed Han Seong. Was it a sleeping spell? No, only returnee had such magic. Hit a pressure point? They must be able to fool my senses to use it. In the end, there was only one answer remaining. I approached the fire where the bones of the growl I ate yesterday was hanging. This was the only possibility for everyone falling asleep. I cleared up the bones that were eaten cleanly of their flesh, and some green powder fell to the ground. It is the stem of the Inner-Splitter. It was as expected. There was only one reason for this being here. Someone had mixed the plant stem powder into the growl meat. The stem of the Inner-Splitter had a powerful sleeping effect if not taken with the juices. It wasn't poisonous, so it couldn't be resolved with dongi bogum. That's why I always boiled it with the juices. Who cooked the growl yesterday? It was Siangsi. I inwardly sighed. The meat I ate yesterday was the young growl that Shin Yuzheng failed to tame. The one who killed the growl was none other than Han Seong. It was one blow. I approached the pale body of Han Seong. I was so confused that I had forgotten for a while. An avatar didn't vanish unless the head was destroyed. However, why did she set up this play? She was bound by the temporary pledge and couldn't run away. At that moment, a blue light emerged from Han Seong's heart. This was... Wait a bit. I didn't care about the reaction of the others and trampled on Han Seong's head. The blue light burst out and the avatar was destroyed. The character Han Seong's avatar has received the punishment for violating the contract. The character Han Seong has offered up her avatar as a sacrifice to offset most of the punishment of the temporary pledge. Yosanga let out a groan as if she realized something. I had no idea the avatar had such an effect. I had seen it receive damage on behalf of the original, but I didn't know it could take the contract's punishment. It looked like only some of the punishment was offset, but Han Xiang wouldn't die. Xin Yuzheng asked. That Ani went away. It seems so. The question of why was meaningless. Once I thought about it, Han Xiang didn't have much to do with me. My constellation support has reduced because I've been with you lately. I would soon meet with the people of Chungnuro and they would be hostile to Han Xiang, just like Yosanga. Che. A person who couldn't be trusted would live in misery. Han Xiang would be alone, surrounded by enemies. For a moment, I mistook her for a companion. There were some coins and a piece of paper in the place where the avatar turned into white powder. The value of the meals. This was how she said goodbye. As if to turn the time we spent together into nothing, her avatar was blown away by the strong winds of Han River. Still, I was curious about why Han Xiang stayed with me for so long despite being able to use surrogate death through her avatars. I didn't know. I couldn't read Yosanga or Han Xiang's mind. Ways of survival, which explained everything, didn't tell me this. We should get up. Then a strange sensation overcame me. Was it Omniscient Reader's viewpoint? I instinctively looked in the direction that I felt it but couldn't see anything. Was I mistaken? A fool. Han Xiang looked at the abandoned building from a distant high-rise building. The wind of Han River permeated through her ripped jeans and was cold. She bit her lip and muttered, "Shouldn't you pretend to feel something?" However, she knew he couldn't do that. It was natural. He was as much a reader as she was. She turned on her notepad and started to type something. It was the habit of an author to write it down when inspiration struck. Reading a book doesn't mean you will understand people. I will see you again. She didn't know the ending that Kim Dokja wanted. However, they would surely meet again as long as they kept moving towards the end. She didn't know if they would be enemies or not the next time they met. Han Xiang covered her smartphone and started walking. The morning hours passed quickly. That afternoon, Xin Yuzheng's agility and magic power reached the scenario limit of level 60. I felt that it was time and bought the sponsor contract from Baihyang. Baihyang grumbled but still gave me the contract. You do know that this won't change the disaster? The presenter isn't directly related to the future disaster. The disaster comes from a world derived from the first world line. Even if their existences are connected, the history, don't speak useless words and give me the contract. I finished writing the contract and handed it to Xin Yuzheng. I have no stigma right now and can't lend you my strength like other constellations. I only have a lot of coins. You don't have to sign the contract if you don't want to. However, you won't regret it if you sign with me. Mother told me not to mess around with this type of stuff. It's okay. I don't really mean to be a typical sponsor. If I sign this, I can't contract with another constellation. Yes. Xin Yuzheng nodded with determination. Okay. I believe in Arjasi. The sponsor contract has been concluded. You have become the sponsor of the incarnation Xin Yuzheng. A brilliant light rose and wrapped around me and Xin Yuzheng. Unlike the brilliant light, a humble message popped up. You aren't a constellation. You are unable to use most of the functions of a sponsor. List of available functions. 1. Sponsor the incarnation. 2. Encourage the incarnation. Well, I had expected it. This was about it for now. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband scoffs. The constellation secretive plotter congratulates you on your first contract. 5,000 coins have been sponsored. A number of constellations want to be your sponsor. The reactions of the constellations were hot. It was different from the time with Gong Pildu. Xin Yuzheng was now my direct incarnation. Therefore, the incarnation seekers group were going crazy over me. I wasn't a constellation, I was an incarnation with an incarnation. If they signed a contract with me, Xin Yuzheng would naturally come under that constellation as well. As I increased my number of incarnations, the number of constellations who wanted me would increase rapidly. The channel is going crazy. Baihyang screamed happily as I looked at the party. It is time for us to leave. We will cross Han River. We still haven't found any bridges. Will it be okay? We'll go swimming. Don't you know how to swim? I do know, but... Yosanga looked at the river with concern. I knew what she was worried about. The water levels of Han River had increased. There were more ichthyosaurs present than yesterday, and they were intermittently roaring. They were all 7th grade. Shin Yuzheng muttered, "I can't swim. Hold on to this and cross." I pulled out a styrofoam box that I had obtained in advance. I asked Yosanga to connect the box to me using arachne spider web. "Let's go." I jumped into Han River without hesitation, and Yosanga immediately followed me. Shin Yuzheng was frightened, but she quickly grabbed the styrofoam box and dipped her feet into the water of Han River. The cold temperature of Han River wrapped around my body. There was the smell of strange beasts, and the movements of the ichthyosaur started to change. Yosanga asked, "Is this really okay?" Of course it wasn't okay. However, it was the only way considering the time remaining. If it gets really dangerous, then get out as soon as possible. Yes, that's why you should pretend to be in danger before it is actually dangerous. Huh? It is for Yuzheng to quickly awaken. I am deliberately creating a crisis. Understood? I pulled the styrofoam box as I started swimming in Han River. This was the reason why I raised Shin Yuzheng's skill level without worrying. It wasn't shown in the attributes window, but she had an innate ability to adapt. An ordinary girl could never survive until the 5th scenario. Shin Yuzheng seemed like a good child, but her inner self wasn't that simple. A child who killed her dog, who tricked adults, and who disguised herself to gain favor from the strong. Shin Yuzheng was such a child. The first time we met, there were many calculations going on inside her head. I spoke to Shin Yuzheng, who was looking around. "Yuzheng, why yes, don't run away. If you run away from here, you can't go back." Shin Yuzheng closed her slightly open mouth. Shin Yuzheng was a clever child rather than a brute. Do what you can. Tricks wouldn't work on her. I couldn't protect her just because she was a child. I understand. Fear was fear, fear was determination. The character Shin Yuzheng has used advanced diverse communication LV3. Killing intent was all around me. The predators seeking prey were increasing. I could see 10 of them above the surface of the water. It was a difficult number to fight all at once. However, I could escape and survive. The ichthyosaurs couldn't chase me the moment I left Han River. "Doc, you see," Yosanga called out a warning. The attack of the ichthyosaurs began. Sharp fangs flew from every direction. Blade of Faith is activated. I swung the blade and immediately pierced one ichthyosaur. The serpentine body hit the surface of the water. The ichthyosaurs riding overturned Han River. I flew in the air along with the river water. Looking back, Shin Yuzheng had let go of the styrofoam box and was also rising in the air. Something quickly rose into the sky, and Yosanga's spiderweb wrapped around Shin Yuzheng. It was the linked Hermes walking method and arachne spider web. Yosanga retrieved Shin Yuzheng safely while I stepped on the dead ichthyosaur and started swinging my sword at the approaching ichthyosaurs. "This way, you bastards." More than a dozen ichthyosaurs swam in my direction. Huge waves rocked the river, and the body of the ichthyosaur I was standing on was in danger. I took a deep breath and adjusted my posture. Way of the wind would allow me to easily handle this crisis, but it wasn't time yet. Jussi. Shin Yuzheng's face became desperate as she was held in Yosanga's arms. Several fangs aimed at my skin as I wielded the blade. A few ichthyosaurs received mortal blows and fell down. The flowing blood cooled down, and this area was becoming more and more crowded. However, I laughed. Become more urgent. Become more anxious. Become more desperate. It was the only way. A terrible injury was created where an ichthyosaur's fangs grazed my skin. Blood started to pour from the wound. No! The scream entered my eardrums. The character Shin Yuzheng is about to evolve. Incarnation Shin Yuzheng has entered a trance state. Shin Yuzheng's eyes were turning white. It was the same as when Li Liang used his power. It was as I thought. All of this was staged for Shin Yuzheng's awakening. The character Shin Yuzheng has used Taming LV9. The level 60 magic power started to spread out through Han River, the aura pouring like a waterfall. The ichthyosaur's momentum slowed. The ichthyosaurs shivered and groaned, as if responding to an enormous spirit. The number of ichthyosaurs seen above the surface of the water increased. Previously it was around 10, and now it was more than 20. This meant that below the water, more than twice the number of ichthyosaurs were gathering. Then the ichthyosaurs started looking at me again. The confused ichthyosaurs emitted a sharp killing intent and became more violent. Damn it, was it a failure? Yosanga see, it couldn't be helped. It was best to use her stigma to escape quickly. Yosanga nodded, escaped the ichthyosaurs and released her threads. I called out to Shin Yuzheng. Yuzheng, you can stop. Shin Yuzheng. However, Shin Yuzheng didn't answer. The waves around Shin Yuzheng grew stronger and now her body was covered with a bluish aura. At this moment, a whirlpool occurred in the center of Han River. I couldn't grab onto anything and was swept away by the water. The surrounding ichthyosaurs screamed. I barely endured the centrifugal force while hanging onto the scales of an ichthyosaur. The next moment, there was a huge splash of water. Then an ichthyosaur 5 or 6 times bigger than the other ichthyosaur slowly rose. It was so big that it didn't seem like an ichthyosaur. It was much bigger than the sea commander that I killed previously. It had a majestic beard and arrogant eyes that dominated its species. All the ichthyosaurs around it bowed their heads to the surface of the water. The 5th-grade seawater species, the Queen Mirabade, has been discovered. Shit, she called this monster? I knew Shin Yuzheng had great talent but I didn't know it was enough to call a queen. This was a monster comparable to a disaster. I opened up Bookmark and was about to invoke Way of the Wind when Yosanga's voice was heard. Doc you see. I looked back and found that Shin Yuzheng's body was floating in the air. She followed the path of the aura that stretched out to Queen Mirabade and Shin Yuzheng slowly approached the queen. The queen looked at Shin Yuzheng and Shin Yuzheng looked at the queen. Then Shin Yuzheng's small hand quietly touched the queen's nose. The river water subsided and the ichthyosaurs quietly disappeared. I looked over and saw Shin Yuzheng riding on the queen's head. I now realized what Shin Yuzheng was. Beast Lord. The ruler of all monsters. The color slowly returned to Shin Yuzheng's eyes as she watched me. She wiped at her bleeding nose like it was nothing and said, "Let's go, Arjasi." I nodded. Chapter 98, Disaster of Floods, 2. I remembered Han Lianggo boasting about a private yacht at his Maldives villa. He had said this, the propeller cutting through the water was like a highway on the sea. Now I knew what that feeling was like. If Director Han's boat on the ocean was like the Gyeongbu Expressway, then I was currently on the Autobahn. It is really amazing. Yosanga and I rode on the back of the Queen and watched the ripples of Han River with fascination. As if testing her control, Shin Yuzheng led the Queen straight through the group of ichthyosaurs. Now Han River had become a safe zone and it was preferably to disembark near Yongsan-Jiu. The ichthyosaurs swam after Queen Mirabade like ducklings following their mother. I closed my eyes and felt the cool air against my face. This was a real feeling. It was a luxury I wouldn't have enjoyed if the world had remained the same. Shin Yuzheng kept mumbling on the Queen's head in order to sink their spirits. Yosanga watched Shin Yuzheng and spoke with a complicated voice. By the way, Doc you see. If Yuzheng becomes stronger now, then won't her future self be stronger as well? I thought she would ask something like this. I don't think so. According to the original novel, the disaster that would come was the Shin Yuzheng of the future of different regressions. She was betrayed by Yo Zhongyuk and abandoned outside the world. She lost her sense of time and wandered the universe. Then she became part of the scenarios due to the star stream's blessing and she became a disaster of past scenarios. Yosanga raised a question. Then why will the future disaster be stopped if the current Yuzheng dies? If the branch is completely different? Have you heard of the disconnected film theory? No. I watched the water and opened my mouth. Put simply, it is like this. Let's assume that the history of Yuzheng from the first world is a film. Film? Are you talking about the film 4 movies? I nodded and continued. Assuming that this world is film 1, there must be countless films of the other worlds, right? There could be 2 films and there could also be 34 films. I see. Is that right? What happens when one of the films, with the front broken, sticks to the back of the first film? For example, what if the ripped 34th film sticks to the back of the first film? What do you think will happen if the film is played? Yosanga seemed troubled for a moment. Then the movie would change along the way. Wait a minute. The 2 stories will never affect each other. That's right. Yuzheng is currently in such a situation. The present Yuzheng is from the first film while the disaster Yuzheng is from the 34th film. The 2 stories are completely independent and any changes in our world can't affect the disaster. Yosanga was truly smart. Still, the question remains. Shouldn't the disaster remain if the current Yuzheng is killed? The contents of the film don't affect each other, but the two films are connected. What if the front of the film is set on fire? Yusanga shouted after realizing. The rear film will be on fire as well. The two world lines were connected. If the present Yuzheng dies, the future Yuzheng would also die. However, any changes to the present Yuzheng wouldn't change the future Yuzheng. That ambiguous paradox was at the heart of this disaster. Dokyasi really knows a lot. I've heard of parallel cosmology, but I've never heard such a theory before. I awkwardly nodded. Of course she wouldn't know it. It was a theory that the author of Ways of Survival created. As far as I knew, the laws of Ways of Survival had never been ruined. After a while, the water of Han River calmed down. We finally arrived at the other side of Han River. The Queen dropped us off and then disappeared into Han River again. Shin Yuzheng sighed like all the tension had been released. How was I? Are you really asking? Well done. Yes. Shin Yuzheng's expression changed. She was pleased at receiving praise. Now there was nobody left to praise the child. Then I felt a fierce hostility coming from the buildings of Yongsan Gu. A huge shadow came out from the shadows of the building. A giant praying mantis? The boy on top of the praying mantis looked down at me. Dr. Hyang. There were Li Galiang wearing a snapback and Han Donghoon with headphones. Li Galiang slid down the praying mantis and rushed into my arms. Li Galiang's snapback fell off his head. It was a reunion after 1 week. Then a message popped up on my smartphone. It was from Han Donghoon. It is good to see you, Hyang. Shouldn't you say it is nice to meet me after a long time? I don't want to. Li Galiang and Shin Yuzheng had a war of nerves as soon as they met. Li Galiang's hair was moving like it was really an antennae while Shin Yuzheng kept touching her hair. Jussi, that boy keeps glaring at me. Hyang, who is she? It seemed people of a similar type recognized each other. One was a beast master and the other was an insect master. I didn't know if they would fit together. I asked Li Galiang, you haven't met He-1-C yet? Yes. However, I know where she is. I sent an insect to look. He-1-Nuna is currently in the north, as expected from Li Galiang. He was already searching for the group members without needing to be told. By the way, the north was where the King of Wanderers was currently located. Maybe Zhang He-1 was in contact with her. I knew Hyang was coming. I sent a lot of diving beetles. Speaking of which, the bugs on Li Galiang's head had increased. There had definitely only been a cockroach before. Shin Yuzheng frowned like it was disgusting. I checked the power of the party and concluded, it is better to stay here for 2 days. Raise your skill levels as high as possible and collect coins in your spare time. Take care of your overall stats. Yosanga-si. Yes. Did you contact your family? Yosanga's face suddenly darkened. It seemed that she hadn't contacted them yet. Donghoon. Han Donghoon kept his headphones on and nodded silently. Han Donghoon had wide area internet as a skill. In other words, it was possible to communicate with the outside world. Yosanga's smartphone rang and there was a message that it was connected to the internet. Yosanga looked down like she doubted her eyes before staring at me tearfully. I nodded and continued, please tell your family of this situation. Once this scenario is over, the outside of Seoul will no longer be a safe zone. What will happen? I don't know what will happen. Just tell them to be prepared. That is enough for now. Dokyasi, don't you have to contact anyone? I'm fine. But my family is in Seoul. Seoul? Then they are safe. I silently stared towards the north. Then the system message arrived like it had been waiting. Someone has dealt with the disaster of water in the north. The King of Wanderers had finished her work safely. There was only one disaster left. It was the disaster of floods. The bright energy sword made a faint sound as it was raised in the air. It struck dozens of energy blades at once. Blood flowed from Zhang He-1's eyes and scattered through the air. Soon Zhang He-1's sword stopped. I think that's it. Zhang He-1 carefully inspected the sword and smiled with satisfaction. The middle-aged woman across from her also smiled faintly. Jian Wuqi's technique is amazing. He-1C's kendo is also excellent. You will soon have a sponsor and I might not be a match anymore. I'm flattered. Jung Hee-won stared at the woman's blue prison uniform. In the past week, Jung Hee-won had been indebted to them. It was a debt that probably couldn't be repaid with the remaining time. A middle-aged woman asked, "Do you really not want to join our new wave group? The king will be delighted if Hee-won-si joins. I'm sorry, but my companions are waiting." Jung Hee-won raised her hands in an apologetic manner. The middle-aged woman just smiled like it couldn't be helped. The woman already knew who the members of Jung Hee-won's party were. "I hope he knows that Hee-won-si is this desperate." "He knows." Jung Hee-won looked at the sky with a slightly disgruntled expression. "Somehow, I think he is watching me right now." This was why I didn't want her knowing about Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. In any case, Jung Hee-won seemed to be growing well. I was worried since her character hadn't seen the light in the original book, but I was glad my choice was correct. Then I watched someone else using Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. Unfortunately, there weren't many visible points to determine the person's identity. What was this? A familiar face soon appeared on the screen. It was me? Wait. These people? "Hey, you." Li Liang spoke in a ferocious voice. "Stay away from Hyung." Then Shin Yuzheng, who was lying next to me, replied, "What if I don't want to?" "This mongrel. Don't talk to me, you worm bastard." Li Liang was stunned. The cockroach and other bugs moved wildly on his head. Li Liang barely regained his composure. "Hyung hates kids like you. I know who Arjusi likes. You know who Hyung likes." "Who? An Ani?" Li Liang laughed. "Ani? I think you are misinformed. Hyung likes a man." "How do you know?" "I've been with Hyung for a long time." I barely managed to wake up as the terrible conversation began. I hurriedly looked around and saw Li Liang and Shin Yuzheng sleeping with their heads leaning on something. Did I see wrongly? Was it just a dream? "Doc, you see, what's wrong?" I shook my head at Yosangara's question. "It must be a dream." I was just lying back down when I heard a whisper from somewhere. "Hey, bug. Come to think of it, you hugged Arjusi earlier. Are you a baby? Do you like old people? It wasn't a dream." "Excuse me, aren't you sleeping?" Yosanga warned. Then the surroundings became silent and the children's snoring started soon afterwards. ****. 2 days flew by in a flash. The sub-scenario survival activities has ended. Everyone heard the system message as they woke up and got ready. It was a long but short scenario. Then a message from Bai Hyung arrived. 9421. It was a number. Bai Hyung spoke again. 9513. "What? Don't you understand?" 9611. I noticed right away what the number was. At that time, I made a 10,000 promise. The constellations who love the Korean peninsula are nervous about the number of subscribers left. I asked Bai Hyung, "Did you do what I told you?" "I did, but I don't know if it will be any good. In any case, I wish you luck." 9781. The swirling great hall in the sky showed an unusual omen. There was a thunderstorm and the intermittent sound of thunder was heard. Then an intermediate dokibi appeared in the air. "Everyone, you have been waiting a long time. The intermediate dokibi looked gaunt. He had probably been suffering from the bureau. "Did you enjoy the survival activities? The scenario that you have been waiting for will finally begin. There were some disruptions, but, yes, well. It will be a fun scenario to look forward to." He looked at me and the incarnations and continued speaking in a disgruntled tone. "You have stopped 4 of the 5 disasters. I fully acknowledge your accomplishments. But do you know? The other 4 were just child's play compared to the last disaster. The faces of the people became tense. In fact, he was right. None of the other disasters could compare to the disaster of floods. Depending on the success of this scenario, everything that you have done so far might go away and everything will be over. Frankly, the odds of that happening are over 90%. Fortunately, there are those who commiserate with you. I formed tight fists. It was finally starting. The last event before the 5th scenario started. Then, from now on I will start the second sponsor selection. Chapter 99, Disaster of Floods, 3. There were bright lights in the sky that shot all over Seoul. Some lights went to the north while some went to the west. However, the width of the scattering wasn't large. Most of the lights were gathered in central Seoul. It was evidence of where the incarnations were gathering to prepare for the scenario. Finally, a contract. I will also have a contract. The incarnations waiting in the area cried out enthusiastically. I wasn't the only incarnation who survived this far without a sponsor. Soon little stars emerged over the heads of the incarnations without a contract. The number of stars represented the number of constellations who wanted the incarnation. Sponsor selection. Please select your sponsor. Your chosen sponsor will be your strong supporter. Perhaps by now, all the unsigned incarnations would be seeing the same thing I was. Of course, mine was probably a bit different. 1. Prisoner of the Golden Headband. 2. Abyssal Black Flame Dragon. 3. Secretive Plotter. As expected, there was the Prisoner of the Golden Headband and the Secretive Plotter. I felt sorry to keep rejecting them, but it couldn't be helped. This Abyssal Black Flame Dragon was here again. He had Han Sion, so why did he keep coming to me? 4. Seo Ailpil. 5. A Bald General of Justice. 6. King Hu the Great. The great people of the Korean peninsula also lined up. Seo Ailpil was probably Ryu Seungryeo. Wiki link. Our Saemyeong-dang also came. In addition, there was the fox Kim Yushin. Did he think I would really choose him? The list continued. 21. Goryeo's First Sword. 22. God of Wine and Ecstasy. Anyone who was called Korea's best swordsman could be Goryeo's first sword. Then there was Dionysius. Olympus had also stepped into the race for Kim Dokja. I felt a bit confused as the list continued. It was because unexpected constellations kept appearing. 48. Black Light of Guidance. 49. Scribe of Heaven. 50. Ruler of Revenge and the Apocalypse. I didn't remember all the modifiers, so I only had dim memories of Black Light of Guidance and Ruler of Revenge and the Apocalypse. However, I was certain about Scribe of Heaven. That guy, he was a powerful constellation of the absolute good system. The Archangel Metatron. Based on angelic authority, this guy was ranked much higher than Uriel. This was the second heavenly being. Damn it, what type of constellations were watching me? The hundreds of stars above my head formed a magnificent spectacle. It was a brilliance that seemed like it would light up all darkness near it. Some incarnations stared this way with soulless expressions. What is that person? Shin Yuzhong stared above my head in a blank manner and muttered, Jussi, you are like a Christmas tree. The constellations who love the Korean peninsula want you to keep your promise. A number of constellations want to see your faith. In the end, it came. I take a deep breath and call to Baihyang. Baihyang. What? How many are there now? I had made a promise to the constellations when fighting off Dokgik. If the number of subscribers to the channel reached 10,000 before the sponsor selection ended, I would choose a sponsor. 9,812. No, 14. 16. The number of constellations continued to rise. Baihyang's tone became tense. There are 3 minutes left to complete the sponsor selection. Now the result would be determined in 3 minutes. The constellation Bald General of Justice is looking nervously at you. Unfortunately, there was no point looking at me desperately. There are 2 minutes left to complete the sponsor selection. The constellation Bald General of Justice has sponsored you 200 coins. The constellation Seo Ailpil has sponsored you 300 coins. The constellation King Hu the Great has sponsored you 300 coins. The sponsorship competition was finally starting. It was a natural choice for the constellations if they wanted to stand out. Some great constellations above narrative grade constellations are clicking their tongues. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband has sponsored you 5,000 coins. This was the exact development I hoped for. Good. Give me more money. The constellation Scribe of Heaven has sponsored you 30,000 coins. As expected of Metatron. It was an entirely different class. It should be obvious since he was a Chancellor of Heaven. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is looking at the Scribe of Heaven. There is 1 minute left to complete the sponsor selection. I ask Baihyang. How many now? 9,973. 76, 77. It had finally reached a breathtaking level. 9,981. 84. 30 seconds left. 9,993. 20 seconds. 9,998. A few constellations are holding their breaths. 10 seconds. 9,999. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. The sponsor selection has ended. Then I let out a light sigh. I gazed at Baihyang, who opened his mouth with a smile. I'm really sorry everyone. Many constellations think it is ridiculous. There was no use in yelling. Current number of subscribers, 9,999. The screen that floated next to Baihyang showed reality. Some incarnations saw it and their mouths dropped open. Xin Yuzheng asked, Jussi, are you a star on YouTube? Maybe it was similar. I spoke in a shameless voice towards the sky. It is too bad. I would have selected a sponsor if there were 10,000 constellations. Many constellations wonder who you would have chosen. Then Baihyang intervened. This information can't be revealed to protect the privacy of the incarnation. Well done, Baihyang. A number of constellations are rioting. The sky above Yongsan Gu distorted and lightning started to fall towards the innocent people. Sparks filled the air. The Dokibi's power to influence probability could also block the constellation's wrath. Now, all constellations. Please calm down. Unfortunately, the event had to be cancelled because we are lacking one person. Then Baihyang glanced at me and continued, as an apology, I will create a compensation event. The lightning temporarily stopped. Perhaps you are thinking this. Shit, what should I do if it continues like this? Many constellations are listening to the Dokibi. Baihyang's words. I understand your thoughts. So, I will punish the incarnation who didn't choose anyone in the second sponsor selection. However, I will only do this if the constellations are in favor of it. Many constellations are in favor of the Dokibi. Baihyang's words. Baihyang nodded with satisfaction. Xin Yuzheng stared at me with a dumbfounded expression. What is happening? Don't be upset by the events unfolding. Jussi, why didn't you choose a sponsor? Well, it isn't time yet. Honestly, I was a bit shaken when I saw Metatron, but if I chose someone here, everything I had done would be in vain. I couldn't enter under anyone else. This was the only way. Yosanga C. Take the kids and hide. Do you have an idea? Of course. Never come out unless I signal to you. A new bounty scenario has arrived. You have become the target of the bounty scenario. As expected, the bounty scenario began. Bounty scenario punishment. Category, bounty. Difficulty, Clear conditions, brutally kill the incarnation Kim Dokja. The more brutal his death, the more coins you can receive. Time limit, 20 minutes. Compensation, 40,000 coins. Failure. Anyone who saw it would think I was the fifth disaster. It was 40,000 coins to kill one person. Xin Yuzheng paled when she received the scenario. Jussi. Yusanga grabbed Xin Yuzheng, who was reaching for me, and retreated. At almost the same time, the incarnations in the area discovered me and started to flock. There was the target mark floating above my head. Crazy. 40,000 coins. Hey, get that fucker. Many constellations are enjoying the development of the scenario. The constellations angry at my choice loved the way I was being chased like a rodent. Everybody had forgotten something about the 10,000 event. Yes, this was the nature of constellations. Baihyang glanced at me and communicated with a nasty expression. I didn't realize it would turn out like this. I knew. I used to do this when working at the game company. The only way to appease angry users was to open a new event. Baihyang shivered and murmured, is this okay? If it is noticed, I really will receive a probability conformity request this time. In fact, it was an obvious channel manipulation that the number of subscribers didn't break through 9,999. It was because from the beginning, Baihyang's hashbyte 7,623 channel only accommodated 9,999 viewers. I wouldn't be able to escape if someone like Dokgik provoked a fight. Fortunately, there was no one like that present. The low-grade Dokibis had been on guard since the last incident. I decided to take the chance. It was still a dangerous method. There was no doubt that some smart constellations would doubt this. The number stopped exactly at 9,999. This defied coincidence. Thus, an event to shift the attention of the constellations was needed. The constellations hated annoying things and were vulnerable to fun. I used the current punishment event to take advantage of that. Bai Hiang opened his mouth and spoke to everyone. Constellations, please note that the incarnation Kim Dokjit can receive a penalty if coins are sponsored. The moment he spoke, my body suddenly became heavy. A selfish constellations has given you a speed penalty. 500 coins have been sponsored. The more coins I received, the more penalties that would be inflicted on me. The incarnations, who normally never would have been able to follow me, were right on my tail. Everyone seems blinded by the coins. Right. I smiled and wielded Blade of Faith. Awara, a constellation who wants your misfortune has given you an attack penalty. 500 coins have been sponsored. My attack power was halved and the incarnations didn't die. I was actually glad about this. I didn't want to kill them. A constellation who wants your death has given you an defense penalty. 500 coins have been sponsored. The fucking sponsorship. A dagger flew from somewhere and hit my arm, causing terrible pain. My arm would have been cut off if it wasn't for the infinite dimension space coat. A few constellations feel sorry for your adversity. There were also constellations who supported me. Thank you for your tears. I grabbed my injured arm and ran to the southwest of Yongsan Gu. If I was right, the meteorite where the disaster of floods slept was in that direction. The energy of the meteorite showed it was close to hatching. Bai Hiang. What the hell is this? What's the matter? It is simple entertainment before we enter the game. Another Dokibi's voice was suddenly heard. Now Bai Hiang was speaking in a strong manner. It was a sharp contrast to my heavy body. Just a bit more. A river finally appeared. Hold it. I barely managed to escape from the clutches of other people and plunged into Han River. The other incarnations knew what was in Han River and couldn't easily follow me. This crazy guy. The 7th grade ichthyosaurs swarmed like they had been waiting. They wanted to make my feeble self their food. Many constellations are filled with joy. I had a thought as I watched the ichthyosaurs. I didn't have any talent. No matter how hard I trained, I wouldn't become as skilled as I wanted. However, I didn't want to use that as an excuse to say I was weak. The exclusive skill bookmark can now be activated. The way that I could become stronger was different from other people. Character bookmarks is activated. Available bookmark slots, 4. Bringing up the list of available bookmarks. I will release Demagogue Shin In-ho from the 3rd slot and add Beast Tamer Shin Yuzheng. The number 3 bookmark has been activated. A bright light surrounded my body and the smell of the monsters changed. Some smells were friendly while some were filled with hostility. I realized that there was a world I didn't know. After all, it was sensitivity to the world that determined how a person read it. The level of the bookmark skill is low, shortening the activation time. Activation time, 30 minutes. Your understanding of the character is significant. You can select some of her skills to import. One of the far-off ichthyosaurs cinched with me and complex circuits were forming in my head. Advanced Diverse Communication LV3 has been activated. Taming LV9 has been activated. Blood flowed from my nose. This was how the kids always felt. I slowly opened my mouth. Come, Queen Mirabade. Chapter 100 Disaster of Floods, 4. The ichthyosaur queen cut through the water. The grandeur of her streamlined body filled Han River. The confused incarnations immediately moved away from Han River. Shit, what is this? There was a feeling of solemnity as I faced her. I was facing the ruler of a species. I once again felt how great Shin Yuzhang and Li Liang were. Come down. The queen's whiskers touched the water at my words. Once again, it was unreasonable to have the same effect even with the same skill. It was similar to when I used Lacan's Way of the Wind. I approached her and climbed up using the scales. The body of the queen shook like she was rejecting my touch. This was the limit for me. Honestly, it felt like my frontal lobe was burning from the connection with the queen. I left the incarnations hunting me behind and opened my mouth. Let's go. Then my struggle with the queen began. As if she was playing with me, the queen swam through the water regardless of my breathing. Puha! I gasped for air, looking like a wet mouse. The surrounding ichthyosaurs poured towards me like they were amused. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is laughing at you. My control was a mess, but the queen was moving in the direction I wanted. It was southwest of Yongsan Gu. It was Nodeulsium, one of the few islands in Han River. If I remembered correctly, this island was the place with the most potential for the disaster of floods to hatch. The fifth disaster hatched on an artificial island in Han River. Ways of Survival was a novel where the year wasn't specified. Therefore, I didn't know exactly what year Ways of Survival was based on. I thought it was close to the year I lived in, but it had been serialized for 10 years and the technology development wasn't right. There was little mention of modern devices in Ways of Survival, and sometimes there were no fixed geographical names used. This situation was an example, an artificial island in Han River. Where the hell is it? Nonetheless, I was able to determine that it was No Deulcium due to the description and the size of the meteorite. My thoughts were interrupted by the Queen's sudden stop. I rolled down and was thrown on No Deulcium. Queen Mirabade glanced at me before disappearing into Han River. She was a heartless jerk. The exclusive skill bookmark has been turned off. Awek. The world turned around as I coughed out the river water. I raised my head and the landscape of No Deulcium spread out in front of me. I had never been to No Deulcium before, but something felt strange. The trees on No Deulcium looked like they were before the world was ruined. The ichthyosaurs disappeared and the incarnations were preparing to cross the river. I could see some of the incarnations flying through the sky. I hid behind a tree and held my breath as I watched them. Where is he? Didn't he obviously come here? I didn't think there would be so many people who had learnt flight maneuvers. These jerks weren't regressors. Why did they adapt so fast? Many of them landed on No Deulcium and looked around. Hyang, let's look around. I don't have any confidence facing him alone. I agree. Did you see all the stars above his head? He is a monster. Hero-like traits aren't necessary when dealing with a monster. Will he be as strong as the king in the West? It was a conversation discussing how to kill someone. I thought it was too shameful to compare me to Yozhongnyuk. I wanted to hide until the end of the time limit, but someone showed up from the forest on the island. Arjuses should be careful. Get off this island if you know what is good for you. It was a strong voice. The girl dressed in a black hoodie over her uniform walked towards the men. Who are you? A young person who is unafraid. My arm. Awara. Her sword moved through the air and the men who had their arms cut off screamed. One of the relatively younger incarnations shouted, "It is her, the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare." What? Why is that girl here? Run. Run away. The incarnations hurriedly used flight maneuvers, but their talent wasn't as high as I thought. A few of them were slightly strong. However, the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare wouldn't make anyone his incarnation, even if they were a descendant of his friend. The girl pointed her sharp blade at me. Arjusi, are you going to come out? Why are you hiding when you have the target mark on you? That reminded me, I still had the arrow above my head. I sighed and left the forest with both hands raised. Are you going to kill me? I'd like to, but Master will be sad. The long-haired girl, Li Jihe, put away her sword with a laugh. Her strength had increased in the 10 days we hadn't met. Li Jihe saw my injured arm and said to me, "How have you been? I don't think you have been well." Then why ask? I thought you had returned to Daepong High School. Why are you here? Master picked me up a few days ago. I don't know how he found me. Yozhongnyuk? I knew that Li Jihe was a key member of Yozhongnyuk's party, but to go there and find her. I looked at her physical body stats using calm observation. The total value was roughly over 160. Her strength and physique seemed slightly lower, but she had reached the limit on her stats for the 5th scenario. Moreover, Demon Slayer and sword training had improved further. It seemed that all characters in Ways of Survival grew faster when they weren't around me. Did they all have a mental block because of me? What about Arjus's party? Have you met He-1 Ani? The others are waiting in Yongsan GU. I haven't met He-1 C yet. Too bad. She wanted to see you. Come to think of it, Jung He-1 and Li Jihe were in similar positions. I looked around carefully and asked, "Did you come with Yozhongnyuk?" Huh? Why does Arjusi know everything? At this moment, I heard a sound from the edge of No Deulcium. Incarnations who had been fighting the ichthyosaurs finished and approached the island. Some came on duck boats and some swam. Some of them came on boats or used special skills. They looked like group tourists. I found him. There he is. I was the tour product. Li Jihe became angry when she saw the incarnations. Why did you drag that bunch of trash here? I brought them to catch the disaster. Some people were preparing themselves for the disaster, but not everyone. Those who didn't belong to any groups were hiding all over Seoul, waiting for someone to clear the main scenario. Then they would take action in the resulting power loss. The last disaster couldn't be broken by such a flimsy determination. If everyone didn't fight together, why did you do that? There is no point. There won't be a disaster. Master is taking care of it. My eyes stared at Lee Ji-hee with disbelief. The last disaster won't be dangerous at all. Instead, useless people can't enter the island. Shit, they are entering. Lee Ji-hee once again pulled out her sword. This was the reason why she controlled the island. Lee Ji-hee wasn't the only one controlling entrance to the island. A large person waved towards an incoming ship. Everyone, you aren't allowed inside here. This is a danger zone. What? Who are you? A lieutenant of the 6502 unit. What nonsense is this? A flying blade was caught in the man's hands and he stated, "It is dangerous to resist the authorities." Why you? The lieutenant wore a suit reminiscent of a giant bear and had a dirty beard. I will take you to a safe place. The lieutenant lifted the man with one hand and threw him to the other side of Han River. The man flew across Han River at a great speed and landed on the other side. The lieutenant asked, "Is there anyone who needs guidance?" Crazy. A monster. The lieutenant facing the incarnations had tired eyes, like a mountain had piled up on his shoulders. It was a face that looked terribly weary. "It is hard. I think I will die." "Doc Si, where are you?" "Lee Hyun-sung Si." At that moment, Lee Hyun-sung looked at me. His expression was like he found an oasis in the middle of a desert. "Doctor." "Doc Si." Lee Hyun-sung came towards me. I instinctively took a step back. "Doc Si." "It's me." Lee Hyun-sung. I was about to open my mouth when another group of incarnations disembarked. "There he is. Catch him." Lee Hyun-sung's expression distorted. "I told you it is a danger zone." He turned around and slammed his fist into the ground. The character Lee Hyun-sung has used the stigma Great Mountain Smash LV5. The entire island of Nodaeulsium shook as the edges exploded. I was captivated by the second scene of incarnations flying. "That Yoo Jong-yuk bastard, how did he raise a person?" I asked the delighted-looking Lee Hyun-sung, "Where is Yoo Jong-yuk?" Lee Hyun-sung's expression became slightly sad. "Oh, he is in the middle of the island." "That. I will be right back. Then we will talk." I ignored Lee Hyun-sung's desperate gaze and ran to the center of the island. There were many things I wanted to ask Lee Hyun-sung, but now wasn't the time. I had to check something quickly. How long did I walk through the forest? I finally saw a huge meteorite stuck in the center of the forest. The size of the meteorite was overwhelming compared to the other ones. The red aura on the surface implied a sure destruction. There was a woman standing in front of the meteorite. "Oh, you are." My expression changed at the sight of Lee Seol-hwa when the person I was looking for emerged from the rear of the meteorite. "Yoo Jong-yuk." Yoo Jong-yuk stood there calmly, exuding a steady presence. I asked him, "What are you doing right now? You must know because you have future sight." I was speechless at the calm answer. The yellow meteorite stuck in the middle of the huge disaster meteorite. I immediately noticed why Yoo Jong-yuk wanted to come here quickly. "Are you feeding the guide meteorite to the disaster? The guides will only interfere later. It is better to kill them while we can handle them." Once again, my ominous feelings were always right. This bastard was trying to hatch the disaster early. He was Lee Seol-hwa's lover for a reason. No, why? Putting aside the guide, why are you trying to wake up the disaster early? Have you finally gone crazy? There was slight disappointment in Yoo Jong-yuk's eyes as he replied, "You don't seem to know a lot this time." "What? This disaster was my colleague in a past life. Who didn't know this?" Yoo Jong-yuk declared with an arrogant expression, "That's why this disaster is safe." Safe? Several thoughts passed through my head. Jong-yuk. Yes. Sometimes he was too nice. The disaster of floods has hatched. I had forgotten for a while because I received his help several times. This guy in front of me was someone who barely took a step towards the end after dying over 100 times. None of the text used in this audiobook belongs to me. Please support the original author online. This is a fan-made project and I make no money from it. Join the Discord for a lot of more audiobooks too.